Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. Here in GOAT James Kingdom, we attack the GOAT debate head on, where we challenge all Michael Jordan fans and all LeBron detractors to who is the GOAT of basketball. You can catch us every Sunday noon Eastern Time, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel, for the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. Also, we go live Friday nights with the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer, where you catch special shows and content as a GOAT James Kingdom follower and subscriber. Also, check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership, where you can get exclusive content.
Go ahead, T-Mac.
What defines greatness? Is it the championship?
That's one of the elements.
I mean,
in some cases, yeah.
I don't see anything he said wrong. I didn't see your response, but for me, we have too many talented players that come through this league that are championship worthy. What I mean by that, if you take them off a team that is a championship quality team, replace me with Kobe with Shaq. I don't win a championship. You don't think I could carry the Lakers to a championship? Like, I've never had the opportunity.
Correct.
I felt like if I was put in that position to win a championship, I damn sure would show up and do what I do in the playoffs to elevate my team to that level. I just never had the chance. So do I get diminished because I never won a championship?
Right.
Yeah, that's what
is it my fault?
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Right. Is it my fault? Right. I was never put in that position.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom channel. I'm A. Johnny, Uncle A. Johnny, and to some of y'all, I'm the Exposer. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom channel, where we're doing a special live stream because, again, the Kobe fans are at it. They're upset now at T-Mac. Out of all people, they're upset at Tracy McGrady for no reason at all. And we are here to set the record straight because, again, we have to address all of these Zesty Jeffrey logic who are all upset about this idea of ring culture, which is what exactly Tracy McGrady was talking about when he mentioned how he could win championships, as you just heard in the clip before the show started. Again, how he could win championships if he was playing alongside Shaquille O'Neal and that Laker roster and that Laker organization in the early 2000s. But of course, they can't accept it. Zesty Jeffries, aka Kobe Bryant fans, are always upset. They're always trying to dictate who can talk basketball, how you can talk about basketball. They were using Tracy McGrady for countless clips and countless times when Tracy McGrady was denigrating and either discrediting LeBron James for any little simple thing, but now they're upset at them. So anybody who wants to step up today is going to have an opportunity to defend Kobe Bryant as I will be one of the ones that will be defending Tracy McGrady in this scenario for his take on the idea that he can win championships in that span. So y'all go ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership. We are going live on the GOAT James Kingdom IG account as well. So shout out to everybody who's following us on the Instagram, the Instagram GOAT James Kingdom page. Plus, we're going live on FYF Sports Debate. Shout out to Lamont for opening up his platform again for me to come here and give you guys the tidbits on what's going on, because I know you guys seen it. Oh, yes, you know I'm dropping the link. Tremaine. You are more than welcome. Today's your day. You can go in. They upset at Gilbert Arenas. Another guy they upset at. Another guy who has Kobe over LeBron. Kobe's number 2 on Gilbert Arenas' list, right behind Michael Jordan. But they still get upset at Gilbert Arenas for the things that Gilbert Arenas says. I don't understand it. Shout out to all the GJK members who are here in the building. I see Juan Boy's in the building. Peace and blessings. Yes, I see all the GJK members. Peace and blessings. We are here to talk the game of basketball without a doubt. We are here to talk the game of basketball because supposedly Kobe Bryant fans are the astute basketball fans, and they're out here challenging anybody who dare says anything about Kobe Bryant. It doesn't make any sense. Shout out to you, Anthony Davis, another GOAT James Kingdom member. But again, we are here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, live on GOAT James Kingdom. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, comment, share. You guys know we're on other platforms like TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, Discord, IG. We're all over the place. We're even right here on the YouTube channel. So again, we're going live like this for the summer because it's the off season and we're not supposed to have nothing to talk about but the draft. But obviously we're talking about Tracy McGrady, right? And how he feels like he can win a championship. And all this started because, again, LeBron James went out here and told everybody, peace and blessings, Dante, right? He went out here and told everybody the truth. He went out here and told everybody that the ring culture is a problem. Because this idea that Tracy McGrady is this, Tracy McGrady is that. You guys see the clip we posted early on our GOAT James Kingdom page. Nick Young and Brandon Jennings couldn't understand how we were putting Tracy McGrady in the same breath with Kobe because he kept losing in the first round. This idea that winning and losing is either credited to one or blamed on one player is a part of the ring culture nonsense, because we already explained to you guys that they don't even really like the ring culture, because we all know why they don't like the ring culture. We already explained to them if they truly liked the ring culture, this would be the end of the discussion, but they're not going to go there. They're not going to go there because it's about other things. It's about what else do you do? What else you contribute to the actual game of basketball? And even Stephen A. Smith had the nerve to open up his mouth in front of Gilbert Arenas, in front of Jay Wills, in front of Tracy McGrady to explain to them what is this special thing that some players have and other players don't have. Here's Stephen A. Smith trying to explain that nonsense.
Let's not acting like, oh my God, we see a player out there, what's he playing with, and we don't know who has the bet, who has the peeps with him, and who doesn't. We recognize that, but it's also about your skill set, what you bring to the table, what level are you at compared to your contemporaries. So if I'm looking at, for example, there was a time when we were debating about KD. Was KD the best player in the world instead of LeBron because he's a pure scorer? He was 27 a night, etc., etc. We compartmentalized, we dissected it. We weren't saying you can't play. We weren't saying you're not great. We were acknowledging you are great, but you're being compared to the other great ones. What was the ingredients of a Jordan? What was the ingredients of a Kobe? What was the ingredients of a Magic or a Bird? Because that's what it took to win championships, and what you have it.
Stephen A., just to play devil's advocate, what was the ingredient of a T-Mac?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, but what I'm saying,
But there's, wait, I just want to say, let me say one thing really quick, guys. So there's factors outside of your control in terms of a team effort, but the other thing where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, you have to win a ring to be considered great, but then also if you leave your team and you move around, then you're knocked for that.
That's not true.
That is true. That's basically what she's saying, because you're saying what's the ingredients? In front of Tracy McGrady, the man literally said, you don't have the ingredients to be a Kobe, to be a Mike, to be a Bird, to be a LeBron, to be a Magic. And all Tracy McGrady was saying was that there are championship pedigree players that never got a chance to win a championship because of certain situations and certain dynamics that go along with that. And it's so funny that they don't understand that, because guys like Meltdown Sports says the same thing too. He talks about circumstances. And he talked about how Kobe was in the circumstances where he couldn't win a lot of MVPs and he had to play with Shaq and blah, 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 blah. All of this nonsense. Even Lowe always says how just because somebody's not an MVP, that doesn't mean they weren't playing at an MVP caliber level, right? So the idea is, what makes you a championship? When you actually win it, right? That's when you can say, oh, you have the championship pedigree. Like, that doesn't make no sense. What is championship pedigree? What is this ingredient that is missing in the players who didn't win championships to the players who did win championships? That is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life. I've never understood it. It never made sense to me. I hear all this about the mentality. What is the mentality? What is the mentality? You guys just talk a lot of zesty Jeffrey logic. Like I said, it's just zesty Jeffrey logic. It really holds no true bearings in basketball talk at all. At all. And the funny thing is that y'all going to say it's the eye test when the majority of y'all weren't even old enough to watch Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady at the time that we're talking about. Which is another aspect of the argument that I'm finding into this, is that you guys want to bring up 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. Tracy McGrady didn't say that. He said, if you give me Shaq, when Kobe had Shaq. When Kobe had Shaq. That's when he said that. When Kobe was in Shaq, I'm not winning championships. That's what he basically said. And now you guys are all mad at Tracy McGrady for some reason because he said that. All of this is predicated on the ring culture, ladies and gentlemen. It all started with the ring culture discussion. And the truth of the matter is that being mad at Tracy McGrady when him and Kobe Bryant are like close. They are really, really close. Tracy McGrady loves Kobe Bryant to death. And for y'all to start like going in on him shows exactly how you guys are the zestiest of the zesties. You guys always call us LeBron fanboys and LeBron sexuals, but you guys are the zestiest of the zestiest. Let's let Kobe Bryant explain to you how close him and T-Mac are and how they've been cool forever.
When you guys first got to know each other as teenagers, did you recognize right away you were kind of kindred spirits in the way you approached the game?
Well, yeah, but he was freakishly more athletic and taller than I was.
And I had to get his work ethic because I was a little bit more reserved and never been around, somebody worked as hard as he did. And I learned that from him. Yeah, I had the athleticism, but the work ethic part I had to get from being around him.
So how old were you when you guys met?
I think I was 18, he was 19.
Right, because you're a year ahead.
Yep. Yeah, this is when I knew, okay, he likes to play mind games, and he always trying to get an edge on whoever, his opponents, whatever. I don't care if I'm his friend, whatever. Right. So, I told him, I said, I'm about to go work out. And he was like, what are you going to work out for? You're in the off season, like, you don't need to work out. And I'm looking at him like, okay. So, all right, go back to my room, change.
Take it easy.
Chill for a minute. I go to the weight room. Who's in there? This dude. This dude. And I'm looking like, what? Okay. So I had to start taking notes like, this dude right here. So he's always going to have an edge on somebody.
He had a hard time understanding what sarcasm was. Right. I was just being sarcastic. But I remember in the playoffs, you guys were playing the Milwaukee Bucks in one year. And me and Vanessa went out to lunch and went to a restaurant. And they had TVs. In a restaurant. I remember sitting there and watching. I mean, you just were cooking big. I mean, just like I think you called him Puppy Dog. Was it
Puppy Dog?
And I remember sitting in the restaurant watching that and telling V, I said, man, that dude's the real deal. He's made it. I mean, we started out like as youngins together, but I remember feeling like such a sense of joy because of what he was doing. So even though I've never actually told him that, there was a sense of pride, and that's as mushy as I'm going to get.
So, I mean, it's obvious, bro. It's obvious that T-Mac and Kobe have a relationship that y'all would love to have, that y'all are envious of. So he can speak on that. He's not disrespecting Kobe by saying, hey, if I had the opportunity to play next to that Shaquille O'Neal from 2000 to 2005, I'm winning championships. That's just the facts. I'm winning championships, multiple ones at that. And y'all upset at him for that. Because of the idea and the narrative of sidekick talk. Here it is. Tracy McGrady not getting rings with Powell. He didn't say that. That's not the conversation. We're not talking about that. Here it is. No one cares. He's a loser. All predicated on this idea of the ring culture idea. Like if Kobe's 3 rings are supposed to matter, but like Lamont says, then Scottie Pippen's 6 also should matter. That's what you guys fail to realize. You guys are really arguing who's the better sidekick. Who would be the better sidekick for Shaquille O'Neal to win championships for Shaquille O'Neal and those 3-peat championships that the Lakers won between 2000 and 2004 while Kobe was supposedly in his prime? I already would tell you, yes, they're winning those championships. Without a doubt, they're winning those championships with Tracy McGrady. Without a doubt, they're winning those championships without Tracy McGrady. Without Kobe Bryant. They can do it with Tracy McGrady. You guys are all upset for no reason. Nothing, that doesn't take away nothing from Kobe. Because, again, you guys are giving credit to Kobe for something that he doesn't deserve to have. So now you feel like I am discrediting him when he's just a sidekick. He's just like Gilbert Arenas said. If I have to do what Kobe did, I can win those championships as well. Tracy McGrady's not lying. He's not making things up. He's being honest. He's being forthright. He's up and honest with you guys, telling you the truth. He's telling you the truth. Between 2000 and 2004, which is 5 NBA seasons, Tracy McGrady not only played more games than Kobe Bryant. Now, Kobe Bryant did start more games than him. I would give you that. Tracy McGrady did not start majority of the games in 2000, but after that, he did. But this is what they did for those time span that they were in the playoffs. Now, you guys are going to bring up what Tracy McGrady did in the playoffs, but we look at Tracy McGrady's playoff numbers, and they are very comparable to Kobe Bryant's playoff numbers. And that's without the spacing and the game strategy built to stop Shaq, not Kobe or Tracy McGrady, because to Kobe Bryant fans, they believe teams was out here trying to stop Kobe. The game plan was not to stop Kobe. The game plan is to stop Tracy McGrady, to stop Shaquille O'Neal. So if Tracy McGrady had the role in the space and the opportunities that obviously Kobe had, he would be just as good, if not better. So they're definitely winning championship. And this is the key factor in all of this. Tracy McGrady has no problem admitting that Shaquille O'Neal is a better basketball player than him. So he will actually sit and play the sidekick role longer than Kobe Bryant was willing to play it, because he didn't care. He would be like, I got 3 championships. I'm good. You guys, just like Lamont and Gilbert Arenas said, you guys had Kobe so upset that he was being compared to someone like a Tracy McGrady with 3 championships. And in reality, Kobe was basically a 3-time championship because he was on a championship team. And he was on the Los Angeles Lakers. I know you guys don't like numbers because numbers never go well for Kobe Bryant. It's all about the eye test. But none of you were really born watching this at the time. I was old enough to not only buy Hennessy at this time, but I was also old enough to purchase tobacco at this time. So I know what I'm talking about. I remember this, just like Ron Artest, Gilbert Arenas, and Kenyon Martin today or yesterday specifically stated they were there at the time. Don't argue with them. There was an argument who was the better player, Kobe or T-Mac. That was a legit argument in the early 2000s. And Kobe didn't like that. Why Kobe didn't like that? Because he's like, I'm winning championships. I thought it was about winning championships. But no, it was never about winning championships. Because I always told you ring culture was never a thing. Because you can't have ring culture with Bill Russell sitting with 11. So Kobe realized, I got to do more by myself. I got to be able to do everything. I don't need no shackles of Shaquille O'Neal playing the first option. I need all the shots, all the attempts. I don't care. And that's what he did for 2 years after Shaq left. And then he realized he can't win that way as well. Since it's all about winning, why don't you just stay with Shaq and win? But no, Kobe cared more about stats. Y'all cared about stats. That's why y'all said y'all would rather have 23 points per game than 11 championships. And you can get mad at me all you want to. These are the numbers. These are the facts. This guy right here on the left side is easily winning 3 championships with Shaq. And because he doesn't have the ego Kobe had, the mentality Kobe had, he would have won more championships with Shaquille O'Neal. They would have won 4 to 5 championships together. Tracy McGrady would have went off into the sunset as a true champion. Those are all facts. You can get mad at me all you want to, ladies and gentlemen. Those are all facts. There is nothing that Kobe Bryant was doing that Tracy McGrady couldn't do, including on the defensive side of the ball. Kobe was not the defensive stopper for the Lakers. That wasn't his job. He was supposed to be the closer because Shaq And that's what all Kobe Bryant fans admit to, that he was the closer because they couldn't trust Shaq at the end because of his free throws. Kobe's job was to shoot and score. They had other people to defend. When they had Allen Iverson going crazy, they didn't put Kobe on Allen Iverson in the 2001. Who did they put on him? Tyronn Lue. Think about that. They had to bring Tyronn Lue off the bench to stick this man. I remember this, ladies and gentlemen. I remember this. This is nothing new. I remember Reggie Miller cooking Kobe. Remember Scottie Pippen balling out on Kobe. Don't come to me about Kobe's defensive prowess because he's making all defensive team. That's all y'all love to talk about is his defensive teams, which we're not going to take away from him. But the facts of the matter is Tracy McGrady is winning multiple championships with Shaquille O'Neal. Without a doubt, he's doing it. And I would love for y'all to tell me how he's not doing it. Don't tell me about his career because no one's sitting here arguing Tracy McGrady's career versus Kobe Bryant's career. That is not the argument. You want an argument? I'll give you an argument. Let's do this. If Kobe Bryant doesn't play on the Lakers, doesn't have those 3 championships, and doesn't join the Lakers till 2005, and he ends his career the same way, but with 2 championships, and Tracy McGrady ends his career the same way, but with 3 championships, who's the better player? Who's the better player? Now let's see that. Let's take away Kobe's 3 championship rings. With everything, he still has all the same things that he did in his career. He just wasn't on the Lakers to do it for the first stint of his career. He didn't join the Lakers till 2005 when Shaq left. He was the reason why the Lakers got rid of Shaq and everything. That was to get him. But he don't have the 3 championships. He won the back-to-back championships. Does that make him better than Tracy McGrady, who was the sidekick to Shaquille O'Neal for 3 championships? I guarantee you won't argue that with me. You won't argue that with me. You won't argue Kobe's the better player then. You won't argue that then. But like I said, what I'll do is I'll put the link up because I didn't even do this show for me to talk too much because I didn't come here to talk. I came here to drop knowledge about basketball. That's what I always tell y'all. That's what my job is to talk about basketball. And y'all out here lying on Tracy McGrady's name for the sake of Kobe Bryant. And for rings. When at the end of the day, rings do not determine who's the better player. That's exactly what Tracy McGrady said. Again, if you miss what Tracy McGrady said, this is exactly what Tracy McGrady said about winning championships. You guys need to pay attention and stop making up own arguments in your heads.
Go ahead, T-Mac.
What defines greatness? Is it the championship?
That's one of the elements. I mean, in some cases, yeah.
I don't see anything he said wrong. I didn't see your response, but for me, we have too many talented players that come through this league that are championship worthy. What I mean by that, if you take them off a team that is a championship quality team, replace me with Kobe with Shaq. I don't win a championship. You don't think I could carry the Lakers to a championship? Like, I've never had the opportunity.
Correct.
I felt like if I was put in that position to win a championship, I damn sure would show up and do what I do in the playoffs to elevate my team to that level. I just never had the chance. So do I get diminished because I never won a championship?
Right.
Yeah, that's what
is it my fault?
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Right. Is it my fault? Right. I was never put in that position.
Like he said, is it my fault?
Bro.
Twin Man's in the building. Shout out to Twin Man, a GJK member. Peace and blessings, brother. You couldn't wait to talk about this.
Bro, do they really understand what prime Shaq was doing in those years?
No, they don't.
You put Allen Iverson on that team, he's winning multiple championships. You put Vince Carter on that team, they're winning multiple championships. You put Chris Paul on that team, they're winning multiple championships because prime Shaq was the most unstoppable player in the league at that time. I need people to stop. What T-Mac said there was 100% accurate. Kobe was on a championship team. You switch Kobe and T-Mac, T-Mac's winning 3 rings, bro. Easy. That's not even an argument. Like, why is this so controversial? I don't understand why this is controversial. Why are we acting like T-Mac was a bum?
Because it's Kobe. It's
So
Kobe.
I don't care. Listen, people need to get out their feelings. If we're talking about prime Shaq, any all-time great player without a ring is winning with prime Shaq. Let's stop playing. Please stop. Somebody's going to come up here and say something so stupid. I know it. Somebody's going to come up here because it's not even on the strength of T-Mac. That's what people need to get out their feelings. We're not talking about the strength of T-Mac. Shaq's there. Shaq is there in his prime, doing exactly what he's doing. T-Mac gives you his average, which he would give you. He's taller than Kobe, which means he's going to be able to grab more rebounds, which means he plays just as good a defense, if not better. Are we bugging right now? Stop it. T-Mac didn't say nothing wrong.
He didn't. Again, here and this is what they're doing. This is what they do too. Let me bring it up here. I just saw here. Penny has nothing to do with this. The Penny of 1995 and 96. I mean, the Shaq of 95, 96 is nowhere near the Shaq of 2000, 2003. There's no comparison of that Shaq. It's a different Shaq. Forget the Penny. Who cares how good Penny was? How good was Shaq in 95 compared to how Shaq was in 2000, 2001, 2002? Completely different players. We're talking about 2000 to 2004, before Kobe ran Shaq out of town because he wanted to score more points rather than win championships. Those are the facts, ladies and gentlemen. Let's let Juan Boy in the building. What you got for us on this topic? You know the Zesty Jeffries, which are the Kobe Bryant fans, they're all included in this, are really upset at Tracy McGrady at all people. Another Zesty Jeffrey at that.
Hold on, let me finish writing Kobe name on these 223s real quick. But yeah, I mean, you know T-Mac was right, but the only reason why people are, the Kobe fans are upset with the take is because that takes 3 rings away from Kobe's 5.
It doesn't. It does. In their mind state, it does. That's the point. They think that's what people are doing. Yeah.
But we're all speaking in hypotheticals, and it's the truth. That's not to take nothing away from Kobe. That's, saying that Kobe, T-Mac was just as good or slightly better than Kobe. You know what I mean? And so they just caught up when, T-Mac ain't better than Kobe. That is not the topic of discussion. But we could probably get into that because it's a similar comparison. But, like Kobe said himself, he's 3 inches taller, more athletic. Yep, I'm here.
There was an absolute conversation in the early 2000s who was a better player on the court. During that time, who was a better player? We're not talking all time. We already know who's better all time. We're talking early 2000s. Who was the better player? Tracy McGrady or T-Mac? That was absolute competition.
But you can't even say Kobe was better all time because of the rings. That's the point. That's the whole point of the ring culture concept. At this time, if they both ended their career in 2004, Kobe would have played 1 more year than Tracy McGrady would have, and he would just have the 3 championships. Really, what are you gonna go to? The all defensive selections, as if the Lakers were winning championships because they were one of the best defensive teams of all time. Like, nobody talked about them being a great all defensive team. Like, what are we talking about here when we're talking about Kobe Bryant? We're talking about Kobe Bryant up to 2004. Stop adding Kobe Bryant's illustrious NBA career as a top 10 player of all time into this discussion. That's not the discussion. Let's let the Kobe Bryant fan here explain to this. How is this Kobe Bryant better than Tracy McGrady to the point that Tracy McGrady couldn't win 3 championships? How is this Kobe Bryant? You got to mute that background. You can't be listening to the show and be on the show at the same time. So you have to be on the show. You got to mute that background. You can't be listening to the show and be on the show at the same time. So hey, that's a sexy voice right there. Who's that talking in the background there? That's a sexy voice. What is going on there? No, pause none. You pause the damn background screen and start talking about your boy Kobe. You got 80 million accounts. And you got 80 million accounts, and now one of the accounts you can't shut off to get ready for the show. You got 80 million accounts, and now one of the
Look, what you listening to the show in the background?
I feel like I'm at the Grand Canyon. Hello.
Okay. Can you hear me, brother? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can
you hear me?
All right, let me tell y'all something. Okay.
You know,
yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Now, listen to this. Do you know the NBA had conducted a survey on who was the better player?
Who was the better player? Did you see Obi-Wan Kenobi? Did you see the NBA made a list of the greatest sidekicks of all time, and Kobe Bryant was number one? Did you see that, Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi? See, this is what happens when you have an Android, ladies and gentlemen. When you have an Android phone, this is what happens. He's been dying to come up on GOAT James Kingdom, and the opportunity is his. And what do I have to do? I have to get him off my screen. Because it's deplorable. It's completely deplorable what these people do when they kind of show up on GOAT James Kingdom. They're never prepared. They're never prepared.
We've been saying the whole time, man, there's not a comparison about who is better than Kobe and T-Mac. Wow, I don't even know why he came up here talking that.
Again, it is not a lie, ladies and gentlemen. If you go and research it yourself, not only was Kobe voted as the number one sidekick of all time on NBA.com, he was put on the sidekick Mount Rushmore of all time, alongside Scottie Pippen and many other illustrious sidekicks in NBA history. That's what they don't want to get, because, again, they have this notion that one player is completely responsible for a team winning and losing. And they want to give Kobe credit and responsibility for Shaquille O'Neal's 3 championships. When Shaquille O'Neal ended up leaving the Lakers and within 2 years won a championship with some second-year player, while Kobe couldn't make the playoffs.
Kobe Shaq might be 4-0 in the finals with T-Mac.
Y'all want me to go look it up? I can go find it. It's not like it's not available. It's available. I'm waiting for some Kobe fans to step up. I'm not the Kobe hater here. I'm just saying T-Mac was that baller. What are we going off of? I never seen Kobe score 13 points in 9 seconds. Did you ever see him do that before?
Nah, man. All 3 were 2. 4 for 4 with the and 1. And he had to play defense too. The last play he got the steal, I think, too, on Manu in that game.
I just want to know why y'all be so mad at Kobe Bryant. Let's see if we can find it here. I'm looking for it right now. Oh, there it is. Why they had to do that to Kobe Bryant? Oh, why they had to do that to Kobe Bryant? Why they had to do that to Kobe Bryant? We got some more people in the building. King Speech Rose in the building. Three Pete God is in the building. Peace and blessings. Thank you for joining me here. Again, we are here having fun here on a special GOAT James Kingdom stream. We are going live on FYF Sports Debates, also on IG as well. So peace and blessings to everybody who just joined me on this quick stream. I'm letting everybody up. I got a couple of GOAT James Kingdom members that were up. Shout out to you, Twin Man. You're more than welcome to come back up. But y'all were upset. And I don't know why y'all be so upset for when we tell y'all the facts. This is not me making shit up. This is not people making things up. These are real, actual things that exist out here, but you guys want to ignore it. Y'all always say that all these things matter, but when we say it matters, here we go right here. This is saying Kobe was a sidekick. This is NBA.com. Kobe was a sidekick. That's not us making stuff up. That's not us hating on Kobe. Kobe was a sidekick. He's on the Mount Rushmore of sidekicks. They even put him ahead of Scottie Pippen, which shows you how rings don't matter, because he got more. Scottie Pippen got the most rings out of all these people here. So I ain't the one who's hating on Kobe's career. Y'all can get mad at GOAT James Kingdom all y'all want to. It's not my fault. Kobe Bryant was a sidekick. He just wasn't. So let me let King Speech Row in the building. What you got for us today, King Speech Row?
The disrespect is crazy. Now, two things could be right at the same time. Mac would have got a championship or two with Shaq, no doubt. But Kobe wasn't no goddamn sidekick, man. Y'all need to get off of that.
What was he? What was he?
He was Batman to Superman. I mean, I don't understand.
That's still a sidekick. That's still a sidekick.
Nah, because Batman is the brains of the operation, man. Superman is just all power.
He's still the sidekick. The final say so, the final word goes through Superman. That wasn't Kobe. That's why he kicked Shaq off. If it was that simple, why did he force Shaq off the team? To clear his name.
Sidekicks don't average 32 points in a series against the Spurs. That's what sidekicks don't do that.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't a sidekick average 32 points per game? Why wouldn't they? Stephen Curry did it. Kevin Durant did it.
The three other guys on your Mount sidekick.
Kyrie Irving did it. I mean, who says that?
Him and Braun had 41 in the same.
Why are you limiting? You know what? This is some zesty Jeffrey thing. And you know what I saw today? Hold on, Ray. Check this out. I saw today where Rip Hamilton said that he had a game in Washington where he was going off on Allen Houston, which Allen Houston used to cook him so much. In this game, he felt like he had a chance against Allen Houston. He said he put up 30 points in the first half versus Allen Houston, lighting him up. Michael Jordan looked at him at halftime and said, "Good game, good half, young man. That's it. I'm going to take over." This man legitimately stopped this kid from scoring points so Jordan could do whatever the hell Jordan wanted to do, so Jordan could get his stats. Let's not like.
Why are we bringing up Jordan?
Because you brought up this idea that a sidekick can't score, that a sidekick is just supposed to sit around here and be limited. Like, who cares if Kobe scored 30 points? He's still a sidekick. That's it. You're still a sidekick.
Again, sidekicks don't be all NBA first team defense. They don't be
Who said that? Who said that? Who said
Scottie
that?
Pippen
Scottie Pippen was all defensive first team. What are you talking about?
One time. Hold on. One time.
No, he wasn't.
Scottie Pippen was multiple times.
Scottie Pippen was all defensive first team 8 times, sir. Stop lying on Scottie Pippen's
name. All NBA first team, and all NBA first team. So you're talking about one of the best players in the league.
Kobe wasn't all NBA first team every time they won a championship. Don't do that.
Here's the thing. The idea that it has to be a one. The idea that first of all, again, as we're going to keep putting up, Kobe was the guy bringing it home. He was the guy in the fourth quarter that when it going gets rough, he's the go-to guy. So it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not, bro. The way y'all look at teams, man. Okay. Let's go to comics. Because this is where the sidekicks come from, right? Who beat Thanos?
I don't watch comics from the movie who beat Thanos. They had to go back in time, son. And
yeah.
And we all know going back in time and rearranging shit. What y'all doing? Y'all going back in time and rearranging shit.
See, we all know the killing blow was struck by Tony Stark. We all know that Tony Stark.
Yeah, Tony Stark ain't no sidekick.
Exactly the point. And
but that's who Shaq was. That's not who Kobe was. Shaq was Iron Man.
It's okay. It's all right.
What are you talking about?
See, Captain America is the leader of the Avengers.
I gotta let a real Kobe Bryant fan step up. Not you Michael Jordan fans trying to step up for Kobe Bryant. Let 3P guard. Are you a Kobe Bryant fan? Why are y'all so mad at Tracy McGrady? He could win championships with Shaq.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Peace and blessings, and thank you for allowing me to come on your show, and salute to all the panel members. Yes, I am a Kobe fan. I'm the same age as Kobe, so I kind of follow Kobe's entire career. So here I am in school, about to graduate high school, and he's in his rookie season playing basketball. So I was just amazed. I was just totally amazed by that. And then I go and join the military shortly after, right after I graduate, and I'm just following his whole career while I'm in the military. And, all I seen to do was do like incredible things. And in 2000, when they finally broke over and they finally passed over, there's no way anybody could tell me T-Mac could have did that. There's no way. Especially in 2000. In 2000, when Shaq fouled out and Kobe had to take over, seen nothing like it. Scored 10 points in overtime. going back and forth with going back and forth with Reggie Miller telling everybody, I got this. We're not leaving this game. We're going 2-2. We're going to win this game 3-1.
Tracy can do that. That's why Tracy left Orlando, because they weren't giving him the opportunity to do that. He can do that.
You mean he left Toronto because he couldn't do that, right?
Sorry, he left Toronto. He left Toronto for that same reason, because they didn't give him the chance to do that. He said that. They put him in the handcuff.
You don't think he could have won with Vince Carter? You don't think he could have won with Vince Carter? Why did he leave?
No, they don't have Shaquille O'Neal and Phil Jackson and the Laker roster. Like that's what he's saying. Like, I didn't have that. If I had that, I'm winning championships too. And he's right. And he's not losing in 04 and 03. Because he's not gonna sit here and argue with Shaq. He's not gonna sit here and have Phil Jackson upset at him because he's not running his plays and not doing what he's supposed to do.
How do you know that when he did? How do you know that if he didn't want to play with Tracy McGrady? I mean with Vince Carter.
It's like he didn't want to play with Vince Carter. Toronto didn't believe in him. He went somewhere that believed in him, a team that was going to give him the money and give him the reins to the franchise, which the Lakers gave Kobe that. They just told Kobe, you got to sit behind Shaq. Which T-Mac would have had no problem sitting behind Shaq. No problem. He's not going to sit behind Vince Carter. That's what I'm saying. He's talking about Shaq. Just like Gilbert Arenas has said, everybody was second option to Shaq. No matter how you felt, everybody was a second option to Shaq in that era. Everybody. No matter who you were, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Kobe, you are a second option if you're playing with Shaq from 2000 to 2004. Even Dwayne Wade, it was the same thing. When he joined the Miami Heat, it was the same thing.
No,
you're a side
Shaq. Why did Shaq in 2001, he said he didn't need to come in shape. He came in all season out of shape. He didn't care because I knew I had you. Who says, hey, sidekick, you're going to take – when you ever see Jordan go, hey, Pippen, you're going to take this, man. I don't feel like doing the work this time. I'm sorry. Number one, alphas don't do that.
He does it all. Jordan did it all the time.
No, he didn't. No, he never did it.
That's how they started winning championships. They took away the whole triangle offense. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I want to hear your lie. Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead. I want to hear your lie. Go ahead.
So
you're breaking in and out. Go ahead. I want to hear this lie. Go ahead. Start from the top. You're breaking in and out. Go ahead.
No, where did you last hear me?
I was telling you that Michael Jordan had plenty of responsibilities taken away from him, including scoring, which was the only thing he refused to relinquish so that the Bulls could win championships. Scottie Pippen took a lot of the roles, and other players took on other roles. And in fact, Greg Hodges was just on All the Smoke telling them how, in reality, the real leader of that locker room was Bill Cartwright.
Craig Hodges needed a check. Stop that.
Here you go. See, look, he don't need no check to say that. Well, how many? We're talking about somebody that got real integrity. Don't ever disrespect Craig Hodges because you are Zesty Jeffrey. The man got real integrity. The man lost his career because of his integrity and what he stand on. And you got a nerve to say this man got paid to say that Bill Cartwright was the real leader of the Bulls. Think about that, my man.
A nigga was 6-3 that led the Bulls. 6-4 in the last championship.
Again, the man said that in the locker room, Bill Cartwright said some shit, the players listened. That's facts. Don't get upset because Jordan wasn't cool with his teammates.
Oh, God.
Man, if Craig Hodges teammates would listen to him.
Again, we're talking, listen, Rose, stop sitting here lying. Three-peat God. At the end of the day,
if Craig Hodges' teammates would have listened to him, there would have been no 1991 finals because he wanted to boycott. So no, don't tell everybody who's listening to Craig Hodges.
I said Bill Cartwright. He said Bill Cartwright was the leader.
You said Craig Hodges when it came to integrity and all that other crazy stuff.
Yes, he did have integrity. So that's what I'm saying. So don't say
if
this
man is integrity. If he's had integrity, why didn't nobody else follow him when he wanted to boycott?
What does his integrity have to do?
Because he lost your damn mind.
What does your integrity have to do with other people following you? That's why you have integrity, because you stand on your own principles. No, you're not doing it because other people are following you. You're missing the whole interpretation of what integrity means, my friend. He is not going to take a paycheck to say Bill Cartwright was the leader of the Bulls in a way to lie. He doesn't have to lie. He doesn't care. He's stating that because that is the facts in the locker room. That's why Bill Cartwright punched Jordan in his face to tell him, you ain't going to talk to me this way. You may talk to these other guys, but I'm a veteran. I've been in this league way longer than you, and you're going to respect me. Same thing that Robert Parrish told him. Y'all
stop break his legs. He didn't hit him.
They're not liars. Jordan didn't come out and say they were liars. You said they were liars. Jordan took the L, just like you should take the L. That's just facts. I gave you a chance. Let's see if Slim could come up and represent the Jordan fan base. Lied about Michael Jordan's leadership, lying about Kobe Bryant in the locker room, acting like Kobe Bryant was some kind of special dude during the same era and the same span that Phil Jackson said they should trade Kobe Bryant away.
So why didn't they?
Because you're going to keep Kobe Bryant as a star player. That's what you do. That's business. He's a superstar. He's an international superstar, and you keep him.
Exactly.
That was the whole point.
It has nothing to do with winning.
He's not a sidekick.
He's a sidekick. There's plenty of guys that you do that with that don't win championships. That were sidekicks. Dwayne Wade was a sidekick, and you did that with Dwayne Wade. Chris Bosh was that. He was still a sidekick. Scottie Pippen was that, and he was a sidekick.
Wait, Wade was a sidekick? Oh, okay. No, he was to Shaq.
Like, again, y'all are upset because Kobe was a sidekick next to Shaquille O'Neal. No one's fault. That's why he kicked Shaq off the Lakers so that y'all can be proven right. So it's all about stats.
If Shaq was really that guy and that much further of a greater of a superstar than Kobe, then why didn't they move Kobe instead of Shaq? Because he wasn't that guy, bro. He wasn't that.
Because Shaq was old. And you're not going to lose Kobe Bryant, who has another 7 to 8 to 10 years on his resume, to another guy.
Shaq still played another 7 years.
But Shaq did not give you nothing near what Shaq gave you in those years. They milked everything they needed.
Because he was never that guy.
Wait.
That guy. Why did he stop being that guy?
Okay.
Because Kobe made him look better than he was.
Why are you guys trying to denigrate Shaq when Shaq won a championship?
Because we got the evidence.
You don't have no evidence.
Hold on.
You don't hold on shit. Shaq won a championship 2 years removed from Kobe. How long did it take Kobe to win a championship?
Shaq got swept in the first round.
As a sidekick, right? Riding the Flash.
2 years later?
Again, Shaq won a championship 2 years removed from Kobe. All-NBA first team, back-to-back. What happened to Kobe? Didn't make the playoffs. Getting out in the first round.
Shaq was swept by Hakeem, and Shaq couldn't get out of the first round against Utah for 4 years while Kobe was still fucking coming.
We're doing 2009.
Kobe was airballing versus Utah Jazz, sir.
Kobe wasn't even a starter at that point, bro. That was on Nick Van Exel. He had Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones and was getting.
Stop blaming everyone else for Kobe's failure.
He was getting his ass swept, bro, and you know it. Stop muting the mic.
You know why Kobe took that shot? Because Shaq
don't run, motherfuckers. You stop muting the
Shaq at the end.
Kobe got swept. Kobe got swept.
Right.
You act like Kobe wasn't on the team. Kobe got swept.
It's okay. He's having fun.
No, I'm not having fun. Y'all not listening. Y'all think y'all gonna cut me off and go to this distraction shit.
We're educating
2000 and two. No, you're not educating shit. I was born then. I was around then. You wasn't born older than me.
No, I'm definitely older than you.
If Shaq was that guy, they would have got rid of Kobe, man. Kobe gave them the choice, and they knew who to keep and who to let go. That's the bottom line. He was a free agent the year Shaq left.
I just told you Kobe was born in 78.
That has nothing to do with 2000 to 2004. Stick to the conversation. Stop going outside of 05.
Kobe got us out the West, and Shaq dominated the finals. That's what happened.
When?
All 3 years. All 3 years. Kobe got us the championship because the championship was in the West, bro. Shaq dominated the finals because there's no competition in the finals.
Okay,
there's no fucking the top 8 seeds in the West would have won that title.
You're not going to say Shaq's a scrub or a bum. No.
I want to hear this.
But Shaq and Kobe.
The top 7 or 8 teams in the West would have won the title any of those 3 years, bro. No team in the East was going to beat anybody in the West.
Okay, in 2000, Shaq in the playoffs, averaged 31 points, 15 rebounds, on 50.
None of that matters in the last 3 minutes of a game, bro.
Bingo.
Stop cutting me off. I let you say your lie, and I'm going to expose it. You can't give Kobe credit for 3 minutes of a basketball game. It is a 48-minute game. The game strategy is to prevent Shaquille O'Neal from doing things, not Kobe. So stop giving Kobe credit for things that he's able to do because he's playing alongside Shaq. Because when he didn't have Shaq, he did more scoring in the last 3 minutes of a ball game and was still taking L's. That's facts. So Shaq was why they were winning championships. Stop taking that from Shaq. Y'all always say we discredit LeBron's teammates, but here it is. You guys are discrediting everybody Kobe played with because Kobe wasn't better than Shaq. This is your argument. Instead of explaining why Kobe's better than T-Mac, which you can't even do. You guys can't even explain how Kobe's better than T-Mac.
I did, and you went straight to Jordan. I said Mac would have won a couple of championships. He wouldn't have won 3 because there's just certain levels that Kobe went and Mac didn't. Y'all went to Jordan talking about Craig Hodges.
What levels is that? What levels is that? What levels is that? What levels can't Tracy McGrady? What level is that?
Plus levels. I mean, come on now. Mac didn't get out the first round, whatever team he was on. He didn't play with Yao Ming now. He didn't play with Yao Ming now.
Never got out the first round. Never.
O'Neal. He doesn't have Shaquille O'Neal. He doesn't have Shaquille O'Neal.
He has Yao Ming and didn't get out the first round.
He don't have Shaquille O'Neal. That's why y'all keep making it seem like T-Mac's supposed to get out the first round, as if that changes the fact that if he's playing with Shaquille O'Neal, he's getting out of the first round. So stop bringing that up. Lamont, this is why I was so glad to have this show. I have so much fucking energy for these liars, bro. These motherfuckers are liars. They can't accept it. He was a sidekick to fucking Shaq. Accept it. Or throw the sidekick label away and give Scottie Pippen his fucking props. And give every other player who was a fucking quote-unquote sidekick their fucking props. Including Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who y'all love to say was a sidekick for 3 championships.
Bro, I haven't heard so much nonsense. The dude said, some dude up here just said Kobe made Shaq better.
I can't believe that. How did he make Shaq better? Where?
Shaq was dominating before Kobe came into the league.
Game. No, the thing
he dominated is, what? What did he dominate?
The thing was it was an easy decision for the Lakers in 04 because I feel like I'm the only one, maybe you, Johnny, that's actually done research on why the Lakers kept Kobe. I mean, and actually, it don't take too many brain cells to understand why they kept Kobe. Kobe was 25 in his prime. And if you have to choose between an aging and declining star or Kobe, you obviously keep Kobe. And what people can't separate, Johnny, is their emotional connection between. Obviously, you've already said it. The funny thing is you said it. Kobe was a superstar. What they can't congest is the fact that Kobe had to relegate himself to being a sidekick as a superstar because he was playing behind Shaq. That's just the role he had to take for them to win. And that winning stopped when Kobe stopped being a sidekick. And that's when they said, we got to blow this up because Kobe's no longer going to be a sidekick. That's literally what Jerry Buss said. Jerry Buss literally said, well, Kobe just hit a boiling point. He ain't being a sidekick no more. Phil, you gone. Shaq, you gone. Because Kobe's not buying into this no more. They're not going for the Zen stuff no more. We can't keep Kobe reeled in. That's why they blew it up. Jerry Buss literally said that's exactly what it was. It had nothing to do with, and obviously Shaq's over 30. He's declining. Okay, easy decision. But I mean, so I just think that it's just this sad emotional connection to Kobe where just people don't want to tell the truth about his legacy no more. And you what you said was right. This comparison right here is what drove Kobe to pushing Shaq away, because winning championships wasn't enough for these fake Kobe fans. It wasn't enough.
No, don't say that. Don't speak for all Kobe fans. We didn't want Shaq to leave. Nobody, Kobe fans didn't want Shaq to leave.
3-point. Hold on, 3-point guy. Hold on, 3-point guy.
Loins, man. Stop being
the reason.
I'm not as nice as Lamont. Why was there the decision, Lamont? Why do I have to choose between? Why can't I keep them both? Explain that.
That's the are you talking about Kobe and Shaq?
Yeah, because they could have kept them both. They could have easily said, "Listen, man, we are going to win multiple championships. You guys can get this together." But they can't because Kobe refused to still accept a couple more years.
They could have done it, but Shaq was coming up on a contract year, and Shaq still, even though he was declining and getting injured, he was wanting to get paid. So I just think they said, "Well, we're gonna cut ties early, and we can maybe get something for Shaq while he still has value," because as we saw from the moment he left to LA, he just declined. He declined and declined and declined even more, and to the point where it didn't even look like Shaquille O'Neal anymore, and it was sad to even watch. But so they made the right decision by trading Shaq. You keep the younger player, but people up here pretending as if they.
That's my problem. That's my problem right there, Lamont. Is that no one wants to give Kobe culpability for Shaq having to leave LA. They could have made it work. It didn't work because Kobe refused. Kobe refused to do it. Shaq's not the one that has to relinquish what he's done in his legacy for Kobe. They were supposed to pay Shaq his money because Shaq was still a superstar at the time. You can't tell me this. You guys cannot tell me this, because when Shaq showed up in Miami in 2005 or the 2004 offseason, we were ecstatic. There was nobody sitting around here not thinking that our title chances did not just pop up right with Shaquille O'Neal. We became instant title contenders. So if the Lakers were interested in winning championships, which they were, but they realized they're not going to be able to keep Kobe if they keep Shaq. If they said, "Yo, we're keeping Shaq, but we need you," Kobe would have said, "I'm leaving." Shaq would have stayed. They could afford both players. There was no reason why they couldn't keep both players, but it was a simple option that Kobe let them know. And then Kobe threatened them by saying, "I'm going to go to the Clippers." Like, come on, man. Like, we have to start holding Kobe accountable for this Shaquille O'Neal whole scenario. And it was all because Kobe wouldn't accept, like you said, he kept listening to everybody else who kept telling him, "You're not as good as Shaq." And he was just mad because Shaq was lazy. Like the
funny thing about that is that's Kobe's exact words. After the fact, Kobe admitted, he says, "I couldn't take it." He basically said it himself. He said, I needed to prove to everyone that I could do it without Shaq. Kobe admitted this. And the only reason why he would feel he needed to show everyone he could do it without Shaq is because these fake fans and these pretend Laker fans now that are running around pretending that they love Kobe were the same runs running around at that time saying that Kobe was just a sidekick, and if you didn't have Shaq, you wouldn't have those 3 rings. It stemmed from these fake pretend fans who now, since he's passed, have come to their senses, and they're overcompensating for all the hate. Kobe was hated when he played. All these people pretending that Kobe was loved and they were Kobe fans, they're all lying. Kobe did not have a bunch of fans when he played. He was hated. And now these Kobe haters who hated him when he played are now pretending that they loved him, primarily just to use him to try to lift him up over LeBron. That's all they do. Because what is synonymous with all these Kobe lovers? What's synonymous? They all have one similarity. All of these Kobe lovers hate LeBron. They only use him to try to prop him up over LeBron. No one comes with a real genuine take, because the genuine real Kobe fans are honest about his career. Yes, he was a sidekick. Yes, he ran Shaq out of town. Yes, he redeemed himself with the 2 championships. They are honest. These fake sorry Kobe fans that come up here using them as an agenda. They're the pretend fans because they can't admit the obvious. That's all.
No, and this is my thing about the whole Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal thing. When Kobe said, "Okay, listen, it's me or Shaq," they said, "Okay, it's you." Then he gets mad at them and say, "You disrespected me, or you didn't live up to your obligations. I want to be traded." Because he couldn't take being 2 years of them having to figure out how to rebuild. Obviously, you're rebuilding if you're getting rid of someone as big as Shaquille O'Neal. There's no way we're going to be able to give you what you need to win a championship. And Kobe understood that. That's why Kobe had to apologize later. And then he had to realize, I need Phil Jackson back, because that's the only way I'm going to win championships. And they luckily got Paul Gasol, because if the Lakers don't get Paul Gasol, they're not winning a championship at all. They're not winning those championships without Paul Gasol. They're not winning with Tommy Brown, because he needed a sidekick.
Kobe needed a guy that was number one on another team to be his sidekick, what he didn't want to do anymore. Paul Gasol had to come from being a number one to go be Kobe's sidekick to help him build his legacy up and help him win championships. That's so Paul Gasol sacrificed his legacy to help Kobe build his.
Pat Raj, be good, be gone. I don't care. Go find the Zesty Jeffrey channel that's going to tell you all the lies you want to hear. There's one called The Angry Man Sports. There's Unsmart Hoops. There's the Zesty Fitness and Rants. They're all live today talking about Kobe. There's Meltdown Sports. There's Casino for Life or Kerosene for Life. There's Cricket TV. There's all of these other channels that will tell you every lie you want to hear about Kobe Bryant. But I did this live today because I'm going in on Kobe Bryant fans. Y'all are going in on your own people. Tracy McGrady and Gilbert Arenas are Kobe Bryant fans. Yep. They think Kobe Bryant is great. But they also understand as players, if we were playing alongside Shaquille O'Neal, we would have those same 3 championships. And I will contest that a lot of those other players would not have the ego Kobe had to run Shaq out of town and would have milked the most out of Shaquille O'Neal till Shaquille O'Neal left and would have won more championships with Shaq and would have still been the top dog afterwards. But he couldn't do that because if Kobe would have had 5 championships with Shaq and the same resume, y'all would not be talking about Kobe the way y'all talking about him. Those are the facts, ladies and gentlemen.
You're probably right. But guess what? He didn't win any championship. Hell, he couldn't even get out the first round.
What does that have to do with how good he played?
How is this even a discussion?
Because between 2000 and 2004, he played just as good as Kobe, if not better.
And Kobe didn't get out the first round without Pau Gasol.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Right. The first 3-peat, Paul Gasol was there for the first 3-peat too, I guess, right?
Well, no, remember the 3-peat is Shaq.
Right.
Exactly. Don't do that. Wait, one boy. You saw he muffled that.
So you can say 3 names. You can say 2 different names.
You heard how he muffled it. He decided. Oh wait, hold on, wait, one boy. This is how
y'all play these games and then hate when it's played.
This is how he said it. He said, "What about the 3-peat that Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe won?" That's how he said it. He muffled that shit out of his mouth, knowing he can't bring up the 3-peat. That's what they get upset about.
Why can't I bring up the 3-peat? Kobe,
because that's not
Shaq. 3-peat without Kobe Bryant. What do you mean don't bring up the 3-peat?
You can't bring the 3-peat.
Then we don't talk about the Miami's 2012 and 2013. Then
are you going to bring up Dwayne Wade?
You can't talk about those two anymore because they don't count.
Why not? Because he wasn't a sidekick.
Because he had the team up. He had Wade and Bosh.
No,
how many championships did he win without Wade and Bosh?
Somebody else's team.
How many championships did he win without Wade and Bosh?
We're not saying Kobe Bryant doesn't have those championships. We're telling you he was a sidekick. You don't want to accept that. We didn't say he didn't have a championship. We said he was a sidekick to those championships. You don't want to accept that.
No, not in 2001.
Y'all don't even realize the sidekick come from superhero. Batman and Robin come from that.
No, it doesn't.
Nobody.
Sidekick come from Scottie Pippen. No one before Scottie Pippen was called a sidekick, and no one after Scottie Pippen was called
because they described them like Batman and Robin.
No, because Michael Jordan needed Scottie Pippen to win.
He did. There's no debate because that's history.
You're saying that's where the term came from. You misunderstand.
Comes from the comic books.
That's where the term came from.
No, the term in the NBA.
All Jordan did was Pippen to go 6 for 6.
Don't tell me
because they were described as Batman and Robin.
You Zesty Jeffries can't read. I don't want to hear about comics. Please explain to me how Kobe Bryant's 3 championships are different than Scottie Pippen's 6.
Much different. Because Scottie never averaged 30 in a series. He only scored 36 times in his whole career.
Championships only count if you have points. That's it. Just so points is all that matters to be a champion.
That's what y'all. Okay, so who's locking that?
Bro, if that's the case, then are you saying Tracy? Because I know you don't believe Scottie can score 30 for a championship. Are you saying Tracy McGrady can't score 30 points for a championship?
But I've already said he could have won a couple of rings.
Okay, then. So he would have won all of them with Shaq. He would have won 3+.
But you know what? He's not the defender that Kobe is. So there's certain levels. Again, there's levels to it.
Who said the Lakers won championships because Kobe's defense? Never in my life I've heard that till tonight.
They had to lock down some great guards in that West.
Who? What great guards? What guards? Who?
Bibby
was going off.
So
stop that.
Bibby wasn't going off.
Yes, he was.
You saw it in 2002. The Kings had him beat.
I need a real Kobe fan to speak up. Tyson, please save him.
Yeah, y'all are wild, bro.
Please, Tyson, please,
Hey.
please save him, Tyson. Please, Tyson.
And all I got to say If Kobe was on that Yao Ming team, they would have made it to the second round.
Okay, that's 2007, 2008, 2009. Tracy McGrady was not on the level in 2007, 2008,
Never was.
Is that Kobe fault?
Again, that's not the conversation. The conversation is 2000 to 2004. It is available for all of you to see. Stop bringing up numbers because, again, Tracy McGrady in 2007, 2008, and 2009 was not as good as he was in 2000 and 2001 and 2002. He was a better player then. So you guys have to stop this. Let's stick to the conversation.
I agree. Mac was bad. Mac was a bad boy. I agree. I've already had that discussion.
Okay, then. So that's all he said. That's all he's saying. That if I was alongside Shaquille O'Neal during that time of my career, I'm winning multiple championships. And I agree with him. He didn't say nothing wrong.
Do y'all think T-Mac should be in the Hall of Fame?
He is a Hall of Fame.
I know he is, but do you think he should be there?
Come
on,
yeah,
Johnny.
T-Mac definitely deserves it.
Yes, he's a seven-time All-Star.
T-Mac,
you know how many
everybody disqualified.
You know how many?
The Hall of Fame.
Go ahead, Tyson. I'm listening.
You know how many players can sit up there and say, if I did this, if I did that, if I played with this player and played with that player, if Karl Malone would have played with this guy and that, why would you even say something like that? Why would you even do that? It's a hypothetical, bro, that can't be quantified, that can't be, you know what I'm saying? Just to say something like that is disrespectful. He shouldn't have said it. If he feels that way, that's great, because I'm sure a lot of players may feel that way. But to say something like that is just lame, bro. It's a lame argument.
Okay, I gotta ask Tyson this. Because I need to know if Tyson's gonna be honest or not. Was Stephen A. Smith disrespectful saying this about T?
Let's not acting like, oh my God, we see a player out there, what's he playing with, and we don't know who has the peeps with him and who doesn't. We recognize that. But it's also about your skill set, what you bring to the table, what level are you at compared to your contemporaries. So if I'm looking at, for example, there was a time when we were debating about KD. Was KD the best player in the world instead of LeBron because he's a pure scorer? He was 27 a night, etc., etc. We compartmentalized, we dissected it. We weren't saying you can't play. We weren't saying you're not great. We were acknowledging you are great, but you're being compared to the other great ones. What was the ingredients of a Jordan? What was the ingredients of a Kobe? What was the ingredients of a Magic or a Bird? Because that's what it took to win championships, and what you have it.
Just to play devil's advocate, what was the ingredient of a T-Mac?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying,
I just want to say, let me say one thing really quick, guys. So there's factors outside of your control in terms of a team effort, but the other thing where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, you have to win a ring to be considered great, but then also if you leave your team and you move around, then you're knocked for that.
That's not true.
So Tyson, saying that Tracy McGrady does not have any ingredients to win a championship, that's not disrespecting him?
That could be considered disrespectful, and I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying Stephen A. was right in saying that, but at the same time, he didn't win a ring. And I'm not saying he doesn't have the ingredients. We don't know. We don't know if he would have joined with that. We don't know. So, but to sit there and say, if I was on Kobe, that's disrespecting Kobe and what he did.
How is that disrespectful?
Hold on, wait. First of all, it's not disrespecting Kobe and what he did, because again, you guys are giving Kobe credit for something that Kobe doesn't deserve to get the credit for.
What?
That's what he's trying to say. He's saying he's saying that if I'm on this same Laker team and Kobe's not, I have those same championships. That's what he's saying.
Because how did you know that?
Because I can do the same
quantifiable?
Because I can do the same things Kobe can do.
But that's not the point. But you didn't do it.
Hold on, Tyson.
No, because I wasn't in the same situation.
Okay, but we don't know what you would have done in that situation. To say you would have done it, I can say that's anybody. If I was in the hood and that nigga punched me, I would have punched him in the face. That's like Stephen A. saying he would have punched
I think you're confusing
LeBron.
I think you're confusing why it's not disrespect. It's not disrespect. It's only disrespect if you're comparing, if you're bringing to the forefront a player that wasn't the same caliber as a Kobe Bryant. These two guys have and talent-wise on the same spectrum. If you're taking another guy like a Roger Bell, say if you bring a guy like Roger Bell and say if you replace Kobe with Roger Bell will have 3 championships new. No, that's disrespectful because now you're taking a guy that's not on. Hold on one second, Tyson. You're taking a guy that's not on the same talent level. If you're taking 2 guys who, just like Gil and Ron Artest said at the time, were compared as in the same ilk. If you take them and say, well, if you put McGrady in Kobe's spot, he would win too. That's an equal comparison because these were 2 at the time. These were the 2 players who were being compared to each other, Kobe and McGrady. So it's not disrespect because they're in the same talent spectrum.
I disagree though.
You acting as if T-Mac couldn't do what Kobe did is you disrespecting T-Mac because T-Mac.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not because
Kobe.
Okay,
y'all gotta stop flipping it.
Are you done? Can I
You
respond?
just gotta let him ramble, Tyson. Just let him ramble.
Unless you are willing to,
unless
you're willing to say that T-Mac.
Why ain't got a filibuster?
Is T-Mac less than Kobe?
Tyson, that's his style, bro.
Yes.
You just gotta let him wear himself
he's less
out.
than Kobe.
He don't want to let nobody respond, bro.
He's less than Kobe. You know that, Lamont.
Hold on. Why do y'all cry when I'm
not
talking?
crying.
I
We're
sat
just
up here and listening. Y'all
having a conversation.
I didn't say a word. And as soon as I start talking, now y'all want to interject and say all this extra stuff. I'm trying to explain where you're going wrong. Y'all the ones, not without even knowing it, y'all so stupid. Y'all don't realize y'all the ones disrespecting T-Mac. The whole point of this is that Gil and Artest were saying that these 2 were equals when they were hit in their prime. They were looked at as equals. So it is a fair compare. It's not disrespect to say that T-Mac could come in and do the same because they were looked at as equals. This is not Roger Bell. This is not some bum off the bench that we're saying.
Mike Bibby. It's not Mike fucking Bibby.
Stop crying. And if y'all get out your emotions about Kobe and everything about Kobe, and you could like T Perfect said in the chat, he was like, "This is disrespect to Kobe." No, everything just because we're talking about Kobe, don't mean it's disrespect. Y'all just crybabies. Like sometimes y'all just gotta stop crying about everything, pretending as if this is always disrespect when it's not. It's not.
Also to add to Lamont's point,
sad to hear people cry this much and act like everything is disrespect when it comes to Kobe. But then out y'all same mouth, y'all be the same ones to disrespect players on a daily basis when it's not about Kobe. Y'all will disrespect players. Y'all will call just like King Rowe.
I'm not a Kobe fan.
Players of the day bums, but then when we call Frank Burkowski a bum, he all in his feelings. How stupid is y'all logic?
See what I'm saying? Lamont, you put the words in my mouth again.
I'm not a Kobe fan, bro. LeBron is better than Kobe.
Hold on, wait.
I'm not a Kobe fan.
I'm gonna let Tyson respond to Lamont. I'm gonna let Tyson respond to Lamont.
There's no response. How can you respond?
Let me get his response because they got something. They always got something to say, but this is the facts.
With a 1 and 03.
I will agree. I will agree that T-Mac. I will agree. I will agree that T-Mac and Kobe Bryant, from a talent standpoint, are in the same tier. I will agree with that from a talent standpoint. But we all know that winning 3 championships in a row is not, it's a lot of that goes into that. Lamont speaks to this. It takes more than necessarily just talent to win championships. It's a mental grind. It's all those things. To sit up here and say just because Tracy McGrady is in the same tier talent-wise as a Kobe does not mean that he will win a 3-peat with Shaq. That's all I'm saying. So it has to be done. You have to prove that. That's something that has to be proven. It's not something that can just be said.
Tyson, do you think by you just saying that he couldn't do the grind, you're basically saying he didn't have that grind in him?
I didn't say that.
But he's telling you he has that. So how are you going to argue with him when he's telling you, yes, I would have easily won a championship? That's the point.
Hold on. What they missing, Johnny, is at that time in the NBA, the player that made the mental grind much easier was Shaquille O'Neal.
Thank you.
Had Shaq on your team. That mental grind wasn't as tough. When you have Phil Jackson as the coach, that mental grind wasn't as hard to grind through, right? So everything is 1,000 times easier when you got goddamn Shaquille O'Neal sitting down there. That mental grind ain't so. You can average 15 points per game in the finals and still win because you got Shaquille O'Neal averaging 35 and 15.
Lamont, that's the same mentality. That's the same mentality that had Rashad McCants on Tony Allen's podcast talking about he could score 81 points. Like that's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. Like it doesn't matter how you think. It's about what you can do. The fact of the matter is Tracy McGrady had the same abilities as Kobe Bryant did between 2000 and 2004. So he's easily winning those championships in 2000.
Hey Johnny,
he's easily winning those championships.
Hey Johnny, we see players come to different organizations and different in the spotlight in the finals. We don't know what Tracy McGrady would have done. We've seen very talented players, some talented than others, not play well in certain situations. To sit up there and just say that because he's the same talent as Kobe, you got to prove that, bro. I don't understand how this is a point. We've seen great players have bad playoff performances. We've seen them miss clutch shots. We've seen Kobe miss clutch shots. Just because Tracy McGrady, LeBron, whoever, just because they're the same talent level does not mean Tracy McGrady would have got it done. I'm sorry.
It's not Kobe didn't get it done. Shaq got it done.
Shaq didn't. Now we're saying Kobe didn't contribute to those.
And that's what we're trying to tell you. That Tracy McGrady will contribute.
Y'all keep calling Kobe a
Wait. See, look. When I start saying stuff, this is what happens. Y'all start mumbling shit. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you, Johnny.
Listen. Whatever.
Of course you are.
Listen, whatever contribution Kobe Bryant contributed to those same 3 championships or those same 5 years, Tracy McGrady can do it. It was not on Kobe. It was not on Kobe to win those championships. That's why Kobe was telling you, if you want to put it on me, if you want to blame me for 04, if you want to blame me for 03, then you got to give me the team. Because I can't do this with Shaq. And we got to sit around here and depend on Shaq, then we're going to be messed up. Because I'm not interested in doing all this anymore. I did it for 7 years. I'm ready to move on. If that's the case, that's the point. Like, you guys are failing to realize that Tracy McGrady has that mentality. He actually has the mentality that y'all say he doesn't have, the mentality of saying, yo, I can play the second fiddle guy if I'm playing next to Shaq. Nobody's arguing that but Kobe Bryant. Even back then, like Lamont said, we were all mad at Kobe for doing that. Like, what's wrong with Kobe? Why is he doesn't like Shaq? Who doesn't like Shaquille O'Neal?
That wasn't about him not liking Shaq. That was about all of his teammates hating on him. That was
again, they hated on him because he was not a team player.
No, it's because they were jealous of him, bro. That's what the whole beef was about, bro.
Can I ask you
the shine? The shine. Kobe was getting that shine.
What shine is that? If Kobe was getting shine,
comparisons to Jordan, the respect from Magic, from Kareem, from Bill Russell, the respect he was getting from Jerry West.
So why he kicked Shaq off? He was getting all this respect and shine.
Because that's what started the Shaq and Kobe beef. Was Shaq wasn't getting that respect from Wilt and Kareem and Bill Russell and all those guys. They didn't respect him. They did not respect him, bro.
That's not true.
And at the 50 greatest, hey, it's on video. It's on video. They said, as big as you are, you need to be averaging more rebounds. They didn't respect Shaq when he was in Orlando, bro.
What? In Orlando,
it's on video. Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell making fun of him at the 50 greatest All-Star game.
We're talking about the Lakers Shaq, not the Shaq in Orlando when Wilt Chamberlain.
Shaq wasn't getting respect from Kareem. Kareem said, "You don't get no respect till you win the ring." He said that while he was the Lakers.
He won a ring.
No, I'm saying that before Shaq won the ring, Kareem openly said he don't get no respect until he wins the ring.
That has nothing to do with the conversation. Shaq has 3 championships. It's 2003 NBA season. Kobe's upset that Shaq has more shine than him.
Kobe been upset since 2000, bro. He wasn't just upset that year. He was upset from the first moment Phil Jackson walked in the door.
And you're proving my point that would have never happened with T-Mac, because T-Mac would have accepted that Shaquille was better than him.
But T-Mac don't got the skill Kobe got. T-Mac don't got the same skill. He wasn't going to guard Allen Iverson. He wasn't going to guard Scottie Pippen.
Kobe wasn't guarding Allen Iverson. They put Tyronn Lue on him.
Kobe was guarding AI. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
You know you watched that. He did guard Allen Iverson.
They got Ron Hart.
The whole game?
They got Ron
Y'all
Hart.
are crazy.
Yeah, y'all crazy. I was alive then, bro. I was old enough to buy cigarettes. You wasn't. Stop lying.
Fisher was guarding Allen
and I guess I was old enough to deploy, I guess. I don't know.
Y'all are tripping, man.
We're not tripping. Y'all want us to expect lies. Y'all are revisionists.
Bro,
y'all wasn't
Kobe was shutting down the opposite team best player. T-Mac wasn't gonna do that, bro.
All that is irrelevant, bro. All that is
exactly
irrelevant.
what Tracy McGrady was doing. There's nothing Tracy McGrady could do on the basketball court that T-Mac cannot do between 2000 and 04.
That's not true.
Season. What could Kobe do that Tracy McGrady
He's
could
a
not
better defender.
Get
He
out
could
of post,
guard the
huh?
best player
Based
on the
on
other team.
Based on what?
Based on the film. Go pull up any film of T-Mac. Go find us the defensive film on T-Mac.
Who was T-Mac guarding when they were playing the Lakers?
Wait, say that again? I couldn't hear you.
Who was T-Mac guarding when he was facing the Lakers?
You talking about in 2000 in 2002?
In 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004.
T-Mac was guarding his position. T-Mac was playing between the 2 and the 3.
Who was he
guarding? He wasn't shutting nobody down. He was not known as a defender. He was known as an offensive player.
Who was T-Mac guarding when he faced the Lakers? It's a simple answer, sir. Since you watched the game and we're supposed to believe your eye test. Who was T-Mac guarding?
T-Mac was either on Kobe or Rick Fox, but he did not guard Kobe on a regular basis.
Oh, he didn't guard. Who was guarding T-Mac?
Kobe was guarding Mac. Kobe embarrassed T-Mac, bro. Go back and look at the 20-point comeback or whatever that was.
They embarrassed each other.
So you telling me T-Mac
They
never
embarrassed each other.
Kobe Bryant?
No, I'm not saying T-Mac never competed. I'm saying Kobe embarrassed T-Mac with one arm. He had a torn labrum. He had a torn.
Slim, stop bringing up bullshit. You got to stick to the topic. You guys never stick to the topic. If we go look up T-Mac's numbers versus the Los Angeles Lakers while he was at Orlando Magic, will it show Kobe Bryant shutting him down? Who has?
No,
Kobe
I never
Bryant?
said Kobe shut him down.
Okay, let's start this.
I got
Who
the
has
stats
Kobe?
right here.
No, wait, no. We're gonna get to that, Lamar. Because who has Kobe ever shut down?
Kobe shut T-Mac down at the end of a game to win a game, bro. In the fourth quarter.
Who has Kobe shut down? Name him.
He shut down T-Mac. Look it up, man. T-Mac versus Kobe with one arm.
Lamont, since you said that, Lamont, when did he shut down? When did Kobe shut down T-Mac? Can you let us know, please?
I'll start since we're talking about the 2000s, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna start from every matchup. I'm just gonna go every matchup from 2001 on down. March 18th, 2001, T-Mac 29, 10, and 5. The next game, November 11th, 2001, T-Mac 20, 22, and 7. The next game, T-Mac 22 and 10. Next game, T-Mac 38, 6, and 9. Next game, T-Mac 27 and 3. Next game, T-Mac 37, 7, and 10. Next game, T-Mac 26, 4, and 8. Next game, T-Mac 27 and 4. Next game, T-Mac 20 and 8. And after that, he was injured. So this year he was injured. So he played 8 minutes this game. He played, and then his last game versus the Lakers was in 07, where he scored 8 points, 5 and 12. And that was his last game versus the Lakers. Well, no, that's not the last. That's actually, there's more. He was injured that game, it says. In 07, he dropped 35 and 10. He dropped another 36 and 4. And we got 19 and 9. We got 39 and 11. Yeah.
Are you done? Are you done just reading numbers, bro? Are you done just reading?
You said go look at the stats. Wait.
No, because look.
Hold on, Slim. No, Slim, you don't run this show. You told the man, you told us go get the numbers. You said Kobe was.
I didn't say shit about numbers. I said I saw.
Hold on, Slim. So Slim, this is what they do. What they're gonna do, Johnny, is this. What they're gonna do, they're gonna pretend as if they remember exact moments in the game where Kobe stopped them and say, "Oh, they won this particular game because Kobe shut them down in the last 4 minutes of the fourth." They don't even remember what happened in the NBA Finals in the fourth quarter. They can't tell you what happened in the game this year, and they expect us to believe that they remember Kobe shutting T-Mac down 20 years ago. In the fourth quarter, they're lying. So we have to go to the stats because they will lie about these games. Oh, yeah, T-Mac did drop 37 on him, but he stopped him in the fourth quarter in the last 2 minutes. Why you gotta lie?
He said, "Go look." He said, "Go get the numbers." He said it. He said, "Go get the numbers." We got the numbers. Kobe got cooked. You said Kobe was the primary defender on Tracy McGrady. That's what you said. That's what you said. Like, we don't make this up. Y'all are upset that Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady were equals during a span of their career. Not the entire career, just a short span, because we all know Tracy McGrady didn't have the longevity of a Kobe Bryant. He didn't have the long, illustrious time of a Kobe Bryant.
No, ask Slim what game he's talking about where Kobe stopped T-Mac in the last 3 minutes of the fourth or something.
No. It wasn't the last 3 minutes, bro. It was the whole fourth quarter. It was the whole fucking fourth quarter, bro.
This game?
That was in 2004. Look it up, motherfucker. It's March 15, 2004. March 15, 2004.
Hold on.
Pull the fucking film up.
Hold on.
No, you so fucking
Slim. Hold on. So Slim is talking about the game where Slim is literally talking about the game where T-Mac dropped 37, 5, and 10.
Everybody remembers that, man.
He dropped 37, 5, and 10, Slim.
But guess how much? Yeah, he lost the fucking game, dumbass, because he fucking shut him down in the fourth quarter. Stupid asses. Y'all motherfuckers be reading numbers.
He dropped. Hold on, Slim. Hold on. Imagine this.
Cause, man, these motherfuckers are manipulators.
I want y'all to imagine y'all kid coming home. How'd you do in your game today, son? The dude I was guarding dropped 40 and 15.
Yo, if you weren't so scared to pull up the fucking film, bro, pull up the film, coach. Pull the fucking film up and tell me what you're not.
Slim, I'll pull a film up. I'll pull the film up. I'm just saying.
He said what day was that? He said March. What day was it?
March 15th. You can pull the highlights up. You just think we ain't gonna pull it up.
Hey, Lamar.
What does this have to do with McGrady doing what Kobe did in the finals and in those games? What does that have to do with this, though? This is dumb.
Don't matter. Slim went down this stupid road.
It don't matter. This is y'all muddying up the argument with all this dumb shit.
Why don't you say this to Slim when he starts talking this nonsense?
I agree with you. I agree with you on this point. I agree with you, Lamar.
We entertain y'all stupidity.
Okay.
Y'all get mad at us for entertaining this stupidity.
All right, y'all can entertain it.
For going down these stupid roads.
I'm mad at him. Yeah, it's irrelevant.
I didn't say nothing. Hold on. Y'all didn't say nothing to King Rose. When King Rose said, if you average 30 points as a sidekick, you can't be a sidekick. But Klay Thompson in 2016 averaged 30 a game in the 2016 Western Conference Finals, but he's a sidekick. D Wade did it. He's a sidekick. When sidekicks average 30 in a series, don't mean they're not a sidekick. It just means you're a sidekick that averaged 30.
I agree.
Nobody running around saying that D Wade was equal to LeBron or Klay was equal to Steph just because they averaged 30 in a series. That's stupid logic.
We just saw Jay Dub drop 40 in the finals.
I always want to go down these roads of stupidity. So we're going to go down the road of stupidity. That means Klay Thompson's equal to Steph. That means D Wade was equal to LeBron in Miami. Go down that road of stupidity then.
I don't agree with none of that.
Y'all never say nothing to King Rowe or any of these idiots.
I disagree with King Rowe all the time.
I always want to get mad at us for entertaining it.
But okay. Again, I'm giving you guys an opportunity to show why Kobe is better than T-Mac, and all you guys are bringing up is how much you like Kobe Bryant. I don't care how you like Kobe Bryant. It really doesn't matter. Both of these guys were great basketball players at that time of their careers. This is the whole argument from 2000 to 2004. You guys keep bringing in all these other years. Even this 2004 year, he's bringing up a year where they have Shaquille O'Neal. The game plan isn't to stop Kobe; it's to stop Shaquille O'Neal. So Tracy McGrady has the game plan against him in 2004. The entire Laker defense in the fourth quarter is to stop Tracy McGrady. He's already gone off for 30 points in 3 quarters. Where was Kobe in the first quarter? Why did Kobe all of a sudden turn it on in the second quarter or the third quarter? Like, it doesn't make no sense. Like, you guys bring up all of these lies, and then when we tell you let's use context, you get mad at the context that we bring. In that series, but in that particular game or that particular time, it was still Shaq's team. If it was Kobe's team, Shaq would have never left. The only way that would have ever been Kobe's team is when Shaq was done and gone with. And that wasn't in 05, that wasn't in 06, and that wasn't in 07. So Kobe would have had to wait another 3 years before he could decide that he was going to be the man. He wasn't going to wait anymore. He wasn't going to do it anymore. And that's why this whole idea.
Too, if you want to put it on the screen.
Bring up the highlight because what he's mentioning is I guess he wants to say is right.
This ain't the one where he made Kobe touch the floor, was it?
Oh, yeah. Because
the baseline move.
Because like Lamar said, in this game, Tracy McGrady had 37 points, 10 assists, and 7 rebounds in this game. He shot 40% from the field, but in the fourth quarter, he had 5 points and only and 2 rebounds. That's really it. He didn't do that much. Now Kobe went off. Kobe went off for 24 points in this quarter. So Kobe went ham.
And I think they lost too. I think the Lakers lost that game.
What game?
No, the Lakers won that game. It went into overtime. It had to go into overtime.
Damn.
Hey, John.
So that
against the T-Mac Orlando?
Hey, T-Mac did that against Kobe and Shaq. He
with
did it
Kobe,
against Kobe.
oh wait, and Gary Payton and Karl Malone.
What did Kobe do after
T-Mac
Tracy
by
McGrady?
himself is supposed to beat that Laker team. That's what Slim is saying. T-Mac by himself is supposed to figure it out in the fourth. He's gassed. This is what happens when you don't have a lot of help. This is what T-Mac is saying. I don't have a Gary Payton, a Karl Malone, a Kobe Bryant.
Do what? What did Kobe Bryant do when he was told he had to be a sidekick to Shaq?
He threw a tantrum.
Got this.
Okay, so did T-Mac do that? Did T-Mac ever throw a tantrum for being a sidekick to Shaq? Since y'all said we got to talk about what happened.
He never played with Shaq. How are we going to say people?
Hey, listen, I want to tell you this, Tyson. It's funny how you say we can't do this who won championship stuff when all y'all do is discredit LeBron James for who he won championships with. I have to argue.
No, I'm a LeBron fan.
I'm gonna leave you alone. You are JK member. I'm gonna leave you alone.
What are we talking about, bro?
I got some people that's been very patient here. Let me let Atlas in the building. Atlas, it's your turn to speak. What do you have for us on this conversation?
Salute Johnny. Salute Lamont. Salute the panel. It's my first time being up here, but I just keep it slow and concise. This all goes back to. I want to bring this up because this has been on my mind for a while. This all goes back to what LeBron said, right? Is that championships don't always make you better or greater than another player, right? The fact that we can have a conversation about T-Mac and Kobe during that period on who was better and Kobe had more championships, this dispels that entire ring culture narrative that's been built up by Jordan fans and the NBA media for a while now. So, and a lot of Kobe fans just like to ignore history for some reason. Like we're gonna act like T-Mac wasn't on Kobe's level during that point. We're gonna act like that wasn't a real conversation. That's absurd to me. It's like absolutely absurd.
That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying. I appreciate that. Great take by you. Appreciate that. That's all we're saying. And that's all T-Mac is saying. You're telling me that I'm not a championship caliber player because I was never on a franchise that was championship caliber franchise. It shows you Orlando wasn't trying to win no championships. They wouldn't even let Tim Duncan join the roster because he wanted to bring his wife on the plane. Imagine that. Imagine somebody turning down Tim Duncan because he wants to bring his spouse on a private plane. Like, you're not trying to win championships. You're not trying to win championships. And that's obvious. That's just clear, obvious that he wasn't on great championship teams. And by the time he got to Houston, Yao Ming was getting hurt. He was getting hurt. The West got better. A lot of the teams in the West was better. Y'all were talking about how tough the West was. So now he's supposed to do all of this. And we're not talking about that Tracy McGrady because we know that Tracy McGrady was nowhere near Kobe's level. If I bring to you guys what Tracy McGrady was doing in 2007, it's nowhere near what we're talking about him doing here in these 5 years. He's nowhere near that. If we take Tracy McGrady from 05 to 010 or 05, 09, which is a 5-year span, he's nowhere near this Tracy McGrady. Nowhere near it. We're talking about this Tracy McGrady right here. This is the Tracy McGrady that he's talking about. And he deserves to say that because he's a championship caliber player. I don't get why y'all so mad, but Kobe Bryant fans are upset. They're angry, and now they want us all to be angry with them. If not, we hate Kobe. Well, you know what? I'm gonna hate Kobe. I haven't hated on Kobe since he died. So tonight's my night to hate on Kobe. I'm finna hate on Kobe tonight.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna be out, man. When they put Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and the great LeBron James on the same team in 2011. Most people, or a lot of people, I'm not even gonna say most because Johnny gonna push back. A lot of people thought that was a championship team that would win a championship, and they didn't because LeBron didn't do what play as well as he was supposed to play for whatever reason. Dwayne Wade was the leader wanted to be the leader of the team. Blah blah blah. They couldn't figure it out. All I'm saying is for Tracy McGrady to sit up there and make a claim that just because he's the same tier as Kobe Bryant doesn't mean that he's going to win 3 championships in a row, because it takes more than that. It takes grind. It takes making shots. It takes a little bit of luck in some cases. It takes all those things. So just leave that alone, bro. Just leave that conversation alone and say you were a great player, and in the right circumstances, you could have won chips too. That's all you got to say, bro.
That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said, though.
No, he didn't. He said, if you put me on that team, I win championships.
What is it about T-Mac or Kobe that made Robert Horry hit that shot? Nothing.
Exactly.
That's the whole point. So under the same circumstances, that's the whole point. Under the same luck,
Right? They still could have lost. You making my point?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, you got to give him the same luck. We're not. That's what he's trying to tell you. He's telling you I can do the same things Kobe did. I'm efficient enough, and like I said, he probably would do better because he wouldn't be fighting the Shaquille O'Neal sidekick argument.
Right, but notice you said probably. You said probably.
No, but that's what we're talking about. Because again, he had to say that because you guys are saying he doesn't have it. He has to remind you, I do have it. I have it. Again, I have that pedigree. Listen. You guys, I just have the opportunity to show it to you. Doesn't mean that I don't have it. That's what he's trying to say. He has.
And just because you say it doesn't mean you got it. And just because you say it don't mean you have it either.
I know that. That's why his stats proving him. His play shows.
No, I'm talking about winning and playing in the finals and doing the things you knew to win the championship. I'm not talking about stats.
But that's
Johnny.
A team scenario. That's a team scenario. So y'all telling me. So wait. So y'all telling me y'all giving Kobe this championship if he averaged 15 points per game if he's Robert Horry?
What's that?
Are y'all giving Kobe these 3 championships averaging 15 points per game?
When you start a sentence with
if, he averaged 15 points because he
didn't though.
He only played like 8 minutes.
Again, I'm not saying Kobe. I just showed y'all what Kobe averaged. Kobe didn't average 15 points. Kobe averaged 26 points per game. That's what he averaged. Right. 26 points per game. He averaged 25. So again, if Kobe's averaging 15 points per game during this span, are you still giving him the credit for the 3 championships?
Well, I'm not giving him credit.
Yeah, he get credit. He don't get
one championship.
The team gets the credit.
He don't get the same amount of credit, but he still
gets
credit.
That's exactly what Tracy. If I was on that team, I'm getting the 3 rings.
But that's not a guarantee. Again, that's not a guarantee.
All right. It's right. Again, why do you have to say it's not a guarantee?
The team won it. That means he's going to be on the team. He's going to get it. Unless Kobe is a contributing factor.
Listen.
We're removing Kobe. You're saying they're not winning it. You're saying if we remove Kobe, they're not winning it. That's what y'all saying. And
I'm not saying that.
No,
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
all I'm saying is
we do this.
T-Mac ain't winning nothing.
Let's do this, TT. Let's do this, Tyson. Because this is all hypothetical. Y'all can't say we can't.
Right.
This is hypothetical. This is a hypothetical. So if T-Mac wins the 3 championships, and that's his career with that everything he has, but he has those 3 championships. But Kobe doesn't have those 3 championships. But Kobe has those 2 with the Lakers. Who's the better player?
I'm sorry. One more time.
T-Mac plays 2000 and 04 on the Lakers. Kobe's not on that team. T-Mac championships because it's a team accomplishment. The team won 3 championships. So because he's on the Lakers between 2000 and 04, he won 3 NBA championships. He has 4 finals appearances on his resume. Kobe was not on that team. But they all have the same, everything else is on their same resume. Kobe joins the Lakers in 2005, and his resume is the way it was from 2005 and on. He eventually gets the 3 championships, gets the back-to-back championship as a Laker. He has 2 championships with the same resume. Mm-hmm. Tracy McGrady has 3 championships with the same resume. Who's the better player?
That's a better question. That's a better question.
That's what I'm asking.
Kobe Bryant is still
yes, they did the same thing. The stats are the same.
Kobe averages 40 points multiple months when Shaq is injured. In 2001, you tell me if T-Mac does that, yeah. I might side with T-Mac.
When Shaq was injured in 2002, Tracy McGrady could do that. Tracy McGrady won 2 scoring titles between 2002
Tracy McGrady never averaged 40 points in a month. Kobe did it 3 times.
Kobe never scored 13 points in 9 seconds. Again, they have the same career.
81 points
they have this. Again, you're talking about points. Stop bringing up points. Again, y'all keep bringing up points.
So who's talking about points?
That's what I told you. That's what I said. I just said that if y'all want to sit here and just praise Kobe for fucking points, then that means you're saying he's a contributor. T-Mac can do the same. He won scoring titles while Kobe wasn't winning scoring titles. Yes or no? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay then. 32 when Kobe averaged 30.
Listen, bro.
T-Mac can average 30.
Can I say something?
T-Mac can average 30. Who wants to say something?
Listen. Can I say something? Listen, Kobe Bryant, Kobe my favorite player of all time, right? But at the same time, T-Mac was a great fucking player too now. And T-Mac,
thank you.
So T-Mac can average 30. He already showed he can average 30. He already did it before. So do I think T-Mac can win a championship if you replace him with Kobe? Yeah, I think they can win a championship. Is it guaranteed? No. Because even with Kobe on the team, it wasn't guaranteed. They still, you know what I'm saying? They still went 7 with Portland. So it ain't no guarantee even if you just swap them. But do I think he can still win the championship? Yes. He was a great player, man. We can't take that away from him.
I agree. He was a great player. All I'm saying is he never been in those situations because of his teammates. Maybe it's not fair. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. Whatever have you. But no, he was never in that situation, and he never performed on that level. Period.
And you just said the sentence that explains why it's unfair, because you said he's never been in that situation. You only get in that situation when you have a great organization, a great team, a great role players, and a lot of luck. That's what it takes to even get in that situation. And when you get in that situation, you have the opportunity to show out. So all he's saying is, I was never in a situation with a whole bunch of great teammates, a superstar teammate, the greatest coach of all time, some of the best role players in the league. Even if you look back to that game where T-Mac scored 37 and 10 on the Lakers. If you watch that game, I just watched all the clips. Kobe wasn't, they didn't even have to use Kobe to guard T-Mac. Who was guarding T-Mac? It was Rick Fox and Devin George the entire game. The only points that when T-Mac scored in the fourth in that overtime, the only points he scored were on Kobe. So at the end of the day, you don't even have to deploy these guys on people like T-Mac. You can save them on the offense. You can save them for all offense. They can rest. They can conserve their energy and be elite on one side of the court because the team is so great. T-Mac was never afforded a team like that or the ability.
I agree, Lamont. I'm not arguing that point, bro.
All we're saying is that's all we're saying. You can't say
no. He said he would have won 3 rings with. He didn't say that, bro.
Never put him in that situation.
Yes. But he said he would have did it. That's my issue.
His resume shows us that he is likely that it would have had similar results.
No, your resume has to show that you've done that.
No, that's why. Oh my god.
That's
right.
That's why ring coach doesn't hurt.
So when Bradley Beal scores 30 averages 30 for Washington,
you are the reason why they're talking about ring culture, Tyson. That's the exact definition of ring culture, because you don't believe unless they have a ring.
No, that's not true.
You don't believe it's truly great unless
Lamont,
no.
Lamont, they think Kobe's 30 points is different.
I don't think shit. Don't tell me what I think, please, brother.
Yes, you just said that.
What I say?
30 points because he has a ring attached to it.
Kobe was averaging 26 points per game. They're not losing 3 championships because Tracy McGrady only averaged 1 less point. That's the point.
He didn't no. Hey, Johnny, brother. If you think that averaging, just like you said, bro, if you think averaging whatever amount of points and you being in situations where you got to hit big shots on a big stage is the same thing, it's 2 different things, bro. I'm sorry.
You're not hitting.
It's a make or miss league.
Tracy McGrady has hit countless big shots.
I said, okay, bro. We all seen people crumble in certain situations. It's not guaranteed, Johnny. That's all I'm saying.
He's not one of them, though. He's not one of them.
He hasn't been in that situation to do it.
So he's not one of them.
Right, you're making an argument. What? You're making an argument.
I'm not saying. I agree. Hold on. You're making my point. He's not one of them, or he is, and he can't be one of them at the same time. You're right. He's not a guy that crumbles, and he's not a guy that rises to the occasion because he's never been in that situation.
And that's why he feels disrespected and had to stand up for himself and let you know that if I was in that situation, I could. That's the point.
You're
disrespecting him. You're disrespecting what he can do.
I'm not disrespecting him.
Yes, because you said he can't do it.
I'm not saying he would have crumbled. Again, hey, Johnny, I'm not saying they would lose. I'm not saying they will win. I'm saying we don't know.
Hey, man.
Right, Tyson.
It's probably coming from the same people who said he put Damian Lillard.
I need to get Mahari in. Mahari, please save me, because I thought I would have some logical, but I forgot I'm dealing with Kobe guys. Please go ahead and explain this to me, because I just want to know why Tracy. First of all, I want to understand how Kobe contributed to the championships if it's not about what he did. So if we're taking away what Kobe did, that means anybody can fucking win a championship there. You just replace it with anybody. Raja Bell, anybody.
Who said that?
So how?
Let me get.
You're the one T-Mac can do it. So you saying anybody could be?
No, T-Mac is saying that you can't discredit me because I didn't win a championship when I was still a championship pedigree player. That's what he said.
Listen, hold on. Let me have a crack at this. Here's the problem what everyone has to understand. The vocal point of the three-peat Lakers was Shaquille O'Neal. Okay? That was the vocal point of the entire team. Nobody, listen, I grew up during that same period, as most of you did. Many people dismissed Kobe Bryant because everybody knew when it came down to it, who the opposition was focused on? Shaquille O'Neal. That was the point. If you replace Kobe Bryant with Tracy McGrady, I guarantee you this, it would be the same results because the vocal point of the entire three-peat Lakers was Shaq. It was entirely Shaq. Without Shaq, they don't win those championships. It's a fact.
And without Kobe,
it's an undisputed fact.
Everybody agrees with that. You're not sitting up here saying nothing like crazy.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm
agree.
trying to. Here's my issue, though. Here's my issue. My issue here is that you guys are discrediting the fact that Tracy McGrady was literally at the same level as Kobe during that same period. It was no different. I saw the same thing back then. Watch the games and all. There was no difference back then between the two players. That's the point. Listen, if you replace Kobe Bryant with Tracy McGrady, I guarantee you it would be the same result. But at the same time, we don't know that either because you can't switch both roles. We're just being hypothetical. But at the same time, Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady were nearly the same identical players within same statistical categories. They're identical in a sense. So that's my point.
Okay, let me address this.
If we put,
hold on, I got to let me address these super chats.
Oh, this is nasty.
Peace and blessings. Yes, T-Mac can average 15 points. You're right. That's how they won a championship in 2000 with Kobe averaging 15 points, and T-Mac could do the same thing as well. They said here they just Kobe apologists. Don't let them stress you. I'm not letting them stress you. I'm just trying to figure out how you guys can't compute T-Mac's ability to help the Lakers win a championship. Like, I don't see how if adding him is going to somehow make Shaq less dominant, going to make the field triangle offense not work, going to make Reggie Miller somehow a better basketball player, the Philadelphia 76ers, or any one of these teams. That the NBA is still going to rig Game 6 versus the Sacramento Kings if it's Kobe. None of that changes. None of that changes. The only thing that changes is how you feel about Kobe, because now that says those 3 championships that are equal to 5 for Kobe are a little bit tainted because you guys like to taint people's championships. Now Kobe falls into this little pool of taintedness. Y'all are mad. This is the pool that y'all created. The ring coat is what y'all created. Y'all don't want to stick to how good a player was as a player. That's why
he was
Kobe
great, but I'm not saying that. But go ahead. Well, I'm not saying that T-Mac wasn't a great player, bro. He's He's a great player for that time period. Yes.
T-Mac steps on Jalen Rose's ankle and gets injured. He ain't coming back in that finals like Kobe did.
He played more.
He played.
Who knows that? See, that's the shit. I agree. That's just narrative talk. T-Mac was a great player.
He played more games than Kobe did in that same span. He was available just like Kobe was in that same span. Stop trying to knock a player. Stop trying to knock a player to hold the player up.
Why can't we just respect him for what he did, though? Is what I'm saying.
That's not true. Between 04 and between
you don't want to say something that has no rings, but have rings. That's you knocking a player.
Yeah, Tyson, you're ignoring like 2 major things. One, Kobe himself said that whatever T-Mac could do, or whatever he could do, T-Mac could also do. Those are his own words.
Oh my God.
2, I just watched the First Take interview. T-Mac said, could I not win a championship? Meaning one. You think T-Mac cannot win 1 championship with Shaquille O'Neal?
He probably could.
Exactly.
But he didn't. That's my point. I respect what T-Mac did in his career.
At the end of the day,
probably could.
I don't see how Shaquille O'Neal is not winning 3 championships. Kobe or not. Forget T-Mac or not. There's no way Shaquille O'Neal is not winning 3 NBA championships between 2000 and 2002. Right. And like I said, he would have won more if it wasn't for Kobe Bryant.
He would have won none.
Okay, bro. All right. If you if you think teammates don't matter or whatever, I don't.
You said they don't matter. You just said they don't matter. You just said.
Well, why are you saying Shaq was going to win no matter what? What is?
Because that's how dominant Shaq was. That's how dominant.
The thing is, people pretend to forget how dominant Shaquille O'Neal was during his apex.
So you think if Kobe got hurt and wasn't there, they would have won anyway?
What you mean Kobe would have got hurt?
If Kobe got hurt,
we're not talking about players with hurt players. We're talking about.
No, you just said Shaq would have won regardless.
Because you're gonna replace Kobe with somebody else. That's all.
No, huh? So you saying no? Come on, Johnny. You saying so?
Kobe's injured. You can't replace Kobe. You just have an injured player. No, I'm talking about remove Kobe and replace him with somebody else and winning the championship. That's what.
It don't matter who.
You just said that because I just
I'm asking you.
Yes. Well, it don't matter who is Shaq.
It don't matter who it's okay. Well,
Now
I'm done.
you
I'm
about
done.
to.
I'm
No,
done.
wait, no, you're not done. No, Tyson, you're not done, Tyson. You're not
He
done,
replaced him
Tyson.
with any shooting guard to win a championship. They
Tyson.
had Eddie Jones.
Tyson. It is your job right now, within the next 2 minutes, to explain how Kobe contributed to 3 championships. The mic is yours, brother. Don't cower out.
I'm sorry, my son came in here. What you said? Explain how Kobe contributed
Explain
to
how
2
Kobe
championships.
contributed to the 3 championships, because you're saying that I need him to win those 3 championships with Shaq when you literally said it's not the fact. Go ahead, explain it.
You just look at the stats. Look at the points he scored. Look at the fourth quarter scoring. Look at the defense he played. Look at all those things. I don't have to run down every big shot that he made. I don't have to run down. It's all on video. You watched it. You want me to sit up here and go account for count what Kobe did? The stats don't lie to you, brother. The stats don't lie to you. The 4 points don't lie. The closing games when Shaq was fouled out don't lie to you. The closing games when Shaq had to get sit down because he wasn't a good free throw shooter. All those type of things help that team win.
Man, hey, let a new voice get in. Can a new voice get in?
Yes. I'm gonna let new voice in. Tyson, thank you, Tyson. Thank you for proving my point, brother.
What's the point?
The point is that you're going off of stats. You're going off of production. You're going off of the ability to do certain things, which we have all sat here and told you that Tracy McGrady was identical. So
No.
Tyson, you walked into that so crazy.
No, because that's so dumb. That's so dumb. Because just because you saying a player averages a certain amount of things, that it's ridiculous, bro.
Tyson, you can't undo that. That's nasty right there, Johnny. God,
that's not nasty. I don't understand how. I don't understand how making 4 quarter shots and contributing the game is just because Tracy McGrady averaged a certain amount of points, said he would do the same thing. That's dumb to me.
No, Tyson.
Okay, all right. Listen, I want to let Liam in because Liam has been very patient.
I said 4 quarter scoring. What?
Then I'm gonna let Peter go in. Go ahead, Liam. What do you have? Please.
Yeah, I just don't think they would win in 2000. If you want to bring up the 2000 playoffs real quick against Portland, pull up Game 7 against Portland in 2000.
Portland in Game 7 versus 2000. So you're saying Tracy McGrady wouldn't have helped them? Let me see here. Give me a second here.
Yeah.
2000. Okay, so while I'm looking up, explain it to us. What do we should be looking for when we look at this Game 7, the Western Conference Finals 2000 in the 2000s?
Well, it's pretty obvious. I mean, Duncan was injured that year. Pretty much the only team that played that year that had any chance of beating him was Portland. Indiana obviously had no shot. Nobody really thought Rick Smits and Reggie Miller was going to beat Kobe and Shaq. Portland going into the playoffs, that was the only team that anybody thought was going to beat the Lakers that year. Game 7, Kobe had 25, Shaq had 18. Game 6, Kobe had 33, Shaq had 17. I'll think team actually in that.
Explain what Portland was doing to create that.
What do you mean?
No. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
What Portland had that no other team in the league had.
He couldn't.
First, look up T-Mac stats.
No. I want you to tell us about the Portland Trailblazers and why they were able to suffocate Shaq.
Yeah, no fuck they were dumb. He was the first option. It was 2000.
No, tell us about Portland.
Because
if he doesn't in the league to contain Shaq like that, what did they have that no other team had?
Shaquille O'Neal.
No, they had bigs with size. They had.
We're talking about the Portland Trailblazers. How were they able to suffocate Shaquille O'Neal?
He was like,
they had more bigs.
But still, pull up 2000. Just name.
Hold on, Liam. Hold on. First of all, when you're talking about Shaquille O'Neal, and when you see that Shaquille O'Neal was held under 20 points, the first thing I'm going to ask is, how many players did they use to do it with? Because you ain't stopping them with one person. That means you have to deploy your whole arsenal of bigs to slow him down, to give yourself a fighting chance. Portland had something that no other team had. They had so many bigs, it was ridiculous. And they were deploying those bigs, triple teaming, double teaming, fouling, doing everything they could to slow down Shaq. You know what they were doing with Kobe? They were guarding him one-on-one, or sometimes just leaving him wide open. Just go watch the games. He was a beneficiary.
Kobe wide open jumpers.
Defenses were all fluctuated on Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, whatever.
Triple.
Go watch it again, Lamont.
Yeah, no, wait, Lamont, you said go look it up, right? I'm looking at the stats. Game 6, Kobe Bryant did have the again. Listen, I watched the game. I'm 44. I was buying tobacco at that time. Stop telling me to go watch something when I know what I saw. I watched that series, and I'm going back to the stats that you asked me to go look up, and I'm looking at Brian Shaw having 12 points in the fourth quarter, going 4 for 4 from the three-point land, scoring the same amount of points as Kobe Bryant did, and being able to do that because of Shaquille O'Neal.
Thank you.
That again, we're talking about why you're able to score.
That's why.
We're breaking it down. Let's go to game 7. Let's go to game 7. Where in game 7, Kobe Bryant did have the 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists. He was 9 of 19 from the field. Shaq was 5 of 9 from the field, which tells you that they were getting the ball out of his hands. So now I ask you this. No one is taking away Kobe's ability to put up 25 and 30 respectively in an NBA game. Are you saying that in 2000, Tracy McGrady did not have the skill or ability to do such?
He sure did.
No, I'm asking Liam. Liam has to answer the question. He's the one who brought it up.
But he didn't do it.
Go ahead, Liam. Are you saying?
Is my mic
saying
on?
Yeah, I got your mic on. Is 2000 Tracy McGrady not capable of putting up 30 points per game on an open field because of Shaquille O'Neal's gravity?
No.
Based on what? Because he.
Stats in 2000.
I know what his stats was. He was coming off the bench. He was coming, and that was coming off of the bench. He would be a starter on the Lakers.
That's still a hell of a jump. What did Kobe average? 33 and 25. That's what, 58 combined? Do you think?
Yeah, but Kobe did
29 from 15 to 29. By the way, when you're on a bad team, it's actually easier to put up stats. When you're playing next to Shaq, it's actually harder to put up stats. By the way.
No, it's false. Shaq is actually easier to put up the sack against Shaq because there is no game plan for you. The game plan is for Shaq. It's not for you. The game plan is for T-Mac. Kobe only averaged 22 points in 2000, so that's only 7 more points than Tracy McGrady while playing way more. But that's what we're talking about. That's what you brought up his regular season numbers.
What did Tracy? Repeating. I thought we were talking about T-Mac winning 3 titles.
We're talking about the. Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on, wait. You can't muffle a bunch of words. We're talking about capability. You brought up that in 2000, Tracy McGrady did not have the capability predicated on his per game averages in the regular season. Am I correct?
He was better. He would average more than 15 on.
Again, he is playing on a team that he is not with Shaquille O'Neal and does not have the same role and the same options that Kobe would have. So are you saying Tracy McGrady? Are you saying
talking about him?
I think he lied about Shaq's stats.
Who were his teammates?
No, he didn't lie about Shaq. Shaq did have 17 in one game and I think 18 in the other game. But again, Shaq only had 9 points in that game 7. I'm sorry, 9 shots.
Hold on. So it wasn't back-to-back games. He said in the last 2 games, Shaq was held under 20.
It was. No, he was. If you go back to that in 2000 series versus the Detroit Pistons, not Detroit, but I guess the Portland Trailblazers, Shaquille O'Neal in game 6, Shaquille O'Neal had 17 points, and that was 7 of 17 shooting
on one mic.
And then give me a second here. And then in game 7, Shaquille O'Neal scored 18. So Shaquille had 18 and 17.
Yo, let the host talk, man.
5 and 6. Huh? The host is talking. I'm here talking. I'm talking, but I'm still trying to figure out Leland trying to say why Tracy McGrady couldn't do what he's saying in 2000.
Well, most time, especially if you're a young player, most time when you're
are we placing this?
Like I don't know. A good example is like Steven Jackson. You want to pull up his stats from like 2003 when he played on San Antonio and won a chip. Next year he went to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Now you could argue he got better. I've actually watched a game from 2004 Atlanta. I don't think Steven Jackson got that much better from 2003 to 2004. He went from averaging 12 to averaging 18 because he left San Antonio and went to a bad team in Atlanta. So
and what did Tracy McGrady?
Just one sec. If T-Mac was on a shitty team in Toronto,
damn, can I get a clear answer?
Hold on. If T-Mac is on a shitty team in Toronto, wouldn't he average more stats than he would on a great team in the Lakers?
Why
was
no false?
Played it on a shitty
No,
team.
no, again, false.
Bro,
Liam.
it's one mic, bro.
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta, King. You gotta relax, King. Liam. Tracy McGrady averaged 15.4 in 2000. What did he average in 2001?
Say what? You cut out 1 sec.
Tracy McGrady averaged 15.4 points per game in 2000. What did he average in 2001?
27, 28.
Okay, why did he go from 15 to 27?
He went to Orlando, but how much was Vince averaging in 2000?
Again, okay, that's my okay. So when he was given the opportunity to be the man, he was capable of putting up 25 to 30 points. Correct?
Yeah, well, he did get a lot better. He did go from like 21 to 22.
No, he didn't. He went from 15 to 27.
No,
he went from 20. He went from 20 years old to 21 years old. Kobe was 21 to 22.
I'm only talking
Kobe,
99, 2000. I'm not talking about.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. My question to you is, where do you get that he didn't have the ability to do such? Because if you're just going off of just the stats, Kobe was only 7 points better playing eight more minutes and is as a starter. So how can Kobe be that much better than somebody that's coming off the bench that's actually right behind Kobe?
Well, if you think about it, if T-Mac's coming off the bench, wouldn't he have the entire offense ran through him per minute?
No, because he's coming off the bench.
Right.
He's coming off the bench. The same way the offense is not the offense is not predicated on Kobe. We just told you this, and Kobe's a starter.
All right.
Averaging 30. So why would they do it for a bench player averaging 15? Why would they do that?
Because bench players get more touches, like, I don't know, TJ McConnell off Indiana. He's only averaging 12.
Again,
when you're a bench player, you get the offense run through you more than when you start playing with Shaquille O'Neal.
Bench players get more touches.
You don't think of coming off the bench, playing with other bench players, you're going to get more touches than you would playing with prime Shaquille O'Neal?
Wow. Again,
Really?
why? Again,
I
it
gotta
doesn't
go.
matter. Again, you're proving my point, Liam, that if he played with Shaquille O'Neal, that he would have won more championships because he would have not tried to score just because Kobe wanted to score. The Lakers did not need
him to in 2000. That's the whole point.
And he could have done that. He could have done that. That's what I'm saying. And he could have done it in 2000. Tracy McGrady had the capability of putting up 25 points in 2000 under the triangle offense and with Shaquille O'Neal on the basketball court. He can do that. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I haven't watched 99, 2000 Toronto, but have you? Do you have an eye test of 99?
Wait a minute. You just said go watch it, that you've seen it. Now you said you've never watched it.
That wasn't me. I'm not the one who said go watch it.
Liam, I was born 1981. In 2000, I was 19 years old. I had a 2-bedroom apartment. I was paying water bills, light bills, cable bills. I was a full-fledged adult, responsible for myself. Yes, I watched the 2000s NBA.
You don't pay no water bill in no apartments. Stop lying, bro.
And some places in Florida you do.
I just messing with you guys.
Yeah. I am old enough to know what I'm talking about. You're going to predicate it on eye test when you're going to tell me in 2000 Tracy McGrady did not have the skill ability while he was coming off the bench averaging 30 points per game. 15 points per game on 30 minutes per game. Like, why are you saying, and you can't tell me what Tracy McGrady did, but the stats, which is what I was trying to explain to Tyson, how you guys run to the stats when you want to prove something, but get mad when people bring up stats.
But that's not okay. It's not the point. That's not
right. Hey, Johnny, don't forget me, bro.
You know what, Peter? I ain't gonna lie, Peter. Your badge would have got you jumped up the line. But you my dog, South Florida. We both from the Caribbean. We spoke basketball Creole. So go ahead, brother. What you got for us? Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, so this is what I want to say, man. As far as Tracy looking for superstar sympathy, right? So his big contention is, should I be diminished because I didn't win a ring? And the answer, unfortunately, if you want to look at it that way, the answer is yes. And this is why. Even those of us who don't necessarily hold rings to be the end-all be-all, let's use Lamont as an example. We've heard Lamont say many times, in his top 10, you don't get to be in there without having a championship. Wrong, right, or indifferent. Maybe it shouldn't be that way, but that's just the way it is. So essentially what T-Mac is saying, because I'm in the same tier, because I have the same capability, I'm the same archetype of player. If you plug me in situation A versus situation B, more than likely or perhaps guaranteed, I'd have been able to replicate those same results. Maybe. But guess what, T-Mac? It didn't happen. And because of that, you are diminished, T-Mac. It's the way how America works. America is about winning.
Peter,
No excuses, no explanations.
That's where you misinterpret my take, because my rankings, when I come up with a criteria to rank players, okay, I always say the top 10 is unfair because there are certain elements or criteria to the top 10 that are just afforded to certain players due to luck. But what I will not do is when I start talking about a player like Tracy McGrady, who falls into that category just being unlucky, I am not going to pretend like you guys are doing that if I swap Tracy McGrady with a ton of other stars, that he would not have championships. You guys have to sit up here now because now y'all truly believe in this ring culture thing, and it defines who players are to you guys. It doesn't define who T-Mac is to me. I can say with absolute certainty, I'm almost 99.9% positive that if you swap T-Mac and Kobe, you get very, very similar winning results. And possibly, like A. Johnny said, better. You guys don't like that. But that's the reality. That's how good he was. I'm not using the championship. I'm not using ring culture to diminish him. I'm saying I know if we swap them, you're going to have the same or better results. You guys want to take that away from Tracy McGrady because of ring culture. See, I understand that's where we differ with Kobe. Y'all trying to put Kobe on a pedestal above T-Mac when they are equal. Because if they
let me go after Lamont, please. Let me rebut when he's done.
Y'all have to go. It's your imagination, right? Be a real basketball mind. If you swap Kobe and T-Mac, you'll have very, very similar results. And it potentially could be better, just like A. Johnny said, because T-Mac is not going to go rogue on the entire team and cancel out a championship that you should have won in 2004 just because he wants to go AWOL. So, why do y'all got to pretend like T-Mac and Kobe were not almost the exact same player? Because just like Tyson did, when A. Johnny asked him, tell me about Kobe's, what Kobe contributed to that team, all Tyson said was stats. Well, who stuffed the stats better than Tracy McGrady? And he did it without Shaq on the court.
Okay. What else can you say but stats?
Yeah, hold on. I wanted to rebut. I wanted to rebut.
Go ahead, Peter. Let's let Peter rebut that. Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, I've already conceded that if you put Tracy in there, likely you replicate the same results. It's a good chance. So, I already conceded.
But hold on, Peter. Do you think that's disrespecting Kobe? Do you think that's disrespecting
Kobe? In a sense, because this is why. Because he's not respecting the culture, right? So when Kobe went to, we make the claim that he ran Shaq out of town. I haven't seen anything tangible to prove that according to Shaq himself. I don't know if this is true because Shaq does double speak a lot. But according to Shaq himself, he said the reason why he left LA wasn't because of any animus between him and Kobe. It was because the Lakers lowballed him. And he felt that he should have got a certain amount of money. He said that's why he left. Don't get mad at me. That's what Shaq said. Now, with that said, if you make winning a championship a barrier to being in the top 10, that is a diminishment of a player. At least it could be qualified. So yes, T-Mac, we're going back to the heart of this discussion. Do I get diminished? This is T-Mac's question. Do I get diminished because I didn't win a ring? And the answer is a resounding yes.
That's not the heart of the conversation. The heart of the conversation.
Hold on, wait. Let me address something because this is another thing. Ain't no damn real basketball minds up here, right? Kenyon Martin, Gilbert Arenas, Ron Artest, players who were in the NBA at this time, all said Kobe Bryant and T-Mac were the same. They were confused. There was actually people who were saying T-Mac was better back then. That's one of the reasons why Kobe wanted to separate from Shaq. I'm winning championships and I'm being paired to a guy who can't even get out the first round. That's the point. So you're not the real basketball mind. We're real basketball minds talking up here.
Now, also, I would like to remind everybody
Let me finish.
Hold on. Wait, no, Twin Man. Let me let Juan Boy because he's been very patient. Go ahead, Juan Boy. You right behind him. Go ahead, Juan Boy.
Now, you know, injuries play a part in sports, and we know that the Lakers, with their whole, I think everybody was healthy on that 2000 first round, where the Houston Rockets took them to 7 without McGrady. So we might be talking about Kobe in a different light. The same.
Which team is that? Which you talking about? 08, right?
No, it was 2009 when they had Trevor, because when they had Ron Artest, Shane Battier, and all these guys that could defend Kobe. Now look at this. Now, if you got Ron Artest and Shane Battier to deal with, and then you got a guy Tracy McGrady, that's a whole different series because they couldn't stop Yao. Yao had to break his foot. Something happened to Yao's foot to where the Lakers wound up winning that game 7. But he was cooking them. Aaron Brooks was cooking them. The Lakers had no answer for Aaron Brooks or Yao Ming. Yao Ming had to get hurt. So when I look at that, I'm like, because I was watching it, being a Lakers fan. So I'm like, damn, if they had McGrady, this shit might be over in the first round for the Lakers.
Yeah, but that wasn't the same McGrady anyway.
Steph Curry that series.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter. That wasn't the same Tracy McGrady. Tracy McGrady was not the Grady that we're talking about. We're talking about Tracy McGrady and his true peak in his prime. That was Tracy McGrady after injuries. He barely played in 09. He barely played in 010. He wasn't the same player. He was average. I think the last time he averaged 20 was like 08. So he wasn't nowhere near the same player. He didn't have the same abilities. He was a bet. We're talking about from 2000. That's why he said specifically, if I was with Shaq, because anything after that he would have been great with. His career would have been solidified. Like Peter said, imagine if he would have played with Shaq, had those 3 championships, y'all would never be talking about his 08, 09, none of those seasons. Y'all wouldn't be bringing none of that up. That's what he's trying to say. So because I won 3 rings, no matter how great I was, y'all diminishing it. So and then you're gonna use the worst parts of my careers to say it. And we can't bring up Kobe's worst part of his career to say why he couldn't win championships with Shaq. Not we haters. Y'all don't be playing fair with this, bro. This is why I have to do this live. And I'm actually go ahead, Twin.
That's the point I was about to make to Peter. You're not answering the heart of the conversation. If we're talking about exactly what T-Mac said, it's exactly what A. Johnny said. If I was in the situation Kobe was in, Lamont said 99%. I'm saying it's 100% he wins 3 championships with Shaq.
Kenyon Martin said the same thing. He said 100%. He didn't even want to argue. He said
100%. He wins 3 championships with Shaq, and it's not even on the strength of how great Tracy McGrady was. I'm taking that out of the equation. I'm talking about the line of dominance we saw in those 3 seasons from Shaq. You put Allen Iverson in that situation, that's probably 3 championships. You put Reggie Miller in that situation, that's probably 3 championships. Because Shaq was that good.
Vince Carter.
That's the point.
Bro,
anybody that could put the ball in the bucket
Shaq is going to win. Paul in that situation. Shaq was that good, it's 3 championships. That's the point Tracy McGrady is making. That's the point where anybody with common sense is making. People are nobody's sitting here trying to say Kobe Bryant didn't contribute to that 3-peat. But everybody knows the driving force of that 3-peat was absolutely Shaq. That's why Tracy McGrady's 100% correct. If he's in that situation, that's a 3-peat. He's winning championships. Easy. So this notion that Tracy McGrady's crazy, he's not. He was right. He was never put in a situation like Kobe was. He just wasn't. He was unlucky.
I gotta address some people. Hold on, wait. I gotta address some people. Give me a second, gentlemen. Shout out to Dion, the GOAT James Kingdom member. Y'all should know who Dion from Ohio is. We're not talking about their peaks and their careers, guys. Stop doing this. Kobe is top 10. Only to Lamont, he's not top 10. At the end of the day, we're talking about 2000 to 2004. That's what he said. If I got a chance to play with Shaquille O'Neal, I'm winning 3 championships or more. And his whole legacy now, y'all saying, would be different because he was on a team that won championships, not because of anything else. He has the ability. T-Mac was a great player. We're not saying he was Kobe. We're just saying at that time they were identical. You can't say they wasn't. I can't believe you guys want to continue to argue this when the numbers are right here in your face. What numbers? What more do we need? You guys said these stats don't matter. Now I got to go get eye tests. If you can't see these stats, as you said, what else do we have, Tyson? We only have the stats. And between this man, Tracy McGrady wasn't getting injured. He wasn't a bad defender. He was athletic. He was 6'8", 6'9". He had over 7 foot wingspan. And y'all sitting here telling me he can't play defense?
And his handle was out of this world. He might have been a better ball handler than Kobe.
He could shoot just as good as Kobe could shoot, could pull up to the left, pull up to the right. He could post up. I had people telling me he couldn't post up. Somebody had the nerve to tell me that this man couldn't play in the triangle offense. That he couldn't. Like who professional athletes? Like why? What make you think they can't play in a? Again, y'all don't know no other basketball offense but the triangle, and have the nerve to think that it's that intricate that a player can't play it. But we got a new GOAT James Kingdom member in the building, and King Angel. I know you were trying to defend me. Go ahead and speak, brother. The mic is yours.
All I would have to say is, like, I'm a certified Kobe hater. My favorite team is the Spurs. My favorite player is LeBron. I'm now a part of Laker Nation because of the Luka move. So, I guess I'm neutral. As much as I hate Kobe, he's still in my top 10 due to my qualifications. If you gave T-Mac that same Shaq-led team, I believe T-Mac could win as much. Now, if we're going to include what T-Mac did alone, then yeah, Kobe beats him. He got 2 rings on his own, given enough time for his team to rebuild. I can't argue that. But we can't exclude chemistry and T-Mac's ability to just let Shaq be Shaq. So who's to say that wouldn't be a 4P or a 5P? So
yeah, because he wasn't selfish
at all, and that matters.
He made it work with Yao.
Chemistry matters. That's all I'm saying. And that Yao Ming comparison is key.
What does Sturdy's comment? Hey, Johnny.
I'm gonna address it in a second. I'm just letting King Angel finish up. Go ahead, King Angel, finish up.
No, that was just it. I believe T-Mac he would win more rings with Shaq because they wouldn't have the button of heads. So as a sidekick, then I mean it's not really a comparison. Kobe wasn't made to be a sidekick. So
no, but people forget though that Orlando team was supposed to have Grant Hill. That's another thing too. He didn't have his sidekick. He was out there doing things by himself. He was supposed to have Grant Hill and Tim Duncan. He was running out there. He was running out there with Andrew DeClerc. I think that's his name. And
Kelvin Cato, Stephen
come
Hunter.
on, man. He was out here running with Mike Doliak, man, as his center. Like y'all, come on, bro. Like y'all got to be real out here, man. Like that's what he's trying to say. He's on a franchise that wouldn't even let Tim Duncan.
I like that.
Come on, man. All right, so let me address Sturdy. Sturdy is a DJK member as well. Sturdy, we asked Tyson this question: what were the contributing factors that Kobe had to win those 3 championships that Tracy McGrady doesn't have? And we would love to hear that answer. We would love to hear that. We would love to know what it is that Kobe has that Tracy McGrady didn't have between those times, because obviously you guys don't like stats. I don't understand how you guys don't like stats. And if I told you Kobe was averaging 15 points per game, y'all are not going to accept his championships. Like it doesn't make sense. Go ahead, Pete. I'm listening.
No, I was gonna say, for me personally, I'm a Wade guy. I'm not a huge Kobe dude, right? But I will say this: for 2000, I don't think even the most even the most fanned out Kobe fan ever claimed that he wasn't a sidekick in 2000. But for me personally, in order for me to label a player a sidekick, there has to be a bigger separation between the two players in 2001 and 2002 for me to label that player a sidekick. That's just like if the Heat had found a way to pull out that 2011 series, right? And let's say Wade would have ended up leading the playoffs in scoring. He would more than likely would have ended up winning Finals MVP. I wouldn't have dared call LeBron a sidekick. Well, I would have. I'd troll. You know, I'd enjoy the hell out of trolling.
Miami Heat even said Brown was the sidekick that year. That's why they switched roles and Wade gave the team to LeBron the next year.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that, Lamont. That's what I'm saying.
You don't agree with the players?
No, I don't agree with them.
Didn't Wade? Didn't Wade say he went to LeBron and said, "You got to lead us there. It's yours."
When
LeBron took over, he says, "You got to be
you misunderstood me.
I can't be the number one.
I think you misunderstood. I think you misunderstood, Lamont.
He's giving you his own interpretation, not the actual interpretation.
I'm not saying, Lamont. I'm not saying that the players.
He's gonna pretend again.
Lamont,
they have to do a lot of pretending in their head.
No, hold on, Lamont, hold on.
You got to understand.
You cut me off
as a fan. You don't dictate what a sidekick is. The only person that dictates who the sidekick is the head coach. The head coach dictates who the sidekick is going to be.
Lamont, you got to let me finish though.
Hold on, Peter. You acting like you was an assistant coach on the sideline, like you had some say so in the offense to determine who was the sidekick.
Lamont, I think you misunderstood.
Jackson made Kobe the sidekick.
Lamont, you misunderstood.
Hold on. You
cut me off. Why you gonna tell me
what Phil Jackson already did to Kobe? Phil Jackson made Kobe the sidekick. Just because you feel or you think in your mind that Kobe can't be a sidekick to you, nobody cares what Peter.
Peter, you never get it. Peter, you never get it. Peter, you always think that you always think that we care what you feel, brother. We don't care. We don't care.
No, I feel you on that. Nobody should care. I'm just a regular nigga.
I'm just a Kobe a sidekick, not me.
Lamont, I'm just a regular nigga in South Florida. I'm not trying to say that my opinion should.
Why
hold on, Lamont, let me get in there, dog. Space the floor, my nigga. Let me get in.
Johnny, did you make him a sidekick or Phil Jackson?
Lamont, let me get in there, brother.
It was a sidekick.
I don't believe in sidekicks. I never believe in that nonsense. I told you that doesn't exist.
Lamont, let me get my take off, brother.
Hurry up. I got to address 30 in a second. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, so, my opinion ain't worth squat. I'm just saying that's my opinion. And to be clear, I wasn't saying that the guys on the team didn't say that. I'm saying if they did in fact say that, I'm saying that I don't agree with that, right? For me, when I say a player is a sidekick, there needs to be clear separation. Not you outscoring the guy by 1.5 points or a point here, maybe having an assist more or there. Now, Shaq was undoubtedly the first option, right? And that's who the defense was geared towards stopping, right? But that's still not enough separation for me to call. Hold on, Lamont. I already said that's just my own personal little, standard. Similarly, right? Ty Lue said that Stephen Curry was far and away who they were focusing on stopping and who the defense was tilted towards. Does that make Kevin Durant a sidekick? No, because there was not enough separation between those two players. So for me, 2001 and 02, 1A, 1B. Just my personal opinion.
Okay, so who was the second option then? If it was 1A, 1B, then who was the second option on the team? You can't just skip
1B.
He skipped over 2000 because Shaq averaged 38.
Were you asking me a question, Lamont? Was that a rhetorical question, or do you want me to
1A, 1B, and 1C?
Was that a rhetorical question, or do you want me to answer?
Hold on, Peter Backjuice. When the Celtics had all those stars,
all right, I'll go on mute.
Were they 1A, 1B, and 1C?
Is that a rhetorical question, or do you want me to answer?
What's to stop us from going down this road of 1A, 1B, 1C?
So it's a rhetorical question. Okay, I'll go on mute.
All right, why you gonna do that? No, listen, you know he's gonna do Lamont. They all do the same. They really think they're gonna come up here and say something intelligent. They're gonna say something profound, and all they're going to do is show us exactly what we always keep telling y'all. Y'all are really zesty. You want to have an argument and you don't have a good case. You have no good case to say why Tracy McGrady cannot win 3 championships under the bro. I gotta mute you, brother. I gotta mute you. You guys, is that? Yeah, hold on, wait. That's not bro. That's dude. If you got a baby in the background, I gotta mute you. Feed the baby. Listen, listen. I gotta address Sturdy. Sturdy says I keep saying over and over again. Hey Johnny, when it comes to a sport, stats don't tell the whole story. I'm not trying to tell a story. I'm telling the facts. The things I'm referring to is all NBA caliber defense. So you're talking about being an all defensive player. What about Kobe's defense says that he's a all NBA defender that Tracy McGrady isn't? And how is Kobe's all defensive presence made the Lakers a 3-time championship? Because you have to contribute that. Because you said it was contributing. Please explain that. Being a great defender who was great at getting around. Tracy McGrady can do that. Being able to guard between 1 and 3. Tracy McGrady can do that. Having a high motor. Tracy McGrady had that. Was a great supplement to Shaq's defensive weaknesses. You didn't say nothing Tracy McGrady does not have. At all. You didn't say that at all.
Okay.
Tracy McGrady did not have a Shaquille O'Neal to just have that role for. Tracy McGrady's role was not to be the top premier defender, which Kobe's role wasn't to be the top premier defender. That's why they had Rick Fox. That's why they had other guys like Ron Harper. They had other defenders. They had other guys
George.
They had other guys to guard the primary offense.
But who was the best perimeter defender on that team, though? Was any of those guys a better defender than Kobe? Yes or no?
We're not talking about who's better than Kobe. We're talking about can Tracy McGrady. No, the Tracy. Mingle Jester, you can't ask the question. Don't let me answer. We're asking, can Tracy McGrady do those things? Yes or no?
He's not better than Kobe, and not at the level that Kobe.
Nobody's asking you that, man.
We're not asking you that. We're not asking you that. That's not what we're talking about. Can Tracy McGrady contribute enough on defense so the Lakers could win 3 championships?
No.
Predicated on what?
No.
Predicated on what? Predicated on what? Predicated on what?
Tracy McGrady was not that good of a defender.
What evidence do you have?
Predicated on what?
McGrady was not that good of a defender like y'all trying to hype him up.
Okay, predicated on what? Based on what? Why are you saying that? What is you saying that with?
Hold on a minute. He was a great offensive player. Yes, he was. Now that he was. He was the lead on that side of the ball. But the defensive side, he wasn't that good on the defensive side.
What evidence do you have?
How many defensive teams do he have?
So if you don't have a defensive team, you're a bad defender?
Exactly. Again, you guys going to the same route. So that means the only players in the NBA that can play defense are the guys who make the all-defensive team. That's it.
But Andre Iguodala only made one All-NBA defense team. Are we going to lie and tell us that he wasn't a great defender?
Wait a minute. Y'all didn't let me finish.
Wait a minute, because you keep stop doing this every week.
Nigga, shut up and let me talk.
Shut up. That's Mangle Jester.
Come on, go ahead, Mingle. We're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out how you can be a good defender without making the all-defensive team. How does that happen?
Secondly, what I'm saying is, first of all this is hypothetical. Y'all don't know whether he would have won championships with Shaq anyway. It's hypothetical. All of it is hypothetical from the jump. Y'all trying to pass hypothetical off as fact. That's number one. Because you don't even know whether he would have won a championship with Shaq anyway. Y'all just saying that because he said that. He said he would have won a championship with Shaq, which is not a fact because y'all don't know whether he would have won or not.
So you saying he wouldn't?
Kobe said he'd win like 10 championships if Shaq was in shape.
We don't know that.
He couldn't get one? So you saying he couldn't get one?
We don't know. It's hypothetical. We don't know. You can't prove
so, but are you saying he couldn't get one with Shaq? The big Diesel? The big Aristotle?
They would have got 0-1. They would have definitely got 0-1.
I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't know.
2001, they would have won. He'd have won 3 in a row.
Let me address 30 right quick, and we got hold on, wait. Let me address. Yeah, but you say a lot, then you can't prove nothing, Mingo. Just like the rest of you Kobe fans. Sturdy, you are sitting here telling us that what you're saying now is a hypothetical, or is it factual? What you were saying about Kobe's defense, that he can guard this, he can guard that. Is that the hypothetical? Was I making a hypothetical about T-Mac's defense? I didn't say he was as good as Kobe on defense. I didn't say that he was a better player than Kobe on defense. I said that he can contribute on defense to the Lakers to win championships, and there was nothing about Kobe's defense that contributed to the 3 championships at all.
That's a lie.
Okay, what? How?
Who
Tell
was
me.
he guarding?
Wait.
Then?
Tell me how Kobe's all defensive selections in the regular season helped him in the playoffs to win championships.
What you mean?
Tell me how.
He was guarding some of the best players during that span.
Who?
He was guarding some of the like for example.
Like I said, who?
Scotty, Steve Smith.
What?
Who?
Steve Smith?
He can say, okay, so Steve Smith. Okay, so he guarded Steve Smith.
Who else?
So you're telling me Tracy McGrady cannot guard Steve Smith?
At 20?
No, I'm saying during those runs.
Kobe's 21. Kobe's 21. Kobe's only one more year older than Tracy McGrady, ladies and gentlemen. They're not that far apart.
But he had prior playoff experience that Mac didn't have. So,
Yeah, because
keep that in mind.
He had Shaq. What you mean? Duh.
Oh, but he had the playoff experience that Mac didn't have, right?
He had previous playoff experience because he had fucking prime Shaq. What are we talking about? Duh.
Oh, okay. Well, remember when y'all said he could have won with any shoe guard, and why wasn't Shaq winning? Why was Shaq getting swept with Eddie Jones?
Why does experience give Kobe the automatic that something that T-Mac just can't do? Why are you guys keep making it seem like T-Mac can't do something? I don't get this.
I'm just saying 2000. That's why I said I'll give him a 1 because they were that dominant.
All right, I'm gonna let a real Kobe fan. I got to let no, because I'm tired of you. You guys are all fake Kobe fans. I'm tired of all you fake Kobe fans. I need a real Kobe fan.
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this right quick. This is the real question. The question ain't with Shaq. The question is, will Tracy McGrady win rings with Pau Gasol? That's the real question. Will Tracy McGrady would have won those?
That's not what T-Mac said.
That's not what T-Mac is talking about. He's not talking. He's not talking about him in the late 2000s. He's talking about who he was in the early 2000s and with Shaq. He's not talking about him in 2009 when he wasn't playing in the league, when he was missing 50 games. He's not talking about that Tracy McGrady. He's talking about himself. Stop bringing up fake stuff. It's 100% hypothetical, so that means everything you said about Kobe's defense was hypothetical. Yes or no, Sturdy?
No, hypocritical is 100%.
I don't know. Hypothetical. No, it's hypothetical. It's supposed to be. Oh, he said hypocritical. It's supposed to be hypothetical. Oh, I don't know. Let's let Brandon in the building. Shout out to Brandon, man. Peace and blessings, brother. What's good, man? Go ahead and unmute yourself, man. I know you've been hearing all this stuff, but we are. Yeah, B. Lee's about to step up for all you Kobe fans because he's gonna let us know why Kobe Bryant, why Tracy McGrady wouldn't win those championships.
I mean, he would have maybe won one.
One?
Yeah.
Well, so how is he stopping Shaq from winning 2 more?
He wouldn't want to be there.
So he would have did Kobe before Kobe.
Yeah. He wouldn't want to be there. Simple as that.
Why wouldn't he want to be there?
Who is better, Vince Carter or Shaquille O'Neal?
We all know Shaq is better.
Is that really a question?
Okay.
He's basically saying that says he could. He's saying that since he didn't want to play with. That's not the truth. He didn't want to play with Toronto.
He didn't want to be overshadowed by Vince Carter. What makes you think he's going to overshadow Shaq?
Because he was willing to go play with Tim Duncan?
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
He would not have signed if Tim Duncan would have went there.
Yes, he would have. What do you mean? They all knew Tim Duncan was coming.
He would not have signed.
Where are you getting this information from?
He would not have signed. Where did you get this information that he was going to sign?
He did because he said it. He said that we was about to sign. Yeah. All 3 of them going to play with each other. They were
lying. He's lying. He wasn't going to sign.
He's lying.
Yeah, he wasn't. He just like he's lying, like he would have won all these titles with Shaq.
He would have. There's no reason why he would have won more.
He would have left.
He would. Exactly. He's better than T-Mac. Who's better, T-Mac or Vince Carter? T-Mac, by far.
Vince Carter was at that time. That's why he left.
No, that's why he left, because he had to prove to them that I'm better than Vince Carter.
No, he left because Vince Carter was better.
No, he didn't.
Vince Carter was
he left
the
because
star.
he was coming off the bench.
Exactly. They wouldn't put him on the court.
It had nothing to do with Vince. He wanted to play.
Yeah, it was to do with Vince. He didn't want to play with Vince. He'd have snuck out of town at night to get away from free agent. He'd have snuck out of town.
He was a free agent. They didn't even match the offer.
I mean, they could have. He didn't want to be there.
Exactly.
It was a trade. He didn't want to be there.
I want to go somewhere where they're gonna believe in me.
Yeah, it was a sign and trade. He didn't want to be there.
Exactly. I don't want. That's what I'm saying.
And what happened as soon as he got to Orlando?
I mean,
exactly.
He was a
Man
star.
of the year conversation to MVP.
He's a star. He averaged like 24, 25?
27 his first season.
Yeah, he's the most improved player.
He's a star.
That's what I'm saying. So he's easily doing that with Shaq.
He wouldn't do that with Shaq. That's the problem.
Yes, he would have. With Phil Jackson,
with Shaq.
He's gonna play his role. It says he can do whatever Kobe did.
He's not going
with
to
Shaq.
play his role. He didn't want to play his role in Toronto. He's not going to play his role in LA.
He did play his role in Toronto.
Yeah, he coming off the bench.
He played his role and then he got up out of there because he didn't like his role.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be a starter. He's not gonna be off the bench in LA. He's gonna be a starter.
I mean, if he would have came back, he would have started easily.
Come back when? Started where? In Toronto?
He could have. He would have started.
Why didn't they start him before? What was the difference? In 99 and 2000s, what was the difference?
He left Toronto because they didn't offer him a max contract. Orlando offered him the max.
That's what I always knew that. That's what I'm saying. He always left because of the money. I told Brandon. Brandon keeps bringing up Vince Carter when I know
he didn't believe it because of the money.
He left because of the money.
He left because of Vince
because
Carter.
of the money.
It wasn't nothing. It was not because of the money.
That's his cousin. Why would he be jealous of him?
Toronto had the ability to offer him the max.
If he didn't want to play with, if he just left for the money, he would have told Vince that.
It's the same reason why James Harden left OKC.
I'm just saying he would have told Vince that. He didn't talk to Vince for months.
What do you mean he didn't talk to Vince for months? What do you mean? Why he wasn't upset with Vince at all? That's what I'm saying. Like you bringing up stuff that had
if
nothing
he
to do with
wasn't upset with Vince, he would have talked.
Like they would not beef
why he was leaving. Who told you that? Vince was pissed off.
Why would he have to tell him he's leaving? LeBron didn't tell Dwayne Wade when he was leaving.
Why wouldn't he tell him he's leaving?
Why do I have to tell him I'm leaving? That's in my business deal. I don't
want to be there. He didn't want to be there. That's
exactly.
Why.
Yes, it has nothing, but it had nothing to do with Vince.
It had
That's
all
what you're
to
saying.
do.
You keep saying we know he
would have had to do nothing with Vince. It would have been easy to tell him. It would have been easy to tell him.
What you mean? What you mean? Tell him what? That I'm leaving?
Yeah,
there's no secret about that. There was no secret. There's no secret about that.
Because he'd have left in the thick of the night. That's why. He called Vince.
How's he leaving in the thick of the night?
Vince was surprised. Vince was surprised.
Would T-Mac have been a number 2 option to Shaquille O'Neal?
Of course.
So he would have had an elevated role on that team, correct?
An elevated role. He didn't want to elevate. He wanted
playing
to be the
as the 1-2 punch to Shaq. Don't you have an elevated role on that team?
It doesn't matter. He didn't want to play with Vince Carter. He's not playing with Shaq.
Hold on. But he was coming.
If he's intimidated by Vince Carter, he's not playing with Shaq. Simple as that.
He was coming off.
Shaq. He was not mature enough. He was not mature enough.
Nobody said that.
To be a number
nobody
2.
but you. You're the only person that says that. Nobody said that. I've never heard T-Mac having problems with Vince Carter ever in my life. Ever.
Of course he didn't have a problem with him because he didn't want to play with him no more. He just said, I go somewhere else.
Yeah, because they're gonna pay me. Toronto's not paying me.
And they're gonna start
paying him.
And I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna be a starter.
I mean, he would have started. T-Mac would have started.
Hey,
he was not mature enough to take that role.
They didn't talk.
If he's not mature enough to play with Vince Carter, he's not mature enough to play with Shaq. Simple as that.
Who said he wasn't mature enough?
Shaq, man.
Because he couldn't play with Vince Carter. His cousin.
Shaq.
He's not mature enough.
Okay, we're gonna accept everything you said, Brandon, as factual. Kobe was the same problem. They were able to win 3 championships that way. So why can't they win 3 championships with Tracy McGrady having the same problem Kobe had?
Tracy don't play no defense.
No, now it's defense. Well, now it's Kobe's defense. Now we're gonna go.
Defense. He's just not mature enough to sit there and take a back seat, just like after a while.
You're right. Same thing. Kobe wasn't mature enough. Kobe wasn't mature enough.
Shaq,
they won in spite.
Just like Shaq wasn't mature enough to stay there and play with Penny. Like it happens. Not everyone is mature enough.
He was getting more money to go.
Not everyone is mature enough.
Stop lying, Brandon. He got paid more money.
He got paid more to go to LA.
Like I said, not everyone is mature enough. So he took money over winning. T-Mac took money over winning. That's the problem.
Yes.
You just
Kobe did stats over winning.
He didn't want.
T-Mac had a squad in Houston. T-Mac had a squad in Houston.
Kobe had the same immaturity and the same problem. They still won 3. So why couldn't they do it with? So why couldn't they do it with Tracy? So why couldn't they do it with Tracy? They did it with Kobe.
Tracy don't got. Tracy ain't no killer. He ain't no killer like Kobe.
That's the problem. Kobe didn't have a choice.
He's not a killer.
Kobe didn't have a choice. He was already on the team.
Tracy wouldn't have no choice.
Look at Tracy's playoffs in Orlando.
The first site
Tracy dropped the ball in many playoff appearances, bro.
He would have been in a contract just like Kobe would.
He got eliminated in the first round like Kobe did without Shaq.
He would have been the same thing as Kobe did. Same contract. He couldn't leave. He couldn't leave.
They both blew 3-1 leads without Shaq. They both blew 3-1 leads without Shaq.
No, but of course he left the rap. They didn't have Shaq. I'm not leaving because of Shaq. That's the whole point. I'm not leaving because of Shaq. Only Kobe's leaving because of Shaq.
Vince Carter, who's now nowhere near better than Shaq.
He didn't leave because of Vince Carter. He left because of more money. You keep avoiding that. He would have had the more money on the Lakers, just like Kobe got the money on the Lakers. Same thing.
But this defense thing, if I go to all of these playoffs from 2000, from Kobe's career, from when he started playing with Shaq until their last year, Kobe wasn't out there guarding no elite guards. The Spurs had
he was the best
coming off the bench. Hold on, let me talk.
Player in the league.
Hold on, you're not talking to no amateur. Listen, in the first round of 2000, who is they playing? The Phoenix Suns. Who was they two guard? Can you answer that?
Phoenix Suns two guard. It's at 2000.
Watered down Penny, because Jason Kidd was the starter. They had Rex Chapman in them. Go to the next round. Who was that? The Kings? Doug Christie? We really want to keep going down this. We're talking about guys like Doug Christie. Then we get to the final.
Bro, Doug Christie.
Don't cut me off because I'm kicking ass telling the truth. We go to the finals. He was taking niggas like Kerry Kittles, Aaron McKee. Like, come on. He didn't guard AI. That was Derek and Fisher and what's the name's assignment because he was too fast for Kobe.
Hey, boy, real quick.
And then we go to the Portland series. Like we said, Steve Kerr, an older version of Scottie Pippen.
Real quick,
let's
boy.
go to some more series. Another series.
Real quick, boy.
Hold on. I'll let you talk because you're not answering the question. What elite guards was Kobe guarding in these finals runs with Shaq?
That's the other guy. Let me say something real quick. I think everyone can agree 2000 is off the table.
Why didn't y'all dance around that question?
No, I didn't ask that, Peter. I asked what.
I don't understand how y'all stripping. Wait, I don't understand how y'all stripping Shaq 3 championships away from Shaq. I don't get this. I don't get this.
He played with Kobe. He played with Kobe. How you
talking about defense?
So how they wait, because Brandon is the one here that's gonna have to save Kobe Bryant fans. Please explain to us how Kobe contributed to a way that T-Mac couldn't have.
Kobe Bryant, like he was.
Ain't none of you motherfuckers Brandon. Ain't none of you motherfuckers Brandon. He was talking. Shut the fuck up, Brandon. I'm gonna give you the years. It's right here, Brandon. This is the years. 2000 to 2004. It's a 5 NBA sample season. This is what Tracy McGrady was doing. This is what Kobe Bryant was doing. This is what Tracy McGrady did in the playoffs. That's what Kobe Bryant was doing in the playoffs. What is Kobe doing in these 5 years that Tracy McGrady cannot do in the same 5 years to win those 3 championships and give Shaq 3 championships?
I mean, if he was mature enough, yes. If he was
Kobe wasn't mature enough.
Selfish player, yes. But
Kobe was selfish.
Less mature. T-Mac was less.
There is no measurement for less mature. You have no measurements for it. Kobe was a completely immature.
I have it because he left Vince Carter because he was
and
jealous.
Kobe left Shaq. And Kobe left Shaq because he was jealous. Winning championships.
And Kobe played. And he didn't
so
run.
did T-Mac. T-Mac played.
T-Mac ran. T-Mac ran at night. T-Mac ran at night. Kobe stayed the whole time.
No, Kobe
stayed the whole time. Kobe stayed the whole time. T-Mac ran as soon as he saw a light. He ran. He didn't care about winning.
Okay. Kobe didn't care about winning. If Kobe cared about winning, he would have never ran Shaq out of town. If Kobe cared about winning, he would have never Shaq ran out of town. He won because of Shaq. He won because of Shaq. Don't tell me what he already had. Tracy, it's easy to say that now.
Kobe wanted to do him himself. He got tired of Phil Jackson telling him that he needed to dumb down his game to make Shaq happy.
It's true though. Because they're not gonna win without Shaq.
That's what he had to do. He had to dumb down his game to make Shaq happy.
But he did win without Shaq.
And what did Kobe do? What did Kobe do? He won 2 more without Shaq.
Hey Johnny, real quick,
with Phil Jackson and with more help. Again, what did he do in 2000?
Real quick, Johnny.
Who cares about help? He won them.
Real quick, Johnny.
Kobe had way much more help.
Doesn't matter because Tracy McGrady did not want to go to a team where he was not the best player, not the number one player, because he's selfish and all he cared about is himself. He didn't care about.
When he went to Orlando, he wasn't better than Grant Hill.
Y'all stop it. I got this. Listen, at the end of the day, Brandon, you said a bunch of gibberish and everything that you said.
Gibberish because it's facts. He didn't want to play with Vince Carter.
It's not facts. Kobe had the same problems. Kobe had the same problems, and they won 3 championships. They're going to win it with Tracy McGrady. They're going to win it with Tracy McGrady under the same problem.
He didn't say a word to Vince Carter.
Under the same problem.
He didn't say a word to Vince Carter. And what did Vince Carter do? He went and destroyed
the same thing Kobe did. He did the same thing Kobe did. He did the same thing Kobe did. He did the same thing Kobe did.
What did Kobe do? Tell me what Kobe did. I'm listening.
Kobe ran Shaq out of town. Kobe was immature. Kobe was breaking the Lakers offense to score points. Kobe was doing all of these things. He was being immature. Kobe wasn't a good teammate. Kobe wasn't even getting along with his teammates. They didn't even like Kobe. They isolated Kobe because of Kobe's selfishness, because of Kobe's immaturity, and they still won 3 championships. So everything that you're saying that Tracy McGrady would have brought to the Lakers was already there. So removing Kobe doesn't. There's no difference. There's no difference.
I have a simple question for you. What year did Kobe Bryant leave the Lakers because of Shaq?
In 2004 season.
Okay, we all know Kobe did not leave the Lakers in 2004. All right. What year did Tracy McGrady leave Vince Carter because he was jealous?
Never.
I can tell you, it was 2000. It was 2000. He was jealous. He was jealous of Vince Carter.
So he would stay in Toronto for less money?
Yeah, to Brandon's eyes, yeah.
I mean, if he wanted to win.
So if Kobe wanted to win, he wouldn't let Shaq. He wouldn't have kicked Shaq off the team in 2004. If he wanted to win, he would have took less money, kicked Shaq, and kept Shaq on the team. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's why he didn't make the playoffs. That's why he couldn't make the playoffs.
Kobe won.
He couldn't make the playoffs. He couldn't make the playoffs.
He couldn't make the playoffs. Let's not take away his titles. He already won.
He couldn't make the playoffs. He couldn't make the playoffs. That's the same with Tracy
McGrady. That's fine. He couldn't make the playoffs.
That's exactly what Tracy McGrady said. If I would have won 3 championships with Shaq, I would be just as a champion. That would be great. Yeah, he would have. He would
have left. He would have left in a heartbeat.
No, he wouldn't have.
Hey, Johnny, can I actually answer the question? Because I answered the question, but for some reason that particular post to the answer to the question wasn't pinned up. I have no problem answering it.
Okay, so answer me. What did Kobe contribute to the Lakers' 3 championships that Tracy McGrady could not?
All NBA caliber defense. Kobe Bryant is one of the best perimeter defenders during those 3-peat championships. And this is a little advice. Just a little advice for all the Kobe fans that was up here trying to quote unquote argue for Kobe, bruh. This answer was right there on the table, bro. Like stats don't show stats, and no sport tell you the whole story. That's why a thing like defense.
Okay, no. You answered the question. You went. No, I don't need you to talk. No, Sturdy. You answered the question.
I didn't answer. No, I'm out.
You didn't answer it, Sturdy. You didn't answer it. I don't want to hear you talk to them, Sturdy. You know what, Sturdy? All right. You know what, Sturdy? You're right. Goodbye, sir. Bye. So you can't. This is not your show. You can get your own show, nigga. Listen.
I mean, Tracy McGrady was a good defender.
Exactly. That's all my point is right there. That's my point right there. My point is right there is that since we can't use that, and we can't use it's not interrupt, man. It's not interrupt. You can't interrupt me. Answer the question. Then went to go talk to Kobe fans and try to teach them how to lie. Don't come on Kingdom teaching Kobe fans how to lie. He said stats don't tell the whole story. So what the fuck story are you using to say Tracy McGrady can't do the all defensive things that he did that Kobe did? What are you using? What is it? What are you saying?
Why didn't T-Mac win with Yao?
No, I need Sturdy to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
What was it that you seen that was not in the stats and in the story that says Tracy McGrady cannot be an all-league defender for the Lakers?
The reason why Kobe Bryant was a better defender and more compatible defender during that duration is because he had a higher motor than T-Mac, because he was shorter than T-Mac, had better forward than T-Mac. He was better getting around screens than T-Mac, and most importantly, he was more consistent guarding not just guards but also a few forwards in the league unlike T-Mac. Anybody can to see a single game between T-Mac and Kobe during that duration can clearly see Kobe Bryant was a way better defender.
Well, he was literally playing with Shaq, so there's a lot easier to.
He was playing with the defensive-minded Lakers.
I'm not talking. No, here's the thing. I don't need to mention. I don't need to mention. And part of that was the other all-defensive accountable player.
Sturdy, are you telling me somebody who was in middle school in 2000 are telling me when I was old enough to understand basketball more than you at the time that Kobe Bryant's motor was more than Tracy McGrady? Where are you getting this from?
It was, bro. What are you talking about?
I don't. Hey, Spooky, don't answer for Sturdy. I need you to. I know, but yes, and that's why I told him to let you answer it. Please explain to me, how do you measure difference in motor?
It's not, once again, John, I keep telling you this. In sports, there's things that happen on the basketball court that isn't measured by stats. There's no motor for stats. There's no stats for motor.
Sturdy, I didn't ask you exactly. So how are you measuring this then? So how are you measuring this if you have no way of measuring this?
How do I observe it? Because you can also observe facts and don't have to measure facts to be facts. How do I observe this? By simply, I'm about to say it, by simply watching the games. It's Kobe Bryant. You can literally catch the majority of the playoff games and good portion of regular season game during that duration. It's Shaq and Kobe.
So because you never saw Tracy McGrady play elite defense, you think he can't. Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I am saying is it's a fact that Kobe Bryant was a better defender at that time because of some of the things I said.
No. Don't twist your words. I'm not asking you who's a better defender. I'm asking you how are you using motor to say that?
I mean, Kobe didn't.
I know that, Brandon. I know that, Brandon. Okay, how are you measuring the motors? That's like I got to understand.
Once again, Johnny. How I observed the fact that Kobe had a high motor because he gave more consistent effort than in contrast to T-Mac. Every fact in the sport is not measured to be a fact.
How do you know he gave more effort?
By watching the games, Johnny.
So again, I'm gonna ask you this again. So because you never saw Tracy McGrady give effort, that means Tracy McGrady gave no effort.
I didn't say that at all. I never said that.
I never said that. Wait, yes, you did, Sturdy. I asked you how did you
I'll send you money if you prove I said that.
See, look, this is what y'all do. I let you speak. Sturdy, you legitimately just told me the way you measure it is by your observation, not by my observation, not by Brandon's observation, not by Lamont's observation. We're going off of your observation, which means if your observation is limited, we have to accept that as facts.
Hey, I'll answer.
No. It's this simple. You can pull up a random fucking game and you compare the defenders.
Where are you going to see that Tracy McGrady cannot play on-ball defender, cannot go around screens, doesn't have the motor to do any of this? You're not going to see that. You're going to see. Hold on, wait. If we go look at Orlando film in 2001, or if we go look at the Toronto Raptors when he was playing with them, and we go watch Tracy McGrady on the defensive side of the ball, we will see Tracy McGrady playing defense. We will see Tracy McGrady have a motor. We will see all of this. So don't tell us to go see it because it will be there. No,
I never said he didn't play defense.
I know you said. I didn't ask you that. I asked you how did you separate the difference. That's what I said.
Like I said, you watch any fucking game, you can clearly see Kobe Bryant. I'm about to say it again, Johnny, but more detail. You watch any fucking game, you can see Kobe Bryant giving more effort getting around screens. You can see Kobe Bryant giving more effort guarding his man. You can see Kobe Bryant there's starting to see Kobe Bryant compensating for Shaq's weaknesses defensively.
Yeah, I seriously doubt Phil Jackson would allow Tracy McGrady to be lackluster on defense. So
he was known to be inconsistent on defense.
What you mean allowed?
They're playing his own teammates called him out. The championship.
Billy, what you mean? Billy,
no, what Brandon is saying is that there is a philosophy. There is a reason. There is a.
I ain't know.
Go ahead, Billy. All right, go ahead. Since you said.
What you Billy? What you mean by he want to allow him to like? What you mean
Phil Jackson, the coaching staff would not allow Tracy McGrady to play the defense you're talking about, like lack of defense.
Well, shit, he allowed Melo to play that shit defense. So what is he talking about?
When?
Didn't Coach Melo?
No, let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic.
Melo Coach Melo in New York?
I got the
Melo had
2000 playoff, 2001
Melo had nothing to do with this.
right here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he was in the front office. You're right.
He'll never coach Melo.
I got the 2001 playoff.
He was the GM on the Knicks. He wasn't.
Yeah, he was the GM. My bad.
GM, that's different.
Okay.
Now, Billy, what was you saying?
Billy,
what was you saying?
I'm just saying,
let's let Brandon
when
go
you're
ahead, Brandon. Go
playing
ahead.
championship basketball, you're not gonna allow a player to hurt you defensively when you're a championship team or you're a great coach. I don't think the skills that Trace McGrady have, the athleticism that he had, he would have pushed himself through it. He would have been a decent. He look at him when he's guarding Kobe. You know he could play good defense.
Hey, bro, even Tracy McGrady admitted. Even Tracy McGrady admitted that he was too slow on his rotations on defense. He admitted his own self.
I think what y'all not incorporating is the fact that when y'all comparing Tracy McGrady's defense as a number one option that had to do everything offensively for his teams versus Kobe's defense, who had a guy averaging 30 and 15, right?
Kobe was the number one option also when he was the
you can conserve your energy on the offensive end. When Tracy McGrady, who had a 7'2" wingspan, it was definitely going to have more energy to play.
Hey, bro, that's a terrible take.
Especially when you're not going to the hole because of Shaq.
That's a terrible take.
What you mean? Hold on. What you mean conserving your? What you mean conserving your energy?
Hold on 1 second, Sturdy.
Jordan played both sides of the ball.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
He had Scottie Pippen.
Hold on, Sturdy. You just
he was still playing elite defense.
Hold on, Sturdy. You just said, Sturdy, that everything that you saw defensively, the defensive difference between Tracy McGrady and Kobe was the motor. When you see somebody,
I said other things. I said other things.
When you see somebody's motor trick, especially when you're talking about the number one option,
I said
when their motor tickers down on the defensive end, it's because you're gassed. Just like that 37-point game that we saw, he got gassed in the fourth because he had no help. It's like so.
What 37-point game you talking about?
You're comparing a set. First of all, when you look, even in that game, Kobe wasn't even guarding Tracy McGrady in that game that he dropped 37. It was Rick Fox and Devin George. They didn't even deploy Kobe to go guard the best players. He was guarding like they said. He was guarding the less.
I gotta look up this game.
March 15, 2000.
Don't look. I got the clip right here. I'll put it on.
Lamar, you can put. Wait, hold on, wait. Go ahead, Brandon.
What series would Trace McGrady hurt the Lakers defensively?
Exactly.
The Kings.
Who? How?
Gordon Christie? Oh my God!
No, because it's not about home. It's not 2K. You're not just assigned to one player the whole game.
Gonna cook
We're not. Oh my God, bro. We're talking about basketball, bro. Jesus Christ,
I thought you was gonna say something like
the main reason why the Kings were very competitive against the Lakers because they were having a lot of success shooting, especially against Shaq. Shaq was very slow and very hesitant to close out on the shooters, not just from the bigs, but also from guards coming off screens to get their shot off, like a Bibby, like a Doug Christie. Shaq would not show on those screens, and they'll get a lot of open shots. That's the main reason why the series was close.
So now Doug Christie's a big
No,
shot.
wait, no. Now how explain?
Who said that?
Oh wait, no.
Who said Doug Christie was a big shot maker?
No, stop.
Hey, Johnny, you keep interrupting with dumb shit.
Listen. I'm sticking with in the pocket. I'm asking you, Sturdy. How did Kobe help prevent that and for them to win it?
How did because he was playing better deep. You notice like when towards the end of those games, it was Kobe that was assigned on Bibby. You notice towards some of those games, anytime any permanent player. All right. No, you're right. No, you're right, Johnny. Fuck it. The shit I'm saying, fuck it. You're right. Fuck it. The shit I'm saying, I can't be proven. You're right. Fuck it.
Brady's longer.
We can go watch the game. What do you mean?
I've been said that.
And I guarantee you're not going to find Kobe guarding Bibby at the end of the game, like he said, because Kobe needs energy to play offense in the fourth quarter. They're going to put Ron Harper. They're going to put somebody else on him. They're going to put Derek Fisher on him. They're not putting Kobe on the primary score on the perimeter in that time. They're not doing that. They're not doing that.
Okay. Hey, Johnny, what type of offense the Kings ran, Johnny?
Princeton offense.
I don't know Rick Adelman's offense. I don't pretend to know basketball offense like that. No, I don't do that. But what I do know for a fact is that the Lakers' defensive primary perimeter defender was not Kobe Bryant. There was a reason why they brought in guys like Ron Harper, why they brought in guys like Devin George, why they had Derek Fisher. Kobe wasn't guarding Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson was going off on him on the Lakers.
I didn't mention that series.
I know that, but I'm bringing you examples of how Kobe wasn't that primary defender that you are saying. So in the Sacramento series, you're not going to put Kobe to be the main defender in the fourth quarter when you need Kobe to score in the fourth quarter. You're not going to waste Kobe's energy on the defensive side. That's why it's a team game. You go get a perimeter defender that can go do that can use his energy to do the same thing with SGA. You're not going to put SGA on your primary guy. You're going to go get a Lou Dort. You're going to go get a Jalen Williams because you want to conserve his energy.
Just like
That's
Jordan.
what. Exactly. You're not going to do that. So I'm not saying Kobe's a bad defender or Kobe's not better than Tracy McGrady. What I'm saying is you guys are attributing things to Kobe that is not real, and you're not giving Tracy McGrady
What am I attributing? What am I attributing to Kobe that's not real?
Can I answer
that the Lakers defense would have lacked something because Tracy McGrady is now as their starting two guard instead of Kobe. That's what I'm saying to you. The Lakers defense was not predicated on Kobe, nor was the Lakers championship predicated on their defense.
Hold on, David. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Hey, Johnny, can you send it around?
That team was a
might
great.
got to moderate a little bit.
Every single time they won a championship, there was an elite defensive team, especially in the playoffs. That team was built.
Wait. In 2001, the Lakers were. Wait, I know, because you're lying. In 2001,
I said
the Lakers
playoffs. We wanted to take. Fucking God, bro.
Playoffs is not. That's not the term. You're only playing the same teams. You're playing 4 teams, the same strategy. That's not the same thing.
It's both. It's both, hey, Johnny.
Okay. No, it's not. Wait. Matter of fact, let's go to the. No, wait. Let me get to the playoffs because you guys be lying and you want me to just sit here and let you keep lying. Let's go to the Lakers offense. I want to see how good this. I want to see how good the Lakers defense was in the playoffs. Let me see this. Let me just go see this.
They went 15-1.
I don't tell me about 15-1.
I got some. Hey, John. Can I get this off?
Okay,
now,
the Lakers were third in points per game in the playoffs. The Minnesota Timberwolves and the Charlotte Hornets were better than them.
So elite defense. If I'm top 3 in the league, hey Johnny, what is that?
That's not the league. That's just in the playoffs.
Kobe is the overall better player.
If I'm top 3 in the playoffs, then what is that, Johnny?
That's just you were good in the playoffs. That doesn't mean you're the best defensive team when you're 23rd in points per game.
I said that team. I said
third out of 8.
But they're not. Their defense. So you're telling me they turned?
It's 16 teams in the
third out of
playoffs.
8 because the other 8 are the first round. So those will really matter.
What do you mean? It does matter. It gets tracked. What are we talking about?
This is what I'm trying to say, yo. Because I'm tired of hearing him just talk about this nonsensical stuff. Listen to what I'm about to tell y'all right now.
Okay.
They put in 2001. This is who the Lakers played. You're not going to get no kind of example of great elite defense from what the teams I'm about to tell you. They played Portland. They played San Antonio, and they played Sacramento before they got to the Sixers in the finals. What type of sample size can we get from Kobe to say, that was elite defense against those teams?
The entire run. The entire run. Just go back and
no series.
The starting two guards for
Lamont. Who was y'all two guards in 2001?
The starting two was Steve Smith.
Derek Anderson?
Steve Smith in 2001.
Steve Smith. Okay, go to Sacramento.
No, Steve Smith. Down.
San Antonio had Antonio Davis.
He was like his 10th year of the league. Who
else?
Boy,
I got this. Okay, so we're gonna start with that team, right? So we got the Portland Trailblazers, right? Let's go to the next team, which was the Sacramento Kings. The Lakers were facing the Sacramento Kings. They swept them. This is 2001, ladies and gentlemen, playoffs. The starting two guard on that team was Peja Stojakovic. Doug Christie.
Doug Christie, yeah.
Doug Christie was the starter in that series. Then if we go to the next series, where the Lakers faced the San Antonio Spurs in 2001, the best player on that team as far as the shooting guard would have been
2001.
My God.
Antonio All NBA first team.
It was
All NBA first team. That dude was
it
great.
Was Antonio. It was Antonio Daniels as the starting two guard on San Antonio in 2001.
Y'all want to still keep lying?
Like that's why I don't go by playoff 30 because playoff numbers are deceiving. The Lakers defense
Can I address this dude, bro? Because like he keeps saying I'm lying, and I didn't say nothing. I didn't lie at all. All you're saying, dummy, is the fact that he didn't play elite defense because of look at the players he's going against. Last time I checked, the way your defense is measured is how you play, whether whoever the fuck is in front of you, whether it be a nigga like Ray Allen or a nigga like Doug Christie. My defense is measured how I played against them. Period.
Your defense, that's exactly what I'm telling you. About to tell you, your defense against Doug Christie will not look the same against Ray Allen.
Hypothetical. So
Ray Allen was in a better offensive player than Doug Christie.
He was, but
y'all are missing the point.
That's not the time frame you're talking about.
Making this about y'all making this about Kobe and T-Mac. The question is, can T-Mac guard Doug Christie? Yes. Can T-Mac guard Antonio Daniels? Yes. Can T-Mac guard?
He was not good getting around screens, and like the brother said earlier, he was not consistent on his rotation.
You're lying. That's a lie. That's a lie. He can go around screens. Why not? He's athletic.
Hey Johnny. I did not. Hey Johnny. I did not say he. Exactly. And that makes when you're taller, it's hard. When you're taller, it's harder for you to get around screens. That's a fact.
No, I'm the dummy, but
that's a fact.
Without rings.
No,
I'm a dummy, but
that's not a fact, 30.
I didn't say that either, and I guarantee.
That's not a fact.
I guarantee, bro. You try to prove that. I will pay you to prove that.
Nah, that actually is a fact, guys.
Are you saying Patrick Beverly can get around the screen faster than Kawhi Leonard?
The smaller players could get lower and dip down and get through.
He's not chasing around point guards.
When you got a
Patrick Beverly's a point guard. That's what he do, Johnny. What you talking about? What do you do? That's literally what Patrick Beverly do.
Come on, that's ridiculous.
No, I'm asking A Johnny. I'm asking A Johnny's question. And yes, that's what Patrick Beverly do. He picks up 94 feet. That's the fuck. Why will you not be better at that than Kawhi?
When you're
just
saying
you're at it. You would have said this is one thing that none of y'all said about defense, which is why I completely destroy people when we talk.
I said a lot. I said a lot about defense.
None of you guys mentioned IQ. None of you said that. None of you would say Kobe watches more film than T-Mac. He pays attention to detail more than T-Mac. These would have been key factors that we could have said, yeah, okay, I give you that. You guys said things like motor, things you cannot measure. Things that
Johnny, how you measure IQ?
Because Kobe studies film. And I can
measure that? You get what I'm saying? That's why they mentioned it, Johnny, because you would have said that. How do you measure IQ?
Because Kobe pays attention to more detail and watches more film than T-Mac does.
And you're going on testimony.
You can never
you're going on testimony, right?
Even T-Mac agrees to this. Even T-Mac agrees.
That's testimony.
I'm going off of but that's factual. Kobe does watch film. Kobe can break down the game better than T-Mac can break down the game to us. We've seen Kobe break down film, break down plays, break down the strategy, We've seen Kobe do this. We've seen Kobe tell you about certain guys' tendencies. When he said that Stephen Curry doesn't like you standing on the side of him shooting the shot, that's real. That's actual fact. No, but that's what I'm saying. But that's that's
film study.
No, but that's called
testimony. Johnny is describing testimony.
IQ. That's IQ. There is no testimony that you're going to find that's going to say Kobe has a bigger motor or better motor than Tracy McGrady. None.
I'll drop that link in Discord. That's no problem. That's easy
basketball, bro.
Who's used that testimony and said Kobe's motor was more?
I'll drop in Discord later.
In your Discord.
No, I'm in your Discord too, Johnny. Like, stop it, bro. Like,
I know you're in our Discord. Mike, I'm live now. I want to expose it. I want to see you help us understand this Kobe motor.
Put it in the chat.
Because I'm not because every other factual thing I was saying, you guys kept being disingenuous.
Sturdy, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
I didn't say that you didn't have a right to say Kobe had the better motor. I asked you how you measured it. You couldn't do that. When you asked me how I measured it,
that's the disingenuous part.
No, you didn't. You said your eye test.
No, I've never said eye test.
Yes, you said my observation. That's eye test. My observation. By watching film. You watching film. Because when I watch film, I see T-Mac's motor. You don't.
I never said T-Mac didn't have a motor. This is all a compare contrast, bro. You asked me what did Kobe contribute?
Wait. Let me try to correct myself. I see the same motor Kobe has.
Well, we all know you biased.
No, what I don't see is the IQ Kobe has. That's the difference. And I told you where the IQ measurement came from.
So, hey, Johnny, this one I'm saying, hey, Johnny.
Studies more than
every time, and this is what I'm saying, hey, Johnny. Every time not just me, but there's other people who was up here who was giving testimonials to back up their claim. You kept repeating the question. How is that measured? The reason why I didn't bring up IQ. The reason why I didn't bring up IQ. The reason why I bring up IQ because
I want to know where these testimonials.
Because I didn't bring up IQ. All right, bro. All right, bro.
Not one of you guys explained why Kobe was a better defender. The one person who did was you, right? And you stated
there wasn't a brother that said that T-Mac said himself he was late on rotations. A brother didn't say that.
I said that.
I never heard T-Mac say he was late on rotations.
Not only that, Ron Artest played with both T-Mac and Kobe. Ron Artest admitted that T-Mac is very inconsistent on defense. Ron Artest admitted that Kobe Bryant was one of the best IQ defenders he ever played against. And Ron Artest is one of the best defenders.
You said T-Mac was what on defense?
Okay, hold on.
Inconsistent. He called T-Mac out. He publicly called T-Mac out. Ron Artest publicly called out T-Mac and said that he's very inconsistent, bro.
Okay,
what you talking about, man?
Yo, hold on. I got what T-Mac said right here. You want me to read it?
Before you read it, Lamont, let me address Ace Boogie. Again, Ace Boogie, you didn't hear him say motor, did he? What did he use? IQ.
No, hold on.
I gave you how you use IQ. But let's let the real quote happen, not you zesty Jeffrey showing up on Goat James Kingdom
Johnny,
Line.
This is what it says. It says Ron Artest acknowledged that Tracy McGrady had the physical tools to be a great defender. He says McGrady stood at 6'8" with a 7'2" wingspan, and his athleticism gave him the ability to guard multiple positions. Artest emphasized that McGrady had the athleticism, size, and quickness to become a top-tier defender if he's fully committed to it.
So for those who don't know, motor is another synonym. Hold on. Can I say this?
Why did he just lie like that?
No, I didn't lie. Hold on.
You can look it up.
I just looked it up. He didn't lie. He didn't lie. Why you lying on that man? He didn't lie.
But February 2009.
You can read the story, Johnny. It gets worse.
I already heard you. Fuck it, bro. You being disingenuous again, bro.
February of 2009.
Hold on, y'all.
February of 2009.
You won't even believe what comes next.
What Sturdy is saying is that by saying consistency or effort, that is motor. Sturdy, you didn't.
That's literally what motor is.
But you didn't say that. Now,
Johnny, I literally said that.
Oh no, hold on, Sturdy. Sturdy, you know I listen very intently to have these conversations on purpose. I do not try to take anybody's word out of context. I want to make sure when I ask you something that I'm clear on it. When you kept bringing up motor, you never addressed how motor was separated. You never said effort. If you would have ever heard me here talk about defense, what are the three things that I said you need to be a great defender? You need a great IQ. You need athleticism. And what was the last thing, Lamont? You need effort. Effort.
I did say that. Like
no,
you can find it.
He didn't say effort. You did not say effort. You did not say
it's already on tape. It's on tape. I don't care. It's okay. It's on tape.
You said running around screens, and you said you brought up that he was too tall and that he wouldn't be able to run around screens the way Kobe, and Kobe had a better motor. And I asked you how you separate that motor. You never said effort. You never brought up intensity.
The first time you asked me, Johnny, I literally said motor being more consistent effort. And then that's why I start getting to describing the screens and his rotations. The first time you asked me that. I don't know what happened, got lost in translation, but we're here now. That's why.
Screens and rotations are not dictated by the player. Screens and rotations are dictated by
your rotation is dictated by your effort.
Brandon, and you agree, Brandon, right? Brandon, you agree that the effort problem of Tracy McGrady would be fixed with the Lakers coaching, correct?
Of course.
Thank you.
We disagree on the hypothetical. That's it. We just disagree on that.
The greatest defensive coach in the league couldn't
because
I mean, what championship team have you played on that no one gave effort to win though?
It's not an absolute. It's not Billy. I'm not saying an absolute like he's not gonna give no effort. Why I'm simply saying in the to the degree that Kobe Bryant was contributing, no, he's not going to throw out that effort.
Kobe's a better defender. Yes, he's a better defender.
That's why I came up here.
But that doesn't mean that Trace McGrady would hurt the Lakers defensively.
No. Billy, that's not the question. That was not the question. The question that was asked to me is, what do Kobe Bryant contribute during this window that the T-Mac can't? I never said T-Mac can't play defense. I said specifically he's not going to contribute the all NBA caliber defense that Kobe provided during that duration.
And because of that, they're not going to win the championship?
No, there's other reasons, but y'all fun with that.
I just think Trace McGrady defense was enough for them to win titles if he was mature enough to play with Shaq.
And Billy, this is what you should have said, right? Yeah. I'm fuck this. What you should have said. I'm gonna say this. Yeah. The personalities of Kobe and Shaq at that time, believe it or not, was needed for one another. Shaq said it himself that the reason why he can slack off all this stuff because Kobe Bryant's gonna put in the effort. Kobe Bryant's gonna not only hold him accountable, but hold the rest of the team accountable.
Hey, let me propose another reason too.
Let me take this quick. Now, I'm not saying like T-Mac, AI, hypothetically, you put them with Shaq, they won't get a championship. That's not what I'm saying. But to three-peat, we all know this. To three-peat, it's only been done like a handful of times. Only 3 franchises did it. For you to three-peat, it requires more than just talent. You need your team to be able to focus.
Shaq and a Phil Jackson. That's what you need.
No, not just Shaq, not just Shaq and Phil Jackson. Shaq, no, wrong. Because they was not the only people who three-peated.
Yeah, I don't think
I want to propose another reason, right? I want to propose another reason. Speaking of what Sturdy was saying with the three-peat thing, right?
No, okay, my bro. Let me finish.
I let you talk.
Let me let my plane, bro. Lamar cut me off. Let me land my plane.
No, hold on. Wait. Go ahead, Sturdy. Hurry up. By the way, Peter, please go ahead. Please land the plane. Please.
Simply put, I don't think AI or T-Mac would three-peat like Kobe did because I don't think their personality will be strong enough to hold a player like Shaq accountable. That's
okay. This is another thing I want to propose. This is another thing I want to propose, possibly why T-Mac wouldn't three-peat, right? So I don't think he'd have the physical durability, judging by what we saw post 2004, because prior to that he was always getting out in the first rounds, right? So would T-Mac be able to? Let me talk, man. Would T-Mac be able to physically sustain 3 to 4 finals runs? Both from a physical and mental standpoint, without breaking down.
Of course,
T-Mac ain't have Shaq.
You can't say of course, B. Lee, because T-Mac started breaking down, starting with like 05-06 season. So you can't say of course.
After 4 years of being the main guy and not having a Shaq to lead,
but he wasn't going deep in the playoffs either. What would have happened if he was going?
I already said that T-Mac went three-peat with Shaq, but I don't think his body will break down.
Remember, guys, and I didn't just say that the physical part too, because remember, as dominant as Shaq was, they was within a couple shots. If Portland could have made a couple shots in that fourth quarter, and that was Shaq at his absolute peak, they were that close to losing. So no matter how dominant a player is or how great a team is, you're going to need some breaks. You're going to need some things to go your way. So not only from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint, can T-Mac sustain mentally and physically 4 straight finals runs? I don't think so.
I think he could have if he was in the right mindset. But I don't think Trace McGrady would have three-peated with the Lakers. I don't think he would have
got that type of mindset, B. Lee. And let me give you an exhibit A of evidence that I would say. Right? They both lost being up 3-1. So that's not the point that I'm making. So don't nobody say, well, Kobe was up 3-1 also. But what I will say is, after going up 3-1, to go in a press conference and proclaim yourself as winning that series when the series wasn't over, it shows that your mindset ain't right. You pretty much got it in your mind that hey,
give up. Your mindset ain't right if you blow a 3-1 lead. What are you talking about?
No, that don't mean that your mindset. That's why I just said before I say it, don't jump on the 3-1 thing. I'm talking about the mindset. The shit that he said, it shows that his mind ain't right. You don't go to a press conference when you're up 3-1 and talk about I'll see you in the second round. The series is not over.
He was confident. He was confident. That's nothing to do with his mindset. He was confident.
Hey,
he's not doing that. He's not doing that with Phil Jackson.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. You've been very patient. Go ahead, Mel.
It's Lee. What's going on, Lamont? What's going on, B. Lee? What's going on, everybody?
Good.
I just think this talk is nonsense, obviously. But I just wanted to point out two things. When I forget, somebody mentioned, in terms of the durability, questioning the durability of Tracy McGrady. Well, the 99-2000 and the 2000-2001 season, Tracy McGrady played more games than Kobe Bryant in the regular season. And then the 2001-2002 season, I think Kobe Bryant only played 3 more games than Tracy McGrady. And Tracy McGrady obviously had to deal with the wear and tear being the number 1 option. But in 2 out of 3 seasons, from a regular season standpoint, he was more durable, and he was the number 1 option. So I'm not going to sit here and say, well, I'm not going to question, his durability, in terms of, playing, in terms of being on the Lakers, because one, he would have been the second option, and that means less wear and tear, because he's playing with Shaq.
Exactly.
So that's number 1, which that made no sense. Number 1, and then number 2 is for what my guy B. Lee said earlier. I posted in the in a private chat, Johnny and Lamont. Trace McGrady talked about the reason why he left. I forget what year he was asked the question. It was either right after he left Toronto or maybe a couple years later. I forget, but I posted in a private chat. Trace McGrady said, "Yeah, I left because of the coach, Butch Carter. I didn't like that man at all. It was not. He didn't say a word about Vince Carter. He said he actually said Vince Carter is not the reason why I left. The city of Toronto, the city of Toronto is not the reason why I left. I left because of internal conflict with Butch Carter, the coach. So it wasn't anything pertaining to Tracy McGrady's immaturity or him not wanting to play in Toronto because of Vince Carter or the organization itself. It was because of the coach, Butch Carter. So that's just what I wanted to say. And then I think the last point is, I guess we're playing, I heard somebody earlier, I don't know if it was, what's that guy's name again? King Speech Road, whatever his name
King Speech Road, yeah, King Speech Road.
Oh my gosh, man! I thought, man, never mind. I'm not going to say anything about him. But
hey, Johnny, just so they can't weaponize Tracy McGrady's defense anymore, I'm gonna give you the testimonial that ends it, because this person, we don't have the ability to contradict what he says. He was there. He played with both. Well, I'm gonna go back with the one they used, Ron Artest. He further said, it says Artest compared McGrady's defense to players who were known for elite defense like himself, Kawhi Leonard, and Tony Allen. He literally compared Tracy McGrady's defense to the best defenders in league, some of the best defenders in league history. So this is what I mean by this eye test. Ron Artest looks at Tracy McGrady and he tells us Kawhi Leonard and Tony Allen and himself. But these fans who want to tear down Tracy McGrady, they pretend that they actually were watching his defense, and they want to tell him that his defense was sorry. He couldn't fight around screen. Like, so I want to know, like, when people say his defense, what did they watch?
Calling out Tracy McGrady.
Hold on. Let me calling out Tracy McGrady.
Let him finish. His own teammates.
Oh my God. It says Artest compared McGrady's defense to players who are known for elite defense like himself, Kawhi Leonard, and Tony Allen. You don't get that label if you are a bad defender. Hey, Johnny, has anybody ever said you defend like Kawhi Leonard and then 2 seconds later said you a trash defender?
No, like, and then that's the one last thing I wanted to say.
Let's let Mel land his plane, please. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, Johnny, this is Lee. What's going on? And that's the one last thing I wanted to mention, that Lamont literally took the words out of my mouth. Just because you're not named an all NBA player, first team all defense or second team, does not mean you can't play defense. I mean, if that's the case, Bruce Bones was a darn good defender. He wasn't always listed as a first team all defense. Just because you don't get defensive accolades doesn't mean you can't play defense. If that's the case, then Scottie Pippen was a trash defender because he never won Defensive Player of the Year. So I heard somebody say that on the panel earlier. I don't know who it was.
Yeah, no, they what are you talking about?
Can I ask a question?
I'm talking about what somebody said earlier. That's what I'm talking about.
No, they did say somebody brought up the all defensive selection.
Somebody brought it up earlier.
And I asked him, how do you? Yeah, and I asked you, how do you? And again, it's the same thing that he's trying to say. If you're not a champion, can I still be considered a caliber championship player? Yes, that's what he's saying. There's players that are championship caliber players that just didn't win championships. The same way there are players that are all defensive players that just didn't make the all defensive team. There's a lot of guys that could have been on all defensive team this year that just didn't make it. Only 10 guys can make the team, but it doesn't mean you didn't play at that level.
The upper echelon makes it. No doubt, shadow of a doubt. The upper echelon will always make it, bro. And that's what Kobe was.
But there's times that Kobe shouldn't have been there. There's times that Dwayne Wade should have been on the all defense team. They didn't put him over. There were players that were better than Kobe on defense, but they didn't do it, which is fine. The coaches have a right to say that because they're the one who's watching film. They're the one who understand what Kobe does on a night-to-night basis. I get that. But at the end of the day, just because you didn't make the all defensive team, that doesn't mean you can't play defense. That's what you guys have to get out because he still gets a steal and a half, just like Kobe gets a steal and a half, and he blocks more shots than Kobe. And that's because he has a longer wingspan. He's more athletic than Kobe, so he can contest shots way better than Kobe can contest shots.
Oh, nobody's saying Tracy McGrady. Nobody's saying Tracy McGrady
Lamont, you're wasting your time.
A good defensive
We're talking
player.
about the basketball community. You're wasting your time, Johnny.
But he was never the caliber defender that Kobe Bryant was. Point blank period.
Nobody said that, nigga.
12 out of 20.
Shut the fuck up. No one ever said Tracy McGrady could play defense as good as Kobe or better. No one. Y'all always bring up an argument nobody fucking brought up. You guys brought up defense. No one said the Lakers won championship because of fucking Kobe's defense.
Johnny, you're wasting your time, bro.
It's not.
I want to know what Keith Rose said it was so bad.
I don't know what
Kobe's defense against Doug Christie in these playoffs was,
you said if somebody averages 30 points per game in a series, they're not a sidekick.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
But how? How is it dumb? I need to understand that.
Roll. All you're gonna do is argue when we prove it is dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb.
No, I never got a chance to land a plane on it.
Argument.
I know. First of all, Johnny, you say you don't believe in sidekicks.
Exactly. It's a stupid argument. It's a stupid
There's
argument.
no such thing as a fucking sidekick.
I know it's
okay, then. So how many points you score or not?
Player, that's all.
Y'all always bring sidekick talk back to points per game, and now
because sidekick is your argument. We don't care. Kobe was the second option. He wasn't better.
Which goes back to points.
No.
Let's go back to
points. It always does.
Hold on.
Because we told you Bill Russell was a first option.
Johnny, I got you. No, you don't. No, it does. Because just because you're the first option, it's not always strictly the points. You could have an entire offensive system ran around you, but you could have average less points than somebody else.
Steve Nash.
What are you talking about?
Jaylen Brown.
Cool.
Bill Russell's the prime example of that.
Why did that same system win before Kobe became Kobe?
Bill Russell is the prime example of someone who is the first.
Just the problem. Y'all look at teams the wrong way.
Bill Russell was not no number one option. Get the hell out of here with that.
He was the first option of the offense. Idiot, the offense ran through him. What are you
Ain't no
talking
fucking
about?
offense run through. He averaged like 3 assists a game.
You don't know basketball. You don't know basketball. You are an idiot. You don't know basketball. You don't know. It doesn't matter.
Cut it out.
You realize Scottie Pippen was the main playmaker of the Bulls, right? All 5 years. All 6 years they won the championship.
The offense run through.
Can I read this?
Y'all
Jordan led in
splitting the
assists for
atom
the
instead of
first 3
understanding
seasons,
it's
so
just a
that's not
team
true.
effort no matter what. You're trying to attribute this percentage and that percentage, and
I'm
it's
not attributing
stupid. Because
anything.
if you take one element out, then the whole thing could topple over. That's just why it's not that easy to say
This guy's the alpha. This one's the socket.
Man, if that's the case,
That's why Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen rings are equal. That's why Kobe Bryant and Shaq's rings are equal.
Okay,
Everybody who won a championship contributed in the same factor for that team to win. You take out anybody, they lose. Simple and plain.
Just one
So
final
it shouldn't be no MVPs then. Hold on.
MVP,
So
that's
it
all.
shouldn't be no MVPs. It shouldn't be no all. It shouldn't be no first team, second team, third team. It shouldn't be no max contract. It shouldn't be no top 10 list. If everybody's equal and everybody equally contributed, all of that shit needs to go out the window if it's a team game. Y'all asses capping. Cut the malarkey.
Who doesn't get a ring because they're not the most valuable player on the team?
Who
doesn't get a ring
because they worth less than Kobe Bryant's then?
Okay, listen, y'all gotta let me do this. I don't need you guys to cook these niggas. I could cook them very easily. That's what I'm called for to do. Again, I'm gonna ask you this, Peter. Does Derek Fisher's ring get taken away because he didn't average 25 points a game like Kobe did?
Nope, you move the goalposts.
I did not move the goalposts. No,
the title as a team is an equal thing.
It's a team accomplishment. Your All NBA is an individual
accomplishment.
Finals MVP. Your Finals MVP is an individual accomplishment. Your contract is an individual accomplishment. Their championship is a team accomplishment. Everyone gets a ring.
You asked me a question, right? You asked me a question about Derek Fisher, right?
Yes.
So my answer is his ring is not nearly as valuable as Shaq or Kobe's ring. That's my answer.
Based on what? Based on what?
Based on the fact that them boys get the lion's share of the money, them boys get the MVP votes, them boys get put in top 10 lists, and he don't. That's what y'all do. So I know y'all ass capping, because if y'all believe that team shit and it was all equal, it wouldn't be no MVP, it wouldn't be no accolades, it wouldn't be no first team, it wouldn't be no supermax contracts, it wouldn't be none of that shit. Everybody would get the same.
So based on that logic, Peter, who should get the most? Who should get the most?
No, I got this, Lamont. So what you're saying is, Peter, is that his ring is not equal to Kobe's ring because Kobe made $1 million and he made $5 million.
Y'all trying to do some fake sports communism, and there's no communism in sports, nigga.
There is no such thing as capitalism in sports when everyone has a championship ring. Tell me what is different about this guy's ring besides somebody making more money than him.
One was a bus rider, and the other was a bus driver. Shout out to Chuck.
None of them was driving a bus. They actually had a plane to get to game. They stopped taking buses. So the question is again, how do you? That's the whole point. So that means you're saying here that Kobe Bryant's championship ring is less than. Lord. Am I correct by that?
Say again.
Kobe Bryant's ring is less than Shaq because Shaq made the most money. Shaq got all the honors and accolades, not Kobe. So does that mean Kobe's rings is less value than Shaq's?
In 2000, definitely.
No, all three of them. Shaq did.
Nah, I wouldn't say that for 01 and hold on. He asked me a question.
No. I got again because I got to make sure we address it correctly.
Go ahead.
Did Kobe win Finals MVP?
No, he didn't.
All right. Did Kobe make as much money as Shaq?
I don't think so.
Did Kobe make 4 or 3 straight all NBA first teams?
I don't know. I have to look, but I'm gonna guess no.
He didn't. No, he didn't. Did he make the all? Did he make the? Oh, well, you know, Kobe made all the best. So Shaq got more honors, more accolades, and more money. Why is his rings more valuable than Kobe?
It is in 2000. It most definitely is.
No,
I'd say hold on, you can't ask me.
No, because you can't cut off the years that I said so that you can lie. You have to address it. Stay in the pocket, son. I'm talking about all 3 championships, not just one. And in fact,
I know I was gonna get to it, but you cut me off.
No, since you want to make it wait. Since you want to make it one, no, because you don't get the conversation. You're not gonna leave me somewhere I don't want to go. Since you only want to make it one, how did Kobe's ring become more valuable in 2001 and 2002 compared to his 2000 ring?
Right, because the separation between them as players statistically and on-court impact closed. That's why. When you're separated,
you didn't say nothing about separation. You said the player who had the more money.
I said that earlier.
No, you did. No. When you said that earlier, we weren't talking about value of rings. I didn't know you were diminishing rings of players who had rings. I'm asking you now.
I always do that.
So why you not diminishing? How does Shaq?
So is Shaq rings more valuable than Kobe rings?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Is he saying that?
I'm the most consistent person on this panel. My standard stays the same.
Is Shaq three rings more valuable than Kobe?
Wait. Did Kobe have the same stats, accolades, and achievement as Kobe Bryant in 2001?
No, but they were separated by a hair. That's my point. Earlier, I said there needs to be, for me to put a player in a sidekick category, there needs to be a clear separation between.
Man, you keep switching. We're not talking sidekick. What's it called? Derek Fisher's not a sidekick. We're not talking about Kobe being a sidekick. We're talking about Kobe's value of the rings that he has compared to the players who actually make more money than him, more than him. Now you want to say
to Shaq.
Yes, how's he
compared to Shaq?
How's he?
All right, so can I get 30 seconds without being interrupted to answer the question?
Yes.
Right. So when I was bringing up the whole thing about winning MVPs and money and all that stuff, that was to counter y'all fake argument about every ring on a. You got Lamar love to troll me, dog. I just was supposed to get 30 seconds.
And he gave you 9. We know this how they do.
I'm done with y'all niggas, man. Y'all ain't got no integrity, bro. Call me a bitch ass nigga all the fuck you want to, bro. You just literally just sat here and told me that you made an argument for the sake of making an argument and get mad. I call you a fucking zesty Jeffrey.
Right.
And can I? I've been wanting to go for this for like the last half hour.
Go ahead, Juan boy. Go ahead, Juan boy.
Yeah, go ahead, Juan boy. Go ahead, man.
Now he was saying like like the separator between Kobe, Shaq, both points and all of that. Right here, I got the record for the Lakers from 2000 to 2004 with Shaq and without Kobe. I got it for Shaq without Kobe and Kobe without Shaq. The Lakers from that time was 31-10 without Kobe. You want to know what they was without Shaq? 23-25.
No, but Kobe got motor.
He could win without Shaq. He's 23-25 without Shaq.
Shit, bro. Like y'all can't stay consistent. This is why I get mad, bro. I can't. At least my partner stay consistent. I asked Brandon why Tracy McGrady can't fucking work with Shaq. He gonna say the same shit. Tracy McGrady's immature. Tracy McGrady. He's gonna stay to the same shit. He's not gonna switch it. That's what he's gonna stand on. That's it.
Definitely could have won 5 straight if he was in the right mindset. Vince Carter would have won more with Shaq.
Johnny,
if there's any coach that can get you in the right mindset, is Phil Jackson.
Johnny, I've told Johnny, I'm going to tell you the same thing. I've told Lamont constantly via text and whatever. You guys are wasting your time. You're talking to the basketball community is the worst community on the planet. They're idiots. They're wasting your time. They don't get it. They're stuck in their ways. As you said, there's Zesty Jeffries. They're 90s fans. They're 90s and early 2000 fans, which are the dumbest fan bases in America. No. Why bother?
No, you know what it is? Let me tell you why. Let me tell you what's true about it. Because in basketball, it's the only sport that you actually think that you are important. Football fans understand they're not important. Football fans watch football because they just like to watch the game. They understand that the NFL don't give 2 fucks about them. They know the players don't give 2 fucks about them. They go out there and watch it because of their own fandom. That's it. Right. That's what they do it for. That's
Same with baseball.
Baseball, exactly. But basketball fans legitimately think because they could play at the rec center somewhere,
or 2K,
or because they played high school basketball somewhere, or because they played 2K, that they could. Not only that, they think that their knowledge is on the tier level of Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan. So, like when we say Ron Artest and all these guys are saying the things that we say, right? They get angry. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. And again, we always. Yeah, we can all listen. I called my partner before, but what I told you, Brandon, I'm gonna get you mad today. Why? Because he's a Kobe Bryant fan. So when I say Kobe Bryant is not the reason why the Lakers are winning championships, I expect Brandon to say something back because he is a fan. I would never take his fandom away from him, and I expect that. But at least he's gonna be a fan. He'll tell you, I'm a Kobe guy.
But King Rowe, you said I'm kissing what? King Rowe, you said I'm eating what? Eat a dick, pussy.
No, y'all gotta stop doing this. Y'all gotta take that somewhere else, bro. Don't come on GOAT James Kingdom with that shit, please, man. This is not Ticket TV. This is not Carcino and them channels. We try to have legitimate conversations. That's why I invented the word Zesty Jeffrey, so I don't have to use real foul language on these grown-ass men. But I can't deal with it no more. I really did, Lee. I really, Brandon. I tried, bro. Like I'm really trying to understand Kobe's greatness. These guys don't know Kobe's greatness. They're revisionists. They're really trying to rewrite history on Kobe Bryant, bro. They really are trying to do it. Let me get this super chat. He says, Unc is acting like an auntie. Stop crying. Kobe got 5, Shaq got 4. That's not the conversation.
See, they can't stick to the conversation.
The conversation is that between 2000 and 2004, can Tracy McGrady be added to that Laker team and remove Kobe Bryant, and they still win 3 championships, if not more? The only thing that can prevent them from winning championships is if Shaq's not on that team. That's my honest proof. I don't care if it's Tracy McGrady, if it's Kobe. You put any solid 2 guard on that team, they're still winning those 3 championships, and they probably win more because they would have an actual team that believed in each other. These guys were fighting in the locker room. They didn't get along well. You're talking about a locker room full of veterans living their lives. That's why they had to get rid of Shaq. The same reason Miami got rid of Shaq. They brought a bunch of veterans into Miami. Nobody's listening to the coaching staff. Nobody's listening to the GMs. Nobody's listening to nobody. They're all doing their own shit because they're a bunch of rich veterans who don't care anymore. I even had, what's his name said this today. Anquan Bolden said this on Udonis Haslam show. He said that if you have a team where the coach is running everything, you don't have a winning team. He said that the best players don't pay attention to the coach all the time. He said that, and Udonis agreed with him because he said there was times LeBron would tell him, don't even look over there. Don't even look at Spo. We doing this. And he said the same thing.
LeBron do that now.
That's what I'm saying. He was saying the same thing about him. He was saying him, Fitzgerald, and what's the quarterback that played for
Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner. There you go. He was saying how there was times they didn't pay attention to Wiz and Hunt. They was like, man, we're not listening to Wiz and Hunt. Wiz and Hunt wants to run. Now we throwing the ball. Like he was like, because he said that's how, again, when you are great players, you can do things like that. Like that's called greatness. So that's all we saying, bro.
Look at Peyton Manning. He used to change the play up when he felt like it.
Like that. So you have to have all of these factors in it, man. All you guys do is want to give credit to one player for winning championships. Now it's Shaq can't win championships without Kobe. Are we serious? When the only reason Phil even went to LA was because of Shaq. If Shaq's not there, he's not going to go coach Kobe Bryant in the Lakers. He's not doing that. In fact, Phil wanted to get rid of him. Not to be honest with you.
I think when Phil got to LA, he told Kobe, like, if you don't like what's going on here, you could pack your shit and I'll have you traded.
He did say that. I got the footage of it. I have footage.
He told that to Kobe.
Like, again, and this isn't not Kobe. We all know why Kobe did that. Kobe did that because Kobe really thought he was the greatest. And we're not trying to take that away from Kobe. But like Brandon said, his immaturity and all that didn't help him at the end of the day. But they won in spite of all of that because they had a good coach.
Kobe and Shaq could have won 8 titles if Kobe both of them was in the right mindset, but they weren't able to work together as a team.
Yeah.
And they won what, 3 and been to 4 finals?
Yeah.
Fighting each other.
Yeah, I blame Shaq to a certain degree because
it's more Shaq, to be honest with you. It's more Shaq. He didn't want Kobe to grow.
I think it was because Shaq was it was. I mean, we can say it was Shaq laziness, man. Shaq didn't feel like
that. Yeah, he wanted to take control of everything. He didn't want to allow Kobe to be the player Kobe wanted to be, and that's why Shaq wasn't able to be there.
Yeah, Billy believes T-Mac could win 1 championship, but he believed he would have messed up the Lakers before Kobe did.
I think T-Mac would have been more upset playing with Shaq because that's how he was with Vince Carter.
Well, you know what I'm. But to be genuine and avoid being disingenuous, for anybody to say that, for anybody to use T-Mac's inability or lack of defense against the guys that Kobe was playing against, man, that's
ridiculous. Period.
Like you're playing against, the old out of shape Penny Hardaway. You're going against Steve Smiths and
was still good.
Daniels.
It was still good, Wild Boy. I don't hear that crap.
So I'm just saying I'm a Lakers fan, but you know what I had to do? I had to take the nostalgia of my that I have for the Lakers to make sense. Because I don't want to be a casual. This is the truth. You might not. Nobody might not like it, but I'm not lying. You want to go to the tape and see who Kobe was guarding, and you'll be like, "Well, these guys." I mean, like, come on,
Brandon. You know what's the saddest thing, Brandon? Out of all the people that we could talk about basketball, and we should always stick to just basketball, it would be Kobe Bryant. But for some reason, he's the only player where we don't talk basketball. It's everything outside of basketball, but basketball with Kobe. It doesn't make sense. And he's one of the greatest players ever.
When you try to give Kobe Shaq Finals MVP, you already lost. You already lost when you try to give Kobe Shaq Finals MVPs.
Bro, nobody was a sidekick. That's what we're trying to tell you. The sidekick started with Pippen. No one was called a sidekick until Scottie Pippen won 6 championships with Jordan. And when everybody kept saying he had 6 championships, you have to discredit Scottie. You called him a sidekick. Like, I don't get how y'all don't understand that.
Even he.
I mean, if Tracy McGrady was healthy in 2004 and they traded him for Kobe Bryant, the Lakers would have won a title.
You can't say that though.
Yeah, I can definitely say that they would have won a title.
T-Mac was the guy, unfortunately, BZ. The nigga front run when he was comfortable when they was up 3-1.
I mean, okay, they didn't play well. At that time, T-Mac was more mature. He would have won that title. He would have did anything more mature.
That would actually be a year removed from that. BZ.
That doesn't mean you're not mature because you thought you was going to win. Jordan thought he was going to win every damn game. That doesn't mean he's immature.
I didn't even bring up maturity. It just certain things. Certain niggas lack certain mentalities, bro. Certain niggas lack certain intangibles.
If you think you're going to win, that's not lacking anything. That's confidence.
I mean, Shaq,
2 hours later.
That's confidence.
Y'all act like Shaq didn't play with other talented niggas. Penny Hardaway way more talented than T-Mac.
And he left Penny.
No, he's not.
He did
no. Tracy McGrady is more talented than Penny Hardaway. I don't want to hear that crap. Yes, he is. Tracy McGrady is more talented than Penny Hardaway. Tracy McGrady is more talented than Penny.
No, he's
Penny's my all-time favorite player. Tracy McGrady is more talented than Penny Hardaway. And Penny's my all-time favorite player.
He is. Way much more. Penny could never average 30 points per game.
Penny could not do the things Tracy McGrady could do.
When he did that.
And Tracy McGrady can't do what Penny could do.
And what is that?
He can't facilitate a whole offense. He can't.
Okay, he was a true point guard. Tracy McGrady is not a true point guard.
He wasn't a two-way player like Penny Hardaway was.
Penny Hardaway was not a two-way player.
He was a two-way player.
Yes, he was.
Penny was not a two-way player. Penny
Hardaway was a two-way player.
See, now we just got to make shit up. Y'all just got to make shit up now.
The knock on Penny was his defense. That's the only thing that Penny didn't have was defense.
But I wasn't.
Are we really doing this about Tracy McGrady now? Wow, this is crazy. Go ahead, Herb. I'm listening to her. I'm sorry.
No, but here's my thing with y'all though. It's like I never seen so many niggas. It's not even just y'all. Just period. Just trying to put a stain on this nigga Kobe. I'm not even a Kobe guy.
How's this? What are you talking about? Who's staining Kobe?
See, y'all be one niggas not to cut y'all out, but disrespect y'all.
No, who said something negative about Kobe?
Nigga, you gotta let me finish my statement. But if you gonna keep cutting me off,
all right.
I'll check y'all ass like I always do. I'll check y'all ass.
Go ahead, man. We're disrespecting Kobe. Go ahead. Tell us how we disrespecting Kobe.
I'm talking about the general, nigga. So many niggas. I see why Nick Young did get frustrated in how these niggas be talking about that, man, because end of the day, y'all revised the history that did. Kobe Bryant was very instrumental for those Lakers runs and those title runs. Like we knew Shaq was the guy. We knew end of the day he was the man, but they wasn't getting through that Western Conference without a guy like Kobe Bryant that could get his own shot out, creating the wheel like he was. And he was playing the elite in those Western Conference series in which Shaq did struggle in because he was in foul trouble a lot of those times. And Shaq did have difficult matchups with certain teams like the Spurs, the Kings, etc. So at the end of the day, like, yes, Shaq dominated in the finals, but he had favorable matchups. So, yeah, you're supposed to run it through your most dominant man. So you can't take away from Kobe.
Kobe didn't have favorable matchups.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on, boy. Let him go, one boy. Let him go.
Kobe did have great series in the
Hey,
winter.
hold up, Herb. Let me ask Johnny a question. Who's a better fit for the Lakers, Kobe or Tracy McGrady?
Who's a better fit in 2000
you would
to
ask
2004?
that.
From 2000 to 2002.
You know me, I'm gonna say Tracy.
All right,
trying to elevate T-Man.
Okay, Juan boy, who's a better fit for the Lakers from 2000 to 2002? Kobe or Tracy McGrady?
He couldn't get through with Houston. He had Ron Artest, Come on, man.
Hey, Juan boy, you hear me?
That's not. I have to unmute Juan boy. Hold on, wait. Go ahead, Juan boy. Answer the question. Or I can't unmute him. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Give me T-Mac because he's 3 inches tall and he played more games.
All right. King speech. Who's a better fit for the Lakers from 2000 to 2002? Kobe or Tracy McGrady?
Kobe, because of the preparation, the workout, and all of that. That's what they needed.
All right, I guess it's somebody who just pop on wise potato. I guess tomato. Who's a better fit for the for the Lakers from 2000 to 2002? Kobe or Tracy McGrady?
I would just have to say Kobe Bryant.
Okay. All right, Juan boy. So you, Herm. So you say it's like split. I obviously believe it's Kobe Bryant is a better fit.
I don't know what your whole damn point.
I don't know. I would like to know how. I would like to know
whatever you're trying to do.
Herm, I would like to know what is it that Kobe could contribute to the offense that Tracy McGrady can't during that same span, during those same Western Conference teams.
When you talking about when you trying to differentiate, because we know T-Mac was winning scoring titles amongst that time, and that's what you probably gonna go off by. But the thing is, we're seeing T-Mac in situations in the playoffs in the Eastern Conference, but lesser talented teams that Shaq and Kobe did have to go through, and he choked. He couldn't get through a Glenn Robinson-led Milwaukee Bucks team that he lost 3-1 to. Yeah, we talk about big dog Glenn Robinson. That was his matchup. He couldn't get through that. And Orlando was not a bad talented team. They were solid. They wasn't great, but they were solid. They had decent guys. If you guys understand basketball, they had solid people on that roster. But they lost to the Bucks in 2002, 3-1. The first year, hell, I forgot who he went against his first year in Orlando. But honestly, you can't create a hypothetical like that if you just judging off of scoring. You could put several guys in that scenario if you just want to go off of elite guys that was elite scorers. So if I put a young Paul Pierce at that time, so you going down the rabbit hole like that, I could plug in a lot of niggas. I could plug in Paul Pierce then, that's the case. I could plug in Allen Iverson.
Yes, you can. And they would win a championship because they got Shaq. There's nothing that you guys said that's taking away 3 championships from the Lakers.
You can't say that.
I can't say that because
I love Bubba Chuck, but Bubba Chuck's style of play would not have fit in that system, that triangle system. It would not have fit in there.
Again, Tracy McGrady averaged. Herm. Tracy McGrady averaged 34 points in 2001
what they got to do with winning games? What they got to do with winning championships? What they got to do?
Well, that's what he said. That's what he said. I'm not on the Lakers. That's what he said. I'm not on the Lakers. That's what he's saying. I'm not on the Lakers. I don't have Shaquille O'Neal. I don't have Horace Grant. I don't have Isaiah Ryder. I don't have Ron Harper. I don't have Derek Fisher. I don't have Phil Jackson. It's me, Darryl Armstrong, Andrew DeClerc. As a matter of fact, my sidekick didn't even play. He's hurt. Grant Hill.
Crazy.
I don't even have my sidekick.
So if you're going off because he averaging over 30, if that's the case, then if I could plug in Bradley Beal when he averaged over 30
and the Lakers are winning 3 championships. Yes, they're winning because you can't tell me what Kobe. You can't tell me what Kobe contributed. You can't tell me what Kobe contributed.
All the intangibles.
No,
that means you ignore
what
all
intangibles?
The small things that contribute.
What intangibles? Herm. I don't want to hear you mumble the same shit people been mumbling for 2 hours. What intangibles?
If you play sports, all that matters, bro.
No, tell me what intangibles Kobe possessed. I need you to tell me what intangibles Kobe possessed that Tracy McGrady doesn't.
If you play ball in your lifetime, all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, this is not a genuine conversation. It's not.
It's not genuine because you're not being genuine. I'm gonna ask you again. What intangibles does Kobe present in 2000 to 2002 that Tracy McGrady doesn't? He left. See what I'm saying? This is what they do. Y'all not trying to have a conversation. Y'all want to argue with me. I'm not trying to argue with you guys. I'm trying to get an understanding. None of you have shown up here today and explained what Kobe Bryant can do on the basketball court that Tracy McGrady cannot do in 2000 to 2004. Nothing. Mentality cannot be measured. What does that mean? What is his mentality? Are you saying Tracy McGrady had no mentality to win? Him and Kobe Bryant were friends. They were very close. They got along. In fact, he stayed in Kobe Bryant's house. You guys are liars.
When you guys first got to know each other as teenagers, did you recognize right away you were kind of kindred spirits in the way you approached the game?
Well, yeah, but he was freakishly more athletic and taller than I was.
And I had to get his work ethic because I was a little bit more reserved and never been around, somebody worked as hard as he did. And I learned that from him. Yeah, I had the athleticism, but the work ethic part I had to get from being around him.
So how old were you when you guys met?
I think I was 18,
yeah,
he was 19.
Right, because you're a year ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, this is when I knew, okay, he likes to play mind games, and he always trying to get an edge on whoever, his opponents, whatever. I don't care if I'm his friend, whatever. Right. So, I told him, I said, I'm about to go work out. And he was like, what are you going to work out for? You're in the off season. Like, you don't need to work out. And I'm looking at him like, okay. So, all right, go back to my room, change.
Take it easy.
Chill for a minute. I go to the weight room. Who's in there? This dude. This dude. And I'm looking like, what? Okay. So I had to start taking notes like, this dude right here. So he's always going to have an edge on somebody.
He had a hard time understanding what sarcasm was. I was just being sarcastic. But I remember in the playoffs, you guys were playing the Milwaukee Bucks one year. And me and Vanessa went out to lunch and went to a restaurant, and they had TVs in a restaurant. I remember sitting there and watching. I mean, you just were cooking big dog. I mean, just like, I think he called him Puppy Dog, was it?
Puppy Dog.
And I remember sitting in the restaurant watching that and telling V, I said, man, that dude's the real deal. He's made it. I mean, we started out like as youngins together, but I remember feeling like such a sense of joy because of what he was doing. So even though I've never actually told him that, there was a sense of pride. And that's as mushy as I'm going to get.
Now, hold on. Remember, he was talking about that Bucks team. Oh, it was Glenn Robinson. Glenn Robinson also had Sam Cassell, Ray Allen, Tim Thomas on that team.
Yes, Herm, you got what you wanted. You wanted to get kicked off because you're disruptive, because you knew you was about to get exposed for lying.
We just see who was on the court for that Bucks team. You ain't mentioned Ray Allen and Sam Cassell.
You guys are not talking basketball. That's why Tracy McGrady said what he said, that he's a championship caliber player, but because he was on Orlando and losing, now you're going to say he wasn't. But if he was on the Lakers and winning 3 championships, then y'all wouldn't have this conversation. So I ask you this, Herm, since you can answer it in the comments. I ask you guys this. If T-Mac was on that team and Kobe was never a Laker till 2005 and T-Mac won those 3 championships, but then didn't win nothing else afterwards and had the same career he had after 04 like Kobe did, and Kobe played with the Lakers from 05 and on and had the same career, who's the better player? The Tracy McGrady with the 3 championships or the Kobe Bryant with the 2 championships? Because at the end of the day, the mentality that y'all talk about, all the intangibles that y'all talk about, none of that changes because Kobe has 5 championships. Kobe still has the same mentality, the same work ethic, the same effort, the same everything with 2 championships that he would have with 5. Unless you're saying all of that is due to his, like, that's what you see what I'm trying to say, Brandon? Like, they're trying to basically say Kobe's championships is why he has this mentality. So you telling me Kobe doesn't have this mentality with 5 championships? Somehow he loses it?
Kobe always been one of the hardest working players, so that doesn't change Kobe at all.
So exactly. So if Kobe has 2 championships, the same resume, Tracy McGrady has 3 championships, the same resume, who's the better player? Are the intangibles still matter?
If Kobe only had those 2 titles with Paul Gasol, they'll probably rank him higher.
The same way they do Hakeem.
Yeah, they probably rank him higher.
That's interesting.
I'm pretty sure they would.
Even
I'm
though,
positive. I'm positive.
Kobe,
If you remove those years from the Lakers, they are rate Kobe higher.
so if Kobe had 2 championships and all the same records, but he just doesn't have that three-peat with Shaq, right? So he doesn't have that stain of being a sidekick. He has those 2 championships as the main dog. That alone would make him better than the 5 championship Kobe. Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Not a question. The only thing they use those 5 titles is against LeBron.
Oh my God, that's crazy. He said, does T-Mac not have the mentality to be sensitive choke artist by not shooting in the second half of the playoff game 2006?
Like that's what I said. Being a Lakers fan, like you got to, I detach myself from all emotion, man.
Listen. I don't. That's why I don't like to do. Like, I don't like to get into this whole thing about player mentality, because to me, it's like these are all professional athletes. They all work hard for their craft. You heard Tracy McGrady said like he was trying to go work out, and Kobe was telling him don't go work out. So you know these guys are trying to work out. You heard him say Kobe had a better work ethic than him. So these guys admit to when people are better than them. They see and they recognize it. They use it as motivation, as 1 or 2 to just recognize I'm just not as good as this guy. But at the end of the day, there's no way you're going to tell me guys like Jeff Teague didn't want to win. When he kept saying he was mad at LeBron for sweeping, he said all he wanted was to win 1 playoff game against LeBron. So imagine how are you going to say he doesn't want to win?
He got so mad at Braun, he pushed the shit out of Braun. Braun almost fell into the stairs and all that.
That's what I'm saying.
And I think that was the game where they came back from like 20-something against Atlanta. Atlanta was blowing them out, and he just kept chipping away. And Jeff Teague's like, man, fuck this.
But that's what I'm saying. Was T-Mac an MVP caliber player? Yeah, he was top 5 in MVP voting multiple times in that game. That's what I'm saying. So it's not that. That's all he's saying. All he's saying is that I am a top caliber championship player. Just because I didn't win a championship, that doesn't mean I'm not capable of doing that. That's all he said. The same way y'all feel about other players. The same way y'all feel like Kobe is a multi MVP caliber player, although he won one MVP.
Yeah, he should have won more.
Hey, Ajadi, Beasley, real quick. I meant to ask you too this question earlier, especially you, John. Why do people always interrupt you too whenever you try to make your point? Every time, bro. Every time.
It's a tactic that they do. It's a tactic that they do, and I try to give them the opportunity, but what I have a problem with is like they don't stick to the topic, right? So they're gonna use, and then what they do is they try to wiggle their way out of things by leaving an opening space. No, like Peter said, stay in the pocket. I've been asking all show, what is it that Kobe contributes that Tracy McGrady cannot contribute? They have yet to answer it. It's all been intangibles. Then when I ask them, how do you measure these intangibles? It's predicated on their personal preference. So I can't even argue that. So now it becomes who has the right to an opinion or not. And I don't want your opinion. That's why we have FYF and GOAT James Kingdom. Our opinions don't matter. If our opinions matter, y'all would never ask us to prove why LeBron's the GOAT. We would just say it's our opinion. But we prove it because we have stats, accolades, and achievements. We always talk about this in our GOAT James Kingdom. These stats mean something. Like I said, if Kobe Bryant doesn't have 25 points per game, they're not calling Kobe Bryant a 1A or 1B. If he's averaging 18 points per game like Paul Gasol was averaging, just like they're not calling him 1A, 1B. So stats obviously matter. But it only matters when they want to use it. They don't want to let us use stats for which is what we know, which makes you the better player. Tracy McGrady was obviously on par. We're not saying, like somebody brought up Reggie Miller. I don't know if Reggie Miller would have helped the Lakers win 3 championships, but he probably would.
Of course not.
But
Leave Reggie alone, man. I like Reggie, man.
Be careful, Johnny. You're going to be called a bronze sexual after this.
Don't ask me what measurement I'm at because I didn't bring this up. Somebody brought motor in. How do you measure a player's motor? How do we know which player has a different motor?
By the type of car you drive.
But even at that, think about this. That's like somebody telling me a Corolla can't go 100 miles per hour. It can go 100 miles per hour. The motor, it has that motor in it. It has the capability, but is the engine going to run as well as a Ferrari? No, it's
absolutely not.
But how do we? But again, how do we know the difference between a Ferrari motor and a Toyota Corolla motor?
The specs.
The specs. Exactly.
The
That's tangible things.
Tangible things.
It's gonna have a V8, not a V4.
It go 0 to 60 and quicker. You know what I'm saying? It goes 0 to 60 quicker.
And even Kobe admitted that Tracy McGrady was more athletic than him. So Kobe would agree that Tracy McGrady could get around screens quicker than him. Tracy McGrady could obviously get to a quicker spot quicker than him because he's quicker, he's faster. But what did I say, Kobe? But what did Kobe have? Kobe had the mentality, the IQ. Kobe studied film. So Kobe understood how to attack you, when to use his angles, when not to use his angle. That's why I always said Kobe never risked nothing. He never gambled on weak side help because it wasn't worth it to him. It wasn't efficient enough to try to gamble and get a steal or get a foul.
He would have averaged more steals.
He would have averaged
more blocks.
But then they would have probably had worse defenses because he probably would have been he would have been out of place on a lot of positions. The reason Kobe made all defensive team was because of his on-ball defense. He stayed in position, and teams knew that. Coaches knew that. They saw Kobe didn't make mistakes. So that's a part of understanding Kobe's IQ. Now, mind you, I use an intangible, but I gave you something tangible to measure it by. Y'all can't do that. Y'all cannot do that. Y'all say intangibles is untangibles, and we just supposed to believe your eye test. As if I know if for a fact you can actually see things. You can't even see stats, so why would I trust your eyes on defense? How do I know you really see
the worst part?
Defense?
The worst part is when they then tell you that they name one silly stat and they say watch the games. Like, what?
Yeah, what game you want us to watch?
But what are you talking about?
Well, hold on, wait. Brandon, our most famous and our best episode ever was us showing them Michael Jordan's best finals games. And what did they say we were doing?
We showed them the worst games.
They say we showed them
the worst clinching games. We showed them the clinching games of him raising the titles, the title trophy.
And they said we were cherry picking, and again, that shows you how their eye test is wrong. They don't have a real good eye test.
We showed them the 63-point game.
They have narratives. They love narratives, and that's how they talk the game of basketball.
We showed them the 63-point game, and they said that we should have showed them the 63-point game because
Shaq had the mentality to allow Chris Childs to give him a two-piece spin back into the.
Oh boy! Shout out to the Knicks. I want to give Mac his flowers because I want to go back to when I watched Mac in those years. And I remember one time the Knicks were gone. We had Sprewell, right? I believe we still had Sprewell on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we couldn't guard him. Like Jeff Van Gundy had to literally put Marcus Camby on him at 6'11". So one thing about Mac, nobody could guard him at his position. Nobody could guard him at the three. And those years, he was that much of an unguardable player because he literally played like he was 6'9" with a longer wingspan. So that's one thing that I can say offensively, he damn sure was in Kobe's. That's why I said I didn't disagree with Mac at all. He's getting at least one, probably two, possibly three. And again, it depends. See, I look at teams a little bit differently, man. I look at teams, everybody has a role. And you take whatever roster, every team, you can look at any team, you go back to 03 Nets, whatever. Obviously, Kidd was the motor of that team, right? If you want to, no one can say Kidd was a sidekick based on his numbers, right? Obviously, everything ran through Kidd. And so you're going to run, every team runs differently. Every team runs differently. So everybody has a role. Right? Obviously, when we bring up the Fisher, okay, Fisher in the first championship, he comes off the bench. Harper was the starting point guard, technically. You understand what I'm saying? Even though Harper was the starting point guard, Kobe was the main playmaker. So every team, people have different roles. That's why, again, I agree with you fundamentally. The sidekick talk, and I know where it came from. Yes, it came from Scottie and Jordan, but that's only because, okay, Jordan, they both had very similar capabilities. Only Jordan was that much more counted on as a scorer, rather than Scottie. But you can't, other than the scoring, Scottie could do everything that Mike could do, other than, close out, shoot, stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, You take one piece out of that recipe. It's like taking a fucking spice out of the Colonel's chicken. It ain't gonna hit the same. You understand what I'm saying? See, that's how y'all gotta look at these teams, man. How did they run? If they won, again, when y'all say easily, well, 2000 and 2002, they almost lost. They were down 15 going into that fourth quarter at Game 7. We all know what happened in 02. So you can't say easily because they didn't easily win as it was.
Again, you guys are all predicating this on the fact that Kobe was there. If T-Mac is there, they probably don't go 7. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Maybe,
like,
maybe not.
again, listen, the ingredients that y'all are saying, that's just like when somebody tell me, oh, you can't make the sauce, the tartar sauce McDonald's has. Yes, you can. If you have the ingredients, you can. So if the ingredients is you have to be a solid the scorer, a guy who can create your own shot because Shaq is not available, and they're double teaming Shaq. Tracy McGrady had that ingredients in him. So just like this guy's asking me, hey Johnny, would T-Mac help Shaq win Game 7? So he's already telling you that Kobe's helping Shaq win Game 7, right? Versus Portland, or would they fail in the comeback? No, they're going to do that because in 2000, is that 2001 or that? Yeah, it's 2000. Because in 2000, Tracy McGrady scored over 20 points 19 times in that season, coming off the bench.
I mean,
so he can put up 25, 30 points a game.
Half the year.
Yeah, he played like 30. He started like 30 games. He played like 70 games.
He started half the year.
But the point is that if they're playing in a system where Shaq is giving them more easier looks and Shaq is giving him easier driving lanes and Shaq is making it easier for him, yes, he can do the same things Kobe did. That's what you guys failed to realize. He that's all. Yeah, I mean, again,
he definitely would.
He said he would. That's why I'm saying he could, because he said that he would.
In his mind, is a hypocrite because he left because of Vince Carter. He's a hypocrite, and he's blaming. He's trying to. Let me keep it like this.
Okay,
if we're doing a show and I just leave and I don't talk to you for 6 months, would you think that I'm afraid to tell you something about what's going on between me and you, right? Like,
well, I mean,
I'm not even gonna talk to him.
You disappeared for a week because of your phone issue, but not because you were trying to get away from me. But
like, Tracy McGrady did not want to talk to Vince Carter.
Listen, I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar.
Oh, but you know what? Let's do this because the guy did send us the link. Lee did send us the link. Let's play it right quick because I actually want to hear what Tracy McGrady had to say. Let me see if I can play this. Let me pull this up here. So we got T-Mac here saying that, I guess, what he said, why he left Toronto.
He's lying. Let me bring that up. Go ahead and bring that up.
That last year in Toronto, was it internally with Butch and all the outside shit? I couldn't stay there, bro. I had to get out. You know what I'm saying? It had nothing to do with Vince. It had nothing to do with, it was just so much internal bullshit. And then Toronto was also competing with Orlando. I'm from there. You know what I'm saying? So my childhood growing up, I'm watching D. Scott, Nick Anderson, Penny, and Shaq and them boys. And that's where I wanted to be because, that inspired me to be an NBA player. Watching those guys, I only grew up 30 minutes from where those boys were playing at. So that was my inspiration to have an opportunity at that time to go and play home. That's what Toronto's competing against. You know what, man? It was
okay. So that's kind of interesting.
Well, okay.
Again, these guys do these guys do switch up stuff. This is more recent. This is not what he said.
I think most people know that Vince Carter is my second all-time favorite player, right? I think most people know that. And in 2001, when Toronto took AI to 7 games, Butch Carter was not the coach of that team.
Which one was that in 2000?
2001 when they played the 76ers in the playoffs.
Yeah, but no, he wasn't on the 2001 team though.
He wasn't on that team.
He left in 2000.
Yeah, 2000, 2001.
Nah, he wasn't. He was in
Orlando. He wasn't on that team.
I know.
He was in Orlando by then. His last.
I know.
Yeah, no, so he's saying. So who was the coach?
So it has nothing to do with Butch Carter. He wasn't going to be there. He wasn't going to be there.
It was Butch Carter in 2000.
Oh, I see. Are you saying that he wasn't going to be there? That he was already going to be gone? Okay.
Yeah,
if he left because of the coach, and he knew the coach wasn't coming back, why the hell are you not talking to Vince Carter about why you stabbed him in the back and left?
I don't think he stabbed Vince Carter in the back and left.
How he not? How the hell
he
you got?
He just didn't want to play. He doesn't want to play in Toronto.
Yeah, and he said they was competing with Orlando. That's where he's from. If you want to, and then you got.
That's what he said. That
he ain't there's more tax in Canada. You won't go back to the States.
Want to win,
and you can go back home.
If you want to win and you gonna leave out on your teammate, your cousin, to go somewhere else
to play with Grant Hill, who was better than Vince Carter at that time. Yeah, I'm out.
He was not better than Vince Carter at that time.
Yes, he was.
If he was, he would have stayed. He was not better than Vince Carter at the time.
Grant Hill was better than Vince Carter when T-Mac left Orlando.
No, Vince Carter
left Toronto.
Was an ultra superstar.
I mean,
he was not better.
Like anyway, I mean, I think Tracy left for the money. I don't think it was more than anything. Again, I think these guys all leave for the money. I think they all take the money over winning. I don't care who it is. They all take the money over winning.
If the saying was they was going to sign Duncan, he would have had to take less money to actually go there. So it wasn't about money. He was already starting. It wasn't about being a starter. It wasn't about Bush Carter because he wasn't coming back. Like, it's a bunch of lies that's being told. All of these are lies.
But wait a minute. He didn't get more money because they didn't sign. I think they all were going to get the same amount of money. I don't think he got more money because they didn't get $10.
Yeah, because you got to think they came in. They came in the league the same time. They both came in the '97 draft.
All right.
That has
not. Well, you know what? We're going
to Grant Hill and Trace McGrady signing max deals. They were not going to be able to sign all three of them as max deals. I'm positive.
All right, so
I don't even know how much it was, but I know that wasn't positive. That wasn't possible.
I asked the poll, right? I asked the poll. The poll was here in the GOAT James Kingdom chat. It said here, does Tracy McGrady have a case? The poll answers are T-Mac would win multiple championships. 44% said yes. T-Mac is not on Kobe's level. 28% said that. And then another 28% said anyone is winning with the Lakers' Shaq. Then if we go to our IG, that's about a 90 votes there. And if we go to IG, which has over 100 votes, it says 57% say that Tracy McGrady would win multiple titles. 14% said that he's not on Kobe's level. 30% said that Shaq's winning a championship on that Laker team no matter what. So it looks like majority of the people think Tracy McGrady would win, or that Shaq's the reason why the Lakers were winning championships, which is basically what Tracy McGrady was saying. With Shaq on that team, like anybody on my level or championship level caliber player, like a Kobe Bryant, like a Tracy McGrady, like a Allen Iverson, like a Ray Allen, like a LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, any one of these guys are winning championships with Shaq. If Penny Hardaway was on the 2000 Lakers, they're winning the damn championship because Shaq was just Shaq. Like, that's just it, bro. They changed rules for Shaq, and it still didn't work. Guys were being hired in the NBA just to be a 7-foot, 300-pound man and get 6 fouls. Like, they were literally hiring bums to play in the NBA just to guard Shaq and get 6 fouls.
I mean, if Kobe didn't grow to the player they would, I don't know if they would have won 3 straight. If Kobe didn't grow to the player they would. They would have won multiple titles, but I don't know if they would have won 3 if Kobe didn't grow to the player that he was.
I mean, I know a lot of people would get mad at me when I say that Eddie Jones. So you don't think they would have won it if they would have just kept Eddie Jones?
Of course not.
No.
Kobe was a far superior player, even at 20.
I just don't see
Eddie Jones had enough time in the league that we knew that he wasn't going to do what he thought he was going to do.
Again, they changed the offense with Phil. When they brought in Phil Jackson, everything changed. Everything, they brought in new players. They brought in new whole slew of guys to help them win. Because if I'm correct, the 99 Lakers, let's look at the 99 Lakers rosters before we get up out of here, because I actually ready to give me something to eat. I'm hungry. The 99 Lakers roster had, let me see here. Let me see who's the starting 5. So we got Kobe Bryant. We got Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Derek Harper, Glenn Rice, and Travis Knight as starters. Then you had Derek Fisher and Eddie Jones. Dennis Rodman was even on this team. J.R. Reed. Robert Horry. Then the next year in 2000, they get Phil Jackson as the coach. They fire Kurt Rambis as the interim coach. And this time the Lakers have Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Glenn Rice, Ron Harper, AC Green, Derek
Almost
Fisher,
anybody
Robert
is winning with
Horry.
Shaq in 2001. Almost anybody.
Yeah, and then that's in 2000. And then they had Tyronn Lue. They added Rick Fox. Yeah, they added Rick Fox. They added Brian Shaw. No, Robert Horry was on the team before. So the guys who they added from 99 to 2000 was AC Green. Yeah, AC Green, Tyronn Lue, Rick Fox, Brian Shaw, and Devin George and John Sally. Those are the main guys. That they had.
Yeah. 2001 just
then
walked
in 2001, yeah, they were really good. But I think they added Mitch Richmond in 2001. Let me see. Yeah, in 2001, my computer's taking forever. So yeah, 2001 you had Shaq. Oh, they added Horace Grant. They added Isaiah Ryder. So that was what they added to that team. So they added Horace Grant and Isaiah Ryder to that team, which was at the time, which was good because Isaiah Ryder was 29. Horace Grant was on his last leg, but Horace Grant started 77 games for them that year, playing 31 minutes per game. Solid for them. And then in 2002, which we really know this is where Kobe really got into being Kobe Bryant, was in 2002. The Lakers roster at that time still had Derek Fisher. They add Samaki Walker. They add Slava Medvedenko. They add Mitch Richmond. And that's really it. But then they get rid of some of those other guys. But Rick Fox played 82 games and started 82 games. Kobe played 80 games and started. This is when Shaq started taking time off. Shaq played 67 games and started 66. But Shaq still averaged 27 points per game, 11 rebounds, shooting 58% from the field. By far the better player. And this was Shaq's first time. Wait, I thought Shaq made the all-defensive team in 2002, no?
I know he made it in 2000.
He made when did Shaq make the all-defensive team again? I thought he made it in 2002.
He definitely made it in 2000.
I know he did it. I could have swore he made 3 all-defensive teams, and I thought it was in the same years. The same year he won the championship.
Was it before Kobe? Let me see.
I don't know. Let me go check. I could have sworn it was from 2000 to 2000.
It was 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003.
Yeah, so the first 2 titles he won.
So it was 2003 was the day.
Yeah, he didn't make it in 2002.
Okay, yeah, he was all defensive. Okay. All right, well, Kobe made the all defensive team in 2002 and all NBA team in 2002. So would that make Kobe better than Shaq in 2002?
That's what they fans think.
Wow. Yeah, man. Either way, like I said, man, nobody's trying to disrespect Kobe. Kobe's the greatest Laker of all time if you really want to go there. And here in Go James Kingdom, we got him in our top 10. So I don't know why people be hating on us when we say that we are, we definitely like Kobe. But I just saw this whole thing and I said to myself, I said, they are really mad at T-Mac for no reason. And he's a Kobe Bryant fan.
Yeah, he thinks Kobe probably the greatest. He just won't say it.
Yeah, he won't say it. They're afraid of Michael Jordan fans, just like Gil is afraid of Michael Jordan fans. They really want to put Kobe number 1.
They do.
But we not afraid here in GOAT James Kingdom, because here in GOAT James Kingdom, we talk basketball. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys for joining me on this special stream as we were having fun. If you like the content, if you like what we do, please come check out our GOAT James Kingdom membership where you could become a member of the channel, and we do special things. We had a couple of members up here that got upset at us. Sorry Sturdy, sorry Herm, sorry. Oh no, Peter, you're not a member no more. But sorry to those 2 members. Again, sorry to any member we're offending today. We don't think Kobe is a bad player. We just think Tracy McGrady would win championships. Obviously, you see my partner doesn't think that, so that's how it goes. But anyways, we are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Not A Johnny, We are. That's B. Lee and A. Johnny. We go live every Sunday, noon Eastern time for the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. So if you want to join us on Sunday afternoons, we have more great conversations about basketball as well on a Sunday afternoon. I don't know if we saw Alan Powell's tonight, but Alan Powell should have went live tonight as well on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Y'all make sure to subscribe to the Alan Powell show channel as he goes live every Wednesday and throughout the week to talk about all different sports, not just basketball. And obviously, you know, you got to catch Brandon and T Perfect and them and John on a Saturday night for the Radar Show, where they talk about all type of topics. They have trivia questions. They bring up all type of people up, and they have another great discussion. And it doesn't include me, so you guys can go up there and have fun and don't have to worry about me yelling and screaming and cutting you off and putting you in the background. You can deal with Brandon if y'all think Brandon is a much more nicer individual than I am.
I'm not a baby like you.
And with that said, I go live every Friday night, and all I do is yell and scream at people all day because I don't accept baby nonsense talk. I want you to explain yourself like a grown ass man. I want you to explain it to me the way I need to understand it. So if I ask you a question, just explain it. Just explain it. Stick to the topic. Stick to the discussion. But again, like I told y'all, we are GOAT James Kingdom. Ain't nobody ever gonna put no fear in our heart. We're gonna continue to do what we do best. And as we told y'all sitting here arguing about who's the better sidekick, which is the most funniest thing of all of this. Who would be the better sidekick to Shaq? We all know Shaq was one of the most dominant players we've ever seen in our life, and we're going to never see nothing like Shaq because we're never going to see a big man move like Shaq. We're never going to see a big man be as physical as Shaq. That is never going to exist anymore. Shaq was just one of a kind. All we're going to have is a bunch of Wimbies from here on out. But like I always told y'all, GOAT James Kingdom is the place to be. If you like to talk basketball, come on GOAT James Kingdom. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Discord. We're all over the place. Also, make sure you follow FYF Sports Debate and FYF Sports Debate Clips channel. Follow and become members of all the channels. Thank you for your support. Y'all have a great evening. Peace and blessings from GOAT James Kingdom. If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.
Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. You get to enjoy BB and A. Johnny talk basketball every Sunday noon Eastern time right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Support by subscribing and also check out the membership at GOAT James Kingdom.